Hinagi reveals she started dating a senior, shattering Yukito's heart in an unexpected and painful instant. Stunned by the sudden rejection, the young man gazes blankly at the vast and empty afternoon sky. Reflecting on the girl who was once his special childhood friend, everything feels completely different now. Frustration boils over as he clenches his fist tightly against the overwhelming sting of emotional betrayal. Unable to stay another second, he suddenly sprints away, while Hinagi calls his name in confusion. Memories of their happy times at summer festivals flash through his mind like a cruel, distant joke. Desperate to escape his feelings, he runs faster, while vowing to never understand her heart again. With a pained expression, the boy realizes that he just wants to disappear from this harsh reality. A surreal vision of her reaching out amidst crumbling stones haunts his thoughts as he flees further. Eventually, the scene shifts toward the prominent and imposing gates of the prestigious Shoyo High School. Inside the classroom, the teacher begins the first day by starting a round of student self-introductions. An energetic girl named Kana Sakurai charms the entire room with her bright and friendly greeting. Observing from his seat, Yukito identifies her as a primary candidate for the high school social elite. Next, a timid girl nervously shares her interest in reptiles, while the class watches her quite awkwardly. The protagonist categorizes her as an introvert, while calculating his own subtle social strategy for the year. Determined to maintain a safe standing, he decides against taking any unnecessary or embarrassing social risks. With a cold and calculating gaze, he prepares to remain a completely harmless and unremarkable background character. Suddenly, the teacher calls his name, prompting him to stand up abruptly from his wooden school desk. Standing tall before his stunned classmates, he boldly declares that he is quitting school right now. Absolute silence falls over the room as his peers stare in total disbelief at his shocking proclamation. His classmates stare in bewilderment as Yukito maintains a completely serious expression after his outrageous outburst. Recognizing the heavy silence in the room, the boy internally admits that he definitely overdid it. With a sudden smirk, he dismisses his previous behavior as an unavoidable consequence of his broken heart. The teacher questions his sudden outburst, prompting him to offer a half-hearted apology for his irrationality. Continuing his bizarre introduction, Yukito declares his goal to remain a complete loner who avoids social interaction. He laughs off the tension, suggesting that nobody would actually want to talk to someone like him. Turning away from the teacher's exasperated gaze, he prepares to return to his seat amidst the confusion. Noticing his classmates avoiding eye contact, he feels satisfied that his plan to be ignored is working. Internally celebrating his success, the boy gives himself a small fist pump for a message well received. Fujishiro-sensei shouts in frustration, refusing to let him throw away his entire high school career so easily. Taken aback by her genuine concern, he realizes the teacher might actually be a very kind person. He attempts to reassure her that he is fine, though his words only cause more confusion. Giving a confident thumbs up, he nonchalantly claims to have already given up on life altogether. The teacher slumps over her desk in utter defeat, while the entire classroom erupts into laughter. A classmate named Tanaka laughs hysterically, declaring that Yukito is one of the most interesting people ever. Startled and annoyed, the protagonist realizes his supposedly safe introduction has had the exact opposite effect. Tanaka immediately pulls out his phone and asks to exchange contact information for a fun school year. Disturbed by the sudden familiarity, Yukito is shocked when the stranger uses his first name without permission. While the teacher remains at the front, the classroom dynamic shifts into something he didn't anticipate. Tanaka points out that Yukito's attempt to be a loner has actually made him the class standout. Tanaka continues his sparkling request for friendship, while Yukito looks on with extreme skepticism and annoyance. A close-up on the boy's dazzling eyes highlights his persistent and unnervingly cheerful personality during the interaction. Internally, Yukito suspects this popular guy intends to use him as a background character to look even better. While Tanaka basks in the attention of swooning fangirls, the protagonist accepts his self-appointed role as a background mob. Despite the blatant social hierarchy, Yukito finds calculating individuals far more predictable and easier to manage in school. Pulling out his wallet, the boy bluntly asks if he needs to pay a fee to secure this friendship. The protagonist quickly reverts to his blunt and straightforward demeanor, much to the total confusion of his new acquaintance. Ignoring the odd request, the cheerful boy excitedly asks about his plans for after school while sparkling once more. Sakurai approaches the duo and energetically suggests holding a class social gathering at a local karaoke place. A mental image of a mongoose fighting a cobra illustrates Yukito's internal panic regarding this high-energy social trap. Trying to distance himself, the boy mockingly calls her Elizabeth, causing the popular girl to protest her actual name. The girl admits she invited him because his conversation with Tanaka made him seem less intimidating than before. Despite her friendly invitation, Yukito remains silent while maintaining an incredibly blank and unreadable expression on his face. Across the room, a group of classmates watches the exchange, including a visibly tense and worried Hinagi. Standing up abruptly, the boy politely declines the invitation by claiming he has urgent family errands to handle. As he walks out the door, the bubbly girl waves goodbye while promising to invite him again next time. While walking alone, he confirms that his excuse about preparing dinner for his working mother was actually the truth. A deeper reason emerges as he realizes that being around his old circle of friends is socially dangerous now. He reflects on Hinagi's new relationship and his potential to cause unnecessary drama as her male childhood friend. Finally, the boy considers another former friend, who always wears a pained expression whenever they happen to cross paths. Yukito reflects on how both of his former friends looked visibly uncomfortable during their brief encounter earlier, remembering how he vowed to stay far away after seeing their names together on the official class roster. The young man laments the immediate complication of his high school life, starting from the very first day. Meanwhile, the rest of the class gathers at a tall, modern karaoke building for their planned social event. Inside the private room, the students enjoy snacks and drinks, while Tanaka enthusiastically takes the lead singing. The conversation eventually turns toward Yukito's bizarre self-introduction and his dramatic declaration about quitting school entirely. Tanaka laughs off the concern, assuring his curious classmates that the mysterious boy is simply an interesting person. Shiori remains quiet until Tanaka asks if she shared a history with the eccentric newcomer in middle school. She reveals that she indeed played basketball alongside him, prompting Tanaka to ask for more specific details. The group listens intently as she confirms their shared past at the same school and on the court. Tanaka then asks the million-dollar question regarding why Yukito suddenly missed their most important middle school tournament. A heavy silence follows as the girl looks away, quietly stating that she simply cannot talk about it. Sakurai probes further into their relationship, but Shiori suggests the truth is actually the complete opposite of friendly. With a mournful expression, the young girl admits that she believes Yukito actually hates her for some reason. The scene shifts into a flashback of the quiet middle school gymnasium during a warm summer afternoon. Back then, the school's sports clubs were relaxed and mostly focused on just having casual fun together. The sound of a basketball rhythmically hitting the floor echoes through the near-empty hall as practice begins. Shiori watches from the sidelines as a single player stands out from everyone else with intense focus. She remembers how a younger Yukito used to practice alone for hours, like a person completely possessed. His sheer determination eventually transformed the entire basketball club into a serious and highly competitive team. Shiori remembers being captivated by Yukito's incredible talent on the basketball court during their middle school days, reflecting on how he inspired everyone around him while completely neglecting his own physical and emotional well-being. She recalls a painful moment when her immature inability to be honest led her to hurt him deeply, confessing that her vague feelings eventually manifested as a cruel betrayal that shattered their once close relationship completely. Watching him walk away into the distance, she realized that their bond was irreparably broken by her actions. The shock of that realization still haunts her as she stares blankly into the distance with wide eyes. A mental image of shattered glass represents how she feels. She took everything important away from him. Back in the present, Shiori clenches her hands while contemplating the real reason for Yukito's conspicuous absence today. Surprisingly, Hinagi suddenly speaks up to claim that she is the reason Yukito avoided the class gathering, Stunned by the interruption, Shiori looks over at her classmate with a look of pure confusion and shock. Hinagi stares back with equal surprise, clearly not expecting anyone else to shoulder the blame for his behavior. Tension flares as Hinagi stands up to demand what Shiori's connection to Yukito even is. Their classmates watch in absolute horror as a sudden and intense confrontation breaks out between the two girls. Hinagi firmly asserts her status as his childhood friend, her eyes narrowing with a defensive and protective spark. She presses Shiori for answers, asking if her past actions are truly what caused Yukito's personality to change. Consumed by anger, Hinagi shouts at Shiori to explain exactly what she did to hurt their mutual friend. Pointing a finger in accusation, the childhood friend demands the truth, while Shiori remains frozen and visibly distressed. Sakurai desperately jumps between the two feuding girls to prevent the situation from escalating into a physical fight. She pleads with them to remember that they are here for a friendly social event and should reconcile. The remaining classmates sit in awkward silence, completely cringing at the unexpected drama unfolding right before them. Hinagi abruptly decides to leave the karaoke room, offering a quick apology to the stunned and confused Sakurai, as the heavy atmosphere lingers among the remaining students until Tanaka suddenly breaks the silence with loud laughter. A classmate nervously wonders how to fix the mood before suggesting that Tanaka should just start singing something. Determined to salvage the party, Tanaka belts out a song while secretly wondering what Yukito actually did previously. Meanwhile, the scene shifts toward a quiet apartment complex where the lights shine dimly against the dark night. Inside his home, Yukito kneels submissively on the floor while his older sister Yuri interrogates him quite intensely. Looking like a criminal on trial, the boy remains silent as he prepares for the inevitable family lecture. Yuri stares him down with a terrifyingly sharp gaze, her anger reaching a boiling point over his school antics. However, the interrogation is briefly paused when they finally sit down at the dinner table to eat together. Yukito internally laments how his sister somehow knows everything that happened during his first day at school. As he takes a bite of the meat and potato stew, he realizes it tastes like bitter sand. Yuri bluntly asks if his current gloomy state is caused by seeing Hinagi and Shiori at school today. Flinching at the mention of their names, the young man refuses to offer any comment regarding his feelings. Slamming her hands down, the sister dramatically declares him guilty and jokingly sentences him to the death penalty. He reflects on the strange coincidence of both girls being in his class, despite having no prior contact. Exhaustion washes over his face as the weight of the day's emotional turmoil finally begins to take hold. Unable to continue the conversation, he abruptly excuses himself to go study while leaving his sister deeply concerned. With a brief and cold reassurance that he is fine, the boy turns his back on his family. Yuri watches him leave with a worried expression, realizing that her brother's heart is still heavily burdened. Eventually, Yukito collapses onto his bed, feeling incredibly frustrated by his own rude and defensive attitude toward her. Yukito lies in bed, wondering if his sister's harsh words were actually born from a deep sense of worry. Shadows fall across his face as he dismisses the idea, convinced that such concern is simply impossible between them. Across the hall, Yuri wrestles with her own turbulent emotions as she reflects on her brother's growing emotional distance. Frustration boils over as she slams her head against the desk, agonized over why her brother must suffer alone. Staring into the dark night, she laments that Yukito's new school life seems destined to repeat his past tragedies. Her thoughts turn bitterly toward Hinagi, whom she views as the foolish girl who previously betrayed her brother's trust. With a terrifyingly intense gaze, Yuri vows that she will absolutely never forgive the people who hurt him before. She then directs her silent rage toward Shiori, blaming her for callously crushing all of Yukito's hard-earned efforts. Despite her outward anger, Yuri eventually admits to herself that her feelings are actually a form of deep self-loathing. She reflects on Yukito's pained expression, realizing that her own aggressive behavior has only served to wound him further. Noticing the fear that often flickers in his eyes, she understands how much their relationship has deteriorated over time. The distance between them feels like an unbridgeable void, where conversation only happens when it is absolutely mandatory. Clenching her hand tightly, the sister acknowledges her own guilt in shaping the broken person her brother has become. She remembers with a heavy heart that he has not called her sister since that fateful day occurred. She reflects on the cold reality that he hasn't referred to her as his sister in many years. Sitting in the silence of the dining room, she feels she has lost the right to act like family. Nevertheless, a spark of resolve remains as she prepares to face whatever challenges the coming school days might bring. As night falls over the school, Yuri remains determined to protect her brother from those who might harm him. The next day, Shiori excitedly approaches her classmates, declaring her intention to become the manager of the basketball club. Nearby, Hinagi offers a lunch bag to Yukito with a hopeful smile, asking if they can eat together today. Yukito internally cries out to the heavens, questioning why he must endure such endless and cruel trials. He remembers how even his own mother seemed to harbor a deep-seated dislike toward him at home, while his older sister's intense hatred created a cold and oppressive atmosphere within their shared living space. Childhood memories sting as he recalls Hinagi finding a boyfriend, just as he prepared to confess his love. To make matters worse, Shiori targeted him for cruel pranks, while his heart was already in complete tatters. He feels cursed by an unending streak of misfortune, with women that defies any logical or scientific explanation. Jokingly, he wonders if his current misery is divine punishment for some past life's extreme and terrible crimes. The trauma has left him unable to empathize with others, or form deep, meaningful connections with anyone else. Because of these scars, the boy maintains a hollow existence, while purposely avoiding any form of emotional intimacy. Back in the present, he sits helplessly as Hinagi and Shiori engage in a fierce and sparking confrontation. Shiori demands that Hinagi step aside, claiming she was the first one to approach Yukito this morning. Smiling venomously, Hinagi retorts that she had already planned a private lunch date with her childhood friend first. Trapped between two clashing forces, Yukito breaks into a cold sweat while wishing for a quick and quiet escape. He bluntly asks both girls to leave him alone so he can enjoy his solitary meal in peace. Tanaka obliviously interrupts the mounting tension to ask about Yukito's plans for after-school sports and club activities. Shiori ignores the interruption and aggressively pushes Yukito to rejoin the basketball team so they can be together. The mere mention of the sport causes a dark and hollow shadow to pass over the young man's eyes. A lonely basketball in the darkness symbolizes his failure to achieve any meaningful results despite his desperate efforts. Turning toward her with a cold and detached gaze, he firmly declares that his basketball days are over. Shiori stands paralyzed by his words as he explains that all his passion and motivation have completely vanished. Shiori shouts at Yukito about how hard he used to work, her face red with frustration and desperation. Yukito looks away with a hollow expression, refusing to acknowledge the effort he once put into his dreams. She stares at him in utter shock as he coldly points out the inevitable result of his past. Tears begin to well up in her eyes, while the weight of her regret becomes far too heavy. Clenching her skirt in agony, she struggles to find the words to bridge the widening gap between them. Yukito's gaze remains downcast and empty, reflecting the deep scars left behind by his previous social failures. Sobbing uncontrollably, the girl desperately tries to explain her side of the story while begging for his forgiveness. Suddenly, he puts on a cheerful mask and jokes about being better suited for the homebound club. Turning his back on his former friends, the boy walks toward the exit without looking back once. He announces his departure for the school store, while Hinagi watches him leave with a pained, reaching hand. A faint and melancholic smile flickers on his face as he steps out into the quiet hallway alone. Back inside the classroom, Shiori stands in the middle of the desks, feeling more isolated than ever before. Her face flushes with shame and sadness as the reality of her broken bond finally sinks in. Overwhelmed by her emotions, she hangs her head low as hot tears stream down her cheeks silently. Thoughts of their shared history float through the air like distant echoes that can no longer be reached. She laments how they can never go back to the days when calling him by name was easy. Meanwhile, Yukito gazes out of a hallway window at the various students active on the school grounds. He spots a member of the baseball club practicing their swing with tireless and unwavering dedication outside. Observing their passion, he reflects on how hard some people work, even during their lunch breaks. A sudden flashback of him playing basketball with similar intensity reminds him of the spark he lost. Reminiscing about his past, he recalls the long hours spent alone on the court honing his skills relentlessly. Yet touching the ball now brings no warmth, as the fiery passion he once felt has entirely cooled. Walking through the school corridor, he accepts the bitter reality that he can never return to those days. A quiet sigh escapes him while he tries to bury the memories of his former life for good. As he heads toward the store, he dismisses his lingering thoughts to focus on his current solitary path. The oppressive silence of the empty school hallway reinforces his decision to keep everyone at a safe distance. Later, Hinagi catches up and offers him a homemade lunch with a hopeful and inviting smile. Startled and wary, Yukito holds his own store-bought bread while wondering why she is waiting for him. He bluntly tells her to stop involving herself with him, claiming their childhood friendship is ancient history. His eyes reflect a cold distance, emphasizing that their bond belongs strictly to the distant past. He wonders why she continues to push, feeling frustrated that his attempts at isolation are being constantly thwarted. The young man points out that her kindness is inappropriate given she already has a boyfriend. He mentions her famous partner from middle school, causing a shockwave of whispers to spread among their peers. Internally, he wonders if he has crossed a line by exposing such personal details in front of everyone. Hinagi's face turns bright red with a mixture of embarrassment and rising tears as she trembles slightly. She clutches the lunch bag tightly to her chest, wounded by his refusal to acknowledge their special history. Yukito explains that his cold distance is for her own sake, as seeing them together would cause trouble. He questions how she would feel if her own boyfriend were being friendly with another girl. Driven to her breaking point, Hinagi shouts a desperate response, while tears finally begin to stream down. The boy watches her emotional outburst with a pained expression, his heart still locked away behind high walls. Yukito realizes he must stay away, now that Hinagi has chosen another person to be with. She gazes at him with tear-filled eyes, silently screaming for him to understand her true feelings. Memories of their childhood hand-holding resurface, reminding him that innocent bonds eventually fracture and change. Back in the hallway, the boy coldly rejects her lunch offer and walks toward the exit. Standing alone with her unwanted gift, the girl trembles while feeling the sting of his harsh words. Meanwhile, Yukito internally questions if his heart still harbors any affection for the girl he once loved. The classroom atmosphere grows thick with gossip as students whisper about the drama they just witnessed. Curious peers speculate about her rumored boyfriend, while Hinagi stands motionless in the center of the room. When a classmate attempts to bring up her middle school reputation, Hinagi desperately shouts for them to stop. Shaking with fear, she begs them to keep her past secrets hidden, while the other girl quickly apologizes. Sinking into a dark hole of regret, the girl concludes that she is solely responsible for everything. Hot tears spill over as she clutches the lunch bag, blaming herself for the rift between them. Morning light washes over the massive school building as a new day of academic life begins. Outside the door of Class 1B, the mundane school day continues, despite the lingering emotional turmoil. Fujishiro-sensei stands at the blackboard and announces an upcoming school hiking trip to the mountains. She instructs the students to organize themselves into groups of 4 for the planned outdoor activity. Yukito envisions a miserable scenario where he is the last one left standing without any companions. He accepts that being an ignored background character is simply the role he was born to play. Letting out a dramatic sigh, the boy prepares to embrace the loneliness of the upcoming school event. Suddenly, the popular Tanaka sparkles with blinding charisma and asks Yukito to join his group instead. Group decisions are finalized, while Yukito attempts to steer Tanaka toward other popular students. Fate ultimately places Yukito in a group of 4 alongside Tanaka, Hinagi, and Shiori. The class arrives at the designated mountain trail by bus for their anticipated school hiking trip. Stepping off the transport, Yukito remains focused, while his classmates joke about shouting into the mountains. Tanaka watches as Yukito begins to walk ahead toward the misty slopes of the mountain path. Preparing himself, the boy cups his hands around his mouth to let out a loud shout. Yukito screams Tartarus at the top of his lungs, leaving Tanaka and others completely stunned. A heavy silence blankets the group, while the absurd echo fades into the vast mountain landscape. Showing a satisfied expression, Yukito seems pleased with his bizarre choice of a mountain greeting. He aggressively points at Tanaka, blaming the popular boy's refreshing aura for making him act weird. Justifying his odd behavior as a challenge to human potential, he leaves his companion totally baffled. Hinagi and Shiori trek up the trail together, maintaining a tense but determined pace during the hike. Yukito continues walking with a shadowed face, feeling drained by the chaotic social energy surrounding him. Steady footsteps crunch against the rocky terrain as the students climb higher into the forest. Leading the small group, Yukito moves through the woods while his companions follow closely behind. Tanaka comments on the fresh mountain air, but Yukito gives a very cold and indifferent response. The atmosphere feels incredibly awkward as the boy tries to ignore his two former female friends. Shiori reflects on how much better it would be to hike with people who actually got along. Yukito looks back with a pained expression, desperately wanting to avoid causing more drama for the girls. Eventually, the group reaches a small clearing where Tanaka rests on a fallen log near a stream. As the group navigates a rocky forest path, they carefully cross over fallen logs and scattered stepping stones. Suddenly, Hinagi loses her balance and trips over a jagged rock, catching Yukito's immediate and concerned attention. She chooses to sit down on a nearby ledge, looking completely exhausted while the others take a breather. Noticing her discomfort, the boy walks back toward her to investigate the cause of her sudden slowing pace. Without any warning, he stands over her and bluntly commands the flustered girl to take off her shoes. Tanaka and Shiori watch the scene with mouths agape, absolutely stunned by his seemingly inappropriate and bold demand. A deep blush spreads across Hinagi's face as she stammers in total confusion at his very direct order. Her companions erupt in a chorus of protests, accusing him of being completely out of line right now. She weakly suggests that such intimate actions should only occur when they are entirely alone together in private. Looking genuinely puzzled, Yukito clarifies that he simply needs her to show him where her foot is hurting. He kneels down to carefully inspect her bare heel, identifying a painful blister caused by her new hiking boots. Feeling a sense of guilt, he sincerely apologizes for neglecting the group's pace during their steep mountain ascent. Hinagi rests against a tree trunk, her heart racing as she continues to feel the awkwardness of the situation. A sudden realization strikes the young man, prompting him to speak up while his expression shifts quite noticeably. Yukito reassures her that the foot does not smell, but his words only cause further embarrassment for her. He clarifies that saying it smells would be hurtful, yet she remains obsessed with his potential negative reaction. The boy jokingly promises to hold his breath while treating her, making the situation feel even more insulting. Driven to desperation, Hinagi offers her leg for him to smell if he is being so incredibly mean. She experiences a total emotional meltdown, hiding her face while screaming at him to stop his relentless teasing. Placing a hand on his forehead, the boy reflects on how perverse this entire encounter must look to others. First, Yukito finishes wrapping Hinagi's injured feet with expert precision to ensure she can continue the hike. Then, he asks if the bandages feel too tight before she tentatively stands up to test them out. Shortly after, he hands her a bottle of sports drink and suggests they take the rest slowly. Meanwhile, he reminds her to speak up immediately if she feels any more pain during their ascent. Suddenly, a desperate hand reaches out and grabs the boy's tracksuit from behind with surprising force. The exhausted Fujishiro-sensei appears, panting heavily and begging for the same kind of medical assistance. Observing her haggard appearance, the boy internally compares his tired teacher to a mindless, low-stamina zombie. She wails about her unmarried status and future, while he questions her dramatic outburst with a skeptical look. Redirecting the energy, he encourages Shiori to step up and help care for their struggling teacher instead. The young girl becomes incredibly motivated, clenching her fists while declaring her newfound determination to help. Kneeling on the trail, she carefully assists with the medical needs, while Yukito provides guidance from above. They share a moment of genuine accomplishment as the task is completed, successfully, and with great care. A close-up of the girl's eye reveals a sudden, sparkling admiration for the boy standing beside her. Oddly enough, Shiori begins to act like an overly excited puppy, shaking her head with frantic energy. She leans in close and barks happily, leaving the protagonist completely bewildered by her sudden personality shift. Basking in his attention, the girl glows with joy while he watches her strange behavior with growing concern. Hoping to distract her, the boy reaches into his backpack to find something to throw for her. He tosses an object down the trail and tells her to fetch, which she does without hesitation. Stunned that she actually followed his ridiculous command, he watches her sprint away into the dark forest. Ultimately, she returns with a bright smile on her face, making him sweat at her terrifyingly dog-like devotion. Shiori holds out a piece of candy with sparkling eyes, eagerly awaiting a reward for her fetch mission. Massaging his temples, Yukito sighs heavily before telling the girl to listen to him very carefully. He places a firm hand on her shoulder, while reminding her that she is actually a human being. With a dark and intense look, he declares that if she acts like a pet, he will be her breeder. The boy proceeds to give her a vigorous head pat, which seems to bring the energetic girl immense joy. Pushing further, he tickles her stomach and praises her like a well-behaved animal, while she squeals in surprise. The woods fill with her frantic protests as she begs him to stop touching such sensitive areas. Blushing deeply, the girl experiences a wave of overwhelming sensation that is far different from what she expected. Shiori collapses onto the grass in a daze as Yukito asks if she finally remembers her human nature. Sitting up with a red face, she warns him that such actions toward others constitute extreme sexual harassment. Yukito considers her words, wondering if he was truly unaware of how inappropriate his recent behavior actually was. Getting right into his personal space, she emphasizes just how dangerous his lack of self-awareness can be. A tense silence hangs between them as they stare directly into each other's eyes from mere inches away. The mood shifts when the girl suddenly puffs out her cheeks in a cute and comical display of frustration. Breaking the tension, she bursts into genuine laughter and apologizes for making things so incredibly weird between them. Through tears of relief, she admits that being together again feels like returning to the happy days of last year. Reaching out tentatively, she brushes her fingers against his tracksuit sleeve to confirm his physical presence is real. She asks about his old injury, while he assures her that he is fully recovered and she can stop worrying. However, her pained smile tells him that she still carries an immense amount of guilt for their past. Yukito realizes their bond is no longer equal because she would likely forgive him for absolutely anything he did. Tanaka waves and calls the group forward, while Shiori walks beside Yukito in the quiet forest. A brief moment of physical contact ends abruptly as their hands drift apart in the cool air. Yukito reflects on how time has frozen between him and Shiori since that fateful middle school day. Eventually, the hiking group reaches a prominent wooden sign marking the summit of the majestic mountain. The students line up against the safety railing to admire the breathtaking panoramic view of the distant peaks. Yukito looks out over the landscape while Tanaka stretches his arms and complains about his growing hunger. Anticipating the need for a break, the boy reveals he brought a blue picnic sheet for everyone. Soon, the clearing is filled with groups of students sitting on mats and enjoying their packed lunches. Yukito sits beside Hinagi and quietly asks if her treated injury is holding up during the rest. Hinagi looks down at her ankle, surprised by the effectiveness of the quick first aid she received. Noticing her surprise, he offers extra bandages while explaining his habit of always being overprepared. Shiori chimes in by mentioning how he used to get injured back in their third middle school year. With a gentle and warm smile, Shiori admits that she was always watching him during those times. The conversation shifts as she curiously asks him why he decided to help her so readily today. He simply states that as classmates and group members, it is only natural to worry for one another. Suddenly, Yukito catches sight of a familiar accessory dangling from her bag and stares in recognition. The object is revealed to be a small, well-worn teddy bear strap attached to her mobile phone. Shiori is visibly moved when she realizes that he actually remembered the origins of the tiny trinket. He confirms it was a prize from a past summer festival, sparking a brief moment of shared nostalgia. Clutching the precious bear tightly, she smiles warmly while remembering how happy they used to be back then. Yukito asks if she fought with her boyfriend, while Hinagi struggles to find the right words to respond. Looking down in sorrow, the girl remains silent as a single tear begins to form in her eye. Gazes at the mountains, she asks what one should do after treading on a loved one's precious feelings. The boy advises her to simply apologize, though she fears that forgiveness might be impossible to achieve now. Yukito pauses to think deeply about her dilemma, while maintaining a calm and neutral expression on his face. He suggests that they should focus on building an entirely new relationship instead of clinging to the past. Taken aback by his unexpected suggestion, Hinagi stares at him with wide, shocked eyes in the middle of nature. Sitting down on the trail, he explains that starting over is always an option if the past is broken. The young woman looks at him with newfound hope, her blush deepening as she processes his thoughtful advice. She finally smiles softly to herself, realizing that his perspective offers a way forward for both of them. Standing up with renewed resolve, she sincerely thanks him for the guidance and the much-needed emotional support. Bowing deeply before him, the girl offers a heartfelt apology for all the harsh things she previously said. She confesses her long-held desire to apologize, while admitting her excitement about being close to him again. Stunned by her sudden humility, Yukito questions her behavior while feeling a sense of growing unease and confusion. Hinagi continues her confession, labeling herself as selfish and arrogant for only considering her own complicated feelings. In a dramatic outburst, she shouts her apology to the entire clearing while their classmates watch in disbelief. Her head remains bowed low in a sincere gesture of regret as she waits for his inevitable reaction. Feeling awkward and out of his depth, the boy stammers an apology of his own, despite his confusion. Her expression suddenly shifts to one of chilling intensity, as she claims no memory of him being cruel. Ultimately, Hinagi gazes at him with a puzzled look, leaving their relationship in a state of baffling uncertainty. Yukito offers a sincere apology, admitting he never intended to spread rumors about Hinagi's current boyfriend. Looking down solemnly, he expresses his gratitude, claiming he wouldn't have understood his mistakes without her guidance. Hinagi reacts with absolute shock, shouting that she is the one who should be apologizing for her actions. She tearfully acknowledges that his previous harsh words were simply the truth she needed to finally face herself. With a rare and gentle smile, the boy explains that their distance isn't due to a simple quarrel. The wind rustles through the trees as he silently admits that her kindness made meeting her too painful. Tears stream down Hinagi's face as she laments that their meeting only caused him further emotional suffering. Watching her carefully, Yukito realizes that she remains an incredibly important person in his life, regardless of time. Determined to avoid causing more trouble, he silently vows to pray for her happiness from a safe distance. The two stand separated by a dark void, signifying they are no longer childhood friends, but merely classmates. Back at the base of the mountain, the students prepare to board the bus as the trip concludes. Suddenly, Yukito stops at the bus door, sensing that something vital is missing from their group's belongings. Hinagi frantically searches through her bag, her voice trembling as she realizes a precious item is gone. The group gathers around as she reveals that her cherished teddy bear strap has completely disappeared. She panics, concluding that the accessory must have fallen off somewhere during their long descent down the mountain. When she tries to run back into the woods, Yukito grabs her arm and warns her against recklessness. He points out that her boyfriend could easily replace such a trivial item, but his words sting her. Exploding in frustration, the girl screams that she doesn't want to hear his cold logic another second. The boy stands frozen, genuinely confused by how much she valued that old and unattractive teddy bear prize. Though the bus is waiting, he realizes he cannot simply leave her alone in such a distraught state. Holding her phone tightly, Hinagi wonders if losing her precious strap is yet another cruel divine punishment. While sitting on the bus, she regrets being so overexcited to finally talk to Yukito again today. The lost teddy bear was more than an accessory, serving as proof of their irreplaceable past bond. Recalling their last happy memory at the summer festival when he had won that special prize, she realizes that even a replacement wouldn't fix the void left by her own previous mistakes. Staring out the window, the girl desperately considers returning to the mountain to search for it immediately. But the sharp, Throbbing pain in her injured feet quickly reminds her of her current physical limitations. Back at the high school, the group disembarks while the day transitions into a regular class setting. Fujishiro Sensei enters the classroom looking completely drained and immediately demands to know where Yukito has gone. A student explains that he supposedly went home early due to feeling unwell, surprising his hiking teammates. Shiori watches the empty seat with annoyance, frustrated that the problem child didn't inform her of his departure. Despite the class chatter, Hinagi remains deeply unsettled, her thoughts solely focused on Yukito's sudden and mysterious disappearance. Deep within the quiet mountain woods, the wind whistles through the trees as a solitary figure moves. Steady footsteps crunch against the soil, while a determined voice chuckles softly in the shadows of the forest. Yukito stands triumphantly on the trail, boldly announcing his return to the site of their previous hiking trip. He sighs at his own stubbornness, acknowledging that their long history makes it impossible for him to stay away. Remembering Hinagi's earlier look of pure joy, his resolve to help her find her lost treasure strengthens. He admits to himself that seeing her so distressed makes it absolutely impossible to ignore her feelings. Starting his long trek, he vows to search the entire mountain once before, finally giving up for good. A nostalgic photo on a phone screen serves as a reminder of the complex relationship between the two. Hinagi lies awake in her bedroom, staring blankly at her phone while the weight of the day settles. Tossing and turning under the sheets, she wonders if she has lost the chance to return to the past. Memories of a distant summer festival suddenly flood her mind, filled with bright lights and crowded food stalls. She vividly recalls a moment when Yukito reached out to hold her hand, only for her to pull away. Her face flushes as she remembers being too embarrassed by her own nervous, sweaty palms to accept him. Unfortunately, that missed opportunity meant he never attempted to hold her hand ever again after that fateful night. Looking back at their younger selves, she wonders if their friendship could have survived if she acted differently. A vision of a missed kiss haunts her, representing the deeper relationship they almost shared before everything broke. In the present, she clutches her phone and cries silently, mourning the loss of her precious teddy bear strap. A mental image of shattered glass symbolizes her belief that she is the one who destroyed their connection. High on the dark mountain, a cold wind howls through the trees as the late night grows increasingly unforgiving. Amidst the dense brush, a hand finally catches the thin string of the lost and soiled teddy bear strap. Yukito stares at the item in his palm, stunned that his desperate search actually yielded a successful result. He gazes at the cheap prize, still unable to comprehend why she treasures such a simple and worn item. Reflecting on his own life, he realizes he had long ago discarded every single memento of their past. Feeling physically exhausted from the search, he decides it is finally time to head back down the trail. Suddenly, his foot catches on the treacherous edge of a steep slope, sending him tumbling into the darkness. Time seems to slow down as he falls into the black void, realizing his journey might end here. Visions of his family and the people he recently met flash before his eyes in a final goodbye. Closing his eyes, he humorously laments that he has very few acquaintances to leave behind as he falls. Yukito tumbles down the steep mountain slope into the pitch-black darkness, his consciousness fading as he falls. A nostalgic memory of a lively summer festival, filled with bright stalls and crowds, suddenly flashes through his mind. Back in the past, Hinagi excitedly points at a fruit candy stall while dressed in a beautiful floral kimono. Yukito asks why she isn't choosing her usual apple candy, causing the embarrassed girl to avoid his questioning gaze. They enjoy the festival treats together, while surrounded by the warmth and excitement of the bustling night market. Hinagi laughs joyfully while sharing the moment, her face glowing under the soft light of the festival lanterns. She then leads him to a shooting game stall and eagerly asks him to win a specific prize. Yukito skeptically eyes a peculiar teddy bear strap, wondering aloud why she would want such a strange-looking item. With the girl cheering him on, he takes careful aim with the cork gun at the target shelf. The bear falls as he remembers how her frustration with him only seemed to grow during their middle school years. They walk together afterward, and Hinagi expresses her sincere hope that they will return to the festival next year. She beams with a radiant smile, believing that their special relationship will continue to flourish into the future. Yukito looks at her with a gentle expression, silently agreeing that their bond is something worth protecting forever. Suddenly, a magnificent firework explodes in the night sky as Hinagi attempts to confess something very important to him. However, the loud booms of the continuing fireworks drown out her voice while she struggles to remain composed. The massive crowd surges forward to get a better view, accidentally pushing the two young teenagers closer together. Yukito quickly reaches out and grabs her hand to keep her from getting lost in the dense crowd. A sudden, sharp sound highlights the tension as Hinagi flinches violently and pulls her hand away from him. The boy stares in stunned silence, unable to comprehend why she rejected his attempt to protect her. Hinagi looks up with wide, tearful eyes, her face glowing with a painful mix of embarrassment and regret. Yukito turns his back to Hinagi at the festival, leaving her standing alone amidst the festive stalls. Clutching a handkerchief, Hinagi realizes she should have noticed his growing feelings much earlier that night. Deep down, she regrets that her immature actions ended up teaching him a very painful lesson. Meanwhile, under the bursting fireworks, Yukito stands stunned, accepting that their childhood relationship is finally over. He processes the weight of her sudden rejection while staring at his open palm in silence. Shifting scenes, a quiet room sits in near darkness, highlighting a sense of profound and heavy isolation. On a nearby desk, a clock ticks away the hours next to a small, abandoned teddy bear. Inside the bed, Yukito battles an intense fever while wearing a cooling patch on his forehead. After his collapse, the thermometer reveals a high temperature, while Yuri watches him with deep concern. Time passes slowly as the clock reaches nearly 1, marking over half a day of deep sleep. Waking up at last, the boy's eyes look tired and heavy from the immense physical toll. He recalls a hazy memory of Hinagi smiling happily in her kimono during the summer festival. Nearby, the small teddy bear serves as a silent reminder of the past he tried to reclaim. With a heavy heart, he realizes there is still one important task he must complete today. He decides he must return the precious item to its rightful owner as soon as possible. Returning to school the following morning, the massive campus stands silent under the bright, early sun. Yuri suddenly appears at the classroom door and calls for a student to join her outside immediately. Surprised by the request, Tanaka points at himself, while Hinagi watches with a very confused expression. Watching them walk away, the other students gossip about a possible romance blooming between the two. Ultimately, Hinagi worries about Yukito's well-being, remembering how poorly he looked during their hike yesterday. Yuri pulls Tanaka aside in the school hallway, intending to ask him about the previous day's events. She confronts him with a serious expression, demanding to know why Yukito returned home late and completely soaked. Eavesdropping nearby, Hinagi is struck with shock upon learning that her friend stayed out in the rain. A sudden realization about the missing teddy bear strap flashes through her mind as the pieces connect. Hinagi suddenly sprints away from her classmates in a state of frantic and worried panic. Later, Yuri catches up with Hinagi and explains that Yukito is merely resting from a simple common fever. She remarks that it was considerate of Hinagi to check on him, causing her to feel increasingly guilty. However, the older sister's aura turns menacing as she warns the girl not to provoke her anger. Hinagi flinches under the intense pressure, realizing the gravity of the older woman's protective and sharp gaze. Yuri demands an explanation for the boy's late return, looking down at the trembling student with suspicion. Overwhelmed by guilt, Hinagi desperately apologizes and admits that her unnecessary words caused the entire messy situation. Yuri sighs in frustration, while Hinagi insists that she must apologize regardless of any potential misunderstandings. As Yuri begins to walk away, Hinagi follows closely behind while begging for a chance to make amends. Turning back with a terrifyingly sharp glare, the sister strictly forbids the girl from visiting their home. Hinagi is left standing frozen in the empty school corridor while Yuri disappears into the distance alone. The sun begins to set as the perspective shifts back to the quiet, high-rise apartment complex. Yukito strikes a dramatic and energetic pose to celebrate his sudden and complete physical recovery. Despite his high spirits, he quickly slumps down on the bed, feeling incredibly hungry and very bored. A loud sound from the next room catches his attention, prompting him to look toward the closed door. He listens curiously to the muffled shouting, wondering why there seems to be a heated argument occurring nearby. Yuri pulls Tanaka aside in the hallway, needing to ask him about the previous day's events. She demands to know why Yukito came home so late and completely drenched from the falling rain. Eavesdropping from around the corner, Hinagi is visibly shaken by the news of her friend's condition. She realizes that Yukito must have stayed out in the rain to find her lost teddy bear. Overwhelmed by worry and guilt, the young girl suddenly turns and sprints down the empty school corridor. Later, Yuri meets with Hinagi and dismissively explains that her brother is only suffering from a cold. Her gaze turns ice cold as she warns the student to stay away from her family from now on. The older sister's face twists into a terrifying expression of pure, unadulterated rage and protective instinct. Hinagi flinches in fear, realizing the depth of the animosity the older woman holds toward her now. Yuri towers over her, questioning why she returned so late and what exactly she did to Yukito. Through frantic tears, the girl desperately apologizes for her selfish behavior and the trouble she caused them. Despite the apology, Yuri remains unmoved and declares that some misunderstandings can never be easily forgiven. As Yuri attempts to leave, Hinagi follows her while pleading for one more chance to fix things. Turning back with a final chilling command, the sister strictly forbids the girl from ever visiting again. Left standing alone in the hallway, Hinagi watches her go while trembling with a sense of defeat. The scene shifts back to the quiet high-rise apartment building as the evening sun begins to set. Inside his room, a fully recovered Yukito strikes a confident pose to celebrate his return to health. However, his excitement is short-lived as he slumps onto his bed, feeling bored and incredibly hungry. A thunderous slam echoes through the house, signaling Yuri's return to the apartment in a total rage. Yukito approaches the source of the noise, hearing voices raised in a heated argument behind the door. Hinagi rushes through the nighttime streets, desperately calling out Yukito's name as she searches for him. Back at the apartment, a grumpy Yukito tells Shiori to stay away because he is incredibly sweaty. Relief washes over Hinagi as she weeps, terrified that something terrible had happened to him on the mountain. She recalls how Yuri had sternly driven her away from their home during her previous visit. Despite the scolding, she giggles through her tears, realizing Yuri was probably just hungry and irritable. Yukito reflects on how Hinagi always seemed dissatisfied and angry with him throughout their middle school years. Reaching out, he nonchalantly hands her the dirty teddy bear strap and tells her to take it home. Seeing the item, she realizes he truly went back into the dangerous woods just to find it. Her voice trembles with genuine emotion as she whispers a heartfelt thank you to the boy. Crying tears of joy, she clutches the small strap tightly, viewing it as an unbreakable bond between them. As they walk home together, he asks about her injury, while she assures him she is fine. The familiar streets remind her of their childhood when they used to play until being scolded for staying out. Slowing her pace, she admits that she isn't quite ready for this peaceful night to end yet. The serious mood breaks as he teases her about foot odors, sparking another loud and familiar argument. She shouts in frustration that he completely misunderstood her concern, her face red with anger and embarrassment. He notes that this fiery and energetic attitude is much more like the real Hinagi he once knew. For a moment, he actually believed that her personality had shifted into something completely different and unrecognizable. Pausing under the streetlights, she softly asks if he thinks that she has changed at all over time. Trembling, she confesses her deep regret and her long-standing desire to change since that one fateful day. Finally, she asks why he searched for the bear, while he simply replies that he helps those in trouble. Hinagi looks away with a troubled expression, questioning if their past as childhood friends still matters. Yukito remains stoic, stating that her status doesn't change the current reality of their broken relationship. Looking down with a heavy heart, he admits that he can no longer remain by her side. Desperate to stop him, Hinagi grabs his arm and begs him to stay with her forever. She suddenly reveals the shocking truth that she is no longer in a relationship with her senior. Yukito is stunned as she admits the 2-week romance ended long ago without him ever knowing. With tearful eyes, she pleads for a chance to return to the way things were before. Looking physically pained, the boy bluntly rejects her request by stating that such a return is impossible. Hinagi demands to know why it's too late, asking if his heart now belongs to Shiori instead. Placing a hand over his heart, he confesses that he can no longer remember his past feelings. The girl clutches her chest in agony, unable to process the cold reality of his emotional distance. Driven to desperation, she shouts that she has actually loved him since they were very small children. She tearfully explains her immense joy when he confessed. Despite her inability to give an immediate answer, her hand trembles violently as she grips her uniform, her heart shattered by the weight of regret. Yukito places a firm hand on her shoulder, while the streetlights cast long, dark shadows around them. Staring into her eyes with a hollow gaze, he coldly states that he never expected her to be such a liar. Absolute shock washes over Hinagi's face as she reels from his sudden and devastating verbal blow. He questions how she could love him while choosing to date another person during their middle school years. Standing under the dim lights, she gazes up at him while searching for the words to explain her past. She clutches the worn teddy bear tightly, insisting that her current feelings for him are not a lie. Hinagi desperately shouts that her feelings are genuine while clutching the worn teddy bear strap tightly. Reflecting on her past, she remembers the overwhelming anxiety she felt during their middle school years. Back then, Yukito was popular and mature, naturally drawing the attention of everyone around him. Consequently, consumed by insecurity and fear of losing him, she admits to making a terrible, impulsive decision. She recalls seeing him with others, which fueled a growing sense of jealousy she couldn't control. Furthermore, the weight of her lies eventually became a heavy chain, making the situation feel completely irreversible. Looking back, a younger Hinagi brightly promised to always remain his most loyal and devoted ally. In response, the young boy vowed to always be there to help her whenever she faced trouble. They sealed their childhood bond with a sincere pinky promise, believing their friendship would never change. Surprisingly, despite the years of distance, he actually fulfilled that ancient promise by finding her lost treasure. Holding the bear, she realizes the painful irony of his kindness, despite her past betrayals. Shortly after, Yukito begins to walk away, offering one final cold look over his shoulder at her. Standing alone in the quiet street, she watches his receding figure while clutching the teddy bear. Meanwhile, her legs tremble as she acknowledges how her own deception continues to torture both of them. Despite the crushing guilt, she struggles to find the courage to finally speak her hidden truth. The terrifying thought of revealing her true heart leaves her paralyzed with an intense, suffocating fear. She loathes herself for the jealousy and ugliness that have poisoned her heart for so long. Convinced that showing her real self will make him hate her, she remains trapped in silence. Drowning in a sea of regret, she feels as though she is gasping for air underwater. Ultimately, she resolves to take one final step forward and reveal the truth she has hidden. Hinagi realizes that starting over requires her to first accept the pain of being hated by Yukito. Instead of fixing the past, she decides to throw all her hidden ugliness at him and move forward. Cradling the teddy bear, she vows that this will be the very last apology she ever offers him. Even if it leads to him despising her, she resolves to begin their relationship once more from scratch. With a determined gaze, she prepares to finally experience what a true and honest love truly feels like. Transitionally, Yuri waits at the school gate, reaching out to her brother with a playful and knowing smirk. Yukito stands in complete silence, processing his sister's sudden and unexpected appearance at his school this morning. She casually presents a 1,000 yen bill as payment for the careful nursing he provided her just yesterday. When he reacts with confusion, she quickly claims she was only joking about the measly payment amount. Presenting a much larger 5,000 yen note, she catches him completely off guard with her sudden financial gesture. Growing intensely annoyed, the sister demands to know if he is trying to make a fool out of her. She suggests walking together while holding hands, insisting he still needs physical support during his recovery from illness. Horrified by the thought, the boy imagines the massive social disaster of being seen holding his sister's hand. Internally, he fears that repeating such intimate behavior will only lead back to their past family tragedies. Standing his ground, The boy flatly refuses her request as they face off near the crowded school entrance. A close-up of Yuri shows a subtle and mysterious smile while she observes her brother's firm defensive stance. Meanwhile, the surrounding students begin to notice the tense and unusual interaction occurring between the two siblings. Whispers and curious glances spread through the crowd as onlookers watch the popular senior confront the first-year student. Peers speculate on their relationship, debating whether they are actually a secret couple or just very close siblings. Yukito breaks into a cold sweat, wondering why his simple school life is becoming so incredibly complicated again. The school bell rings loudly at 1 o'clock, marking the transition into the long-awaited afternoon break period. Yukito collapses onto his wooden desk in total exhaustion, wondering how his simple school life became so chaotic. Tanaka approaches with a cheerful greeting, jokingly calling him a popular lady killer while flashing a playful peace sign. Yukito shouts back that his morning walk with Yuri wasn't nearly as intimate as it looked to others. The boy complains that the constant, stinging stares from his classmates have made the entire morning completely unbearable. Determined to escape the heavy atmosphere, he announces his plan to head toward the school cafeteria or store. Kyoka gasps in sudden realization while her companion continues reading her book with a bored and indifferent look. Her friend asks what's wrong, prompting a conversation about the strange and suspicious morning encounter with the sister. She excitedly describes a theory called anicapsu, comparing it to social arrangements involving older women providing for boys. While Kyoka feels a deep sense of unease, her friend suggests that being blunt was probably the right choice. During lunch, Kyoka sits quietly at her desk while slowly eating her bento and remaining lost in thought. A classmate informs her that a boy is waiting outside to speak with her, catching her completely off guard. Her friends tease her about being so popular, while she nervously excuses herself to handle the unexpected visitor. Stepping out of the room, the girl feels a heavy weight of social pressure regarding this sudden private meeting. The boy, Suma, gets straight to the point and asks if she would consider becoming his official girlfriend. Kyoka looks away with a troubled and conflicted expression, struggling to find the right words for a response. She stammers in total confusion as the boy waits patiently for her to address his incredibly bold proposal. Bowing her head slightly, she offers a sincere apology, while Suma asks to understand the reason for her rejection. She blushes while admitting that she cannot date him because they are practically strangers who barely know anything. Smiling brightly, Suma suggests dating specifically as a way to get to know each other or asks about others. Kyoka awkwardly explains she isn't interested in a relationship, leaving the atmosphere tense and filled with silent rejection. The rejected boy stands stunned while she looks away, unable to offer any more words to comfort him. Meanwhile, Yukito sits alone on the stairs, observing the entire uncomfortable exchange with a look of pure indifference. When the pair finally notices his presence, the protagonist bluntly asks to be treated like invisible, non-existent air. He gestures for them to continue their dramatic scene, which only serves to irritate Suma even further. Eventually giving up on the awkward confrontation, the suitor departs while the girl offers a final apologetic bow. Relieved that the noisy spectacle has finally concluded, Yukito prepares to finish his lunch in much-needed peace. However, his solitude vanishes instantly when Kyoka suddenly decides to sit down right next to him on the stairs. She jokingly wonders if he was hiding there to confess his own feelings, laughing off his cold demeanor. Despite receiving no invitation, she starts rambling about her lack of knowledge regarding the boy who just confessed. Yukito remains utterly unimpressed, questioning why this senior lacks the common sense to respect her junior's private time. Her pride takes a massive hit as she realizes she is losing the battle for his attention to bread. Internally, the boy labels her a thoroughly bothersome and unstable individual for bothering a stranger during his lunch. She pouts and mocks his solitary lifestyle, assuming his lack of friends is why he eats in isolation. Things escalate when Yukito calls her a total attention seeker, leaving the girl absolutely speechless at his blunt honesty. He mockingly pretends to be moved to tears by his own loneliness, driving the senior further into a frenzy. Flustered by his relentless sarcasm, Kyoka begs him to stop before her reputation is damaged even further. She puffs out her cheeks in annoyance while he nonchalantly finishes his drink without acknowledging her presence. Shifting her approach, she formally introduces herself as second year Kyoka Suma, with a bright and friendly smile. Unfortunately, Yukito remains focused on his bread, completely ignoring her introduction as she desperately begs for attention. Yukito finally introduces himself, and Kyoka wonders if he plans to keep eating lunch there frequently. She smiles warmly while suggesting that she might start visiting the stairs occasionally to see him. Letting out a weary sigh, the boy internally laments how bothersome and complicated his social life is becoming. Flustered by his attitude, Kyoka insists her praise is genuine, while demanding more respect from her junior. Standing up abruptly, the girl thanks him for helping to lighten her mood during their brief conversation. Yukito jokingly asks for a consultation fee, prompting her to promise him some cream bread next time. He mockingly calls her Goddess Senpai, causing her to scream in embarrassment and beg him to stop. Eventually, the girl walks away while Yukito watches her receding figure from his spot on the stairs. Sitting alone once more, he wonders if a peaceful and quiet school life will ever be possible. Shortly after, heavy rain begins to pour down relentlessly on the city streets as the day ends. Yukito stands sheltered under a building, annoyed that the weather forecast completely failed to predict the downpour. Realizing he lacks an umbrella, he prepares to sprint the remaining short distance back to his apartment. Letting out a loud shout, the boy runs into the storm while shielding his head with a bag. Suddenly, he spots a woman struggling with a car trunk amidst the heavy and unforgiving rainfall nearby. The distressed lady carries a large box while attempting to manage a heavy suitcase in the mud. Observing her massive amount of luggage, Yukito realizes he cannot simply walk past someone in such obvious trouble. Suddenly, the heavy cardboard box begins to slip from her wet hands, prompting a startled cry of alarm. Yukito quickly rushes forward to catch the box before it hits the ground while checking on her well-being. He offers to assist with the luggage, claiming that helping neighbors is only natural in this situation. Smiling with pure relief, the woman asks if she can rely on his kindness for the task. Misaki giggles at Yukito's outdated slang, while the boy defensively explains the meaning of common high school terms. Leading the way into her home, the young woman invites him inside to set down the heavy boxes. Once inside the cluttered living room, she gestures for him to take a seat on the comfortable sofa. Feeling quite flustered by the invitation, Yukito sits awkwardly as she expresses her sincere gratitude once again. Misaki serves warm tea while formally introducing herself to the boy who helped her in the pouring rain. The atmosphere shifts when Yukito shares his name, causing the woman to freeze in visible and total shock. Repeating his name slowly, she stares at him with an intense gaze that leaves him feeling extremely confused. He wonders if they share a past connection, but she quickly dismisses his curiosity with a playful, lighthearted smile. Suddenly, she sits remarkably close to him on the small couch, catching the protagonist completely off guard once more. While sipping his tea, Yukito tentatively asks if she lives by herself in this spacious and new apartment. The conversation turns heavy as Misaki unexpectedly reveals the painful details of her failed engagement and personal struggles. Stunned by her sudden openness, the boy stares in silence while she shares her deep and hidden emotional scars. Internally, he questions why a total stranger would choose this specific moment to confide such intimate life burdens. Gazing into the distance, the woman reflects on the alternate life she might have led with her own children. She further confesses her failed ambition to become a teacher, leaving the boy unsure of how to properly respond. Unexpectedly, Misaki grabs his hands with a desperate intensity, pleading to know if he genuinely views her well. Her eyes shimmer with vulnerability as she waits for his validation, appearing deeply anxious about his final judgment. Yukito offers a gentle and reassuring response, attempting to soothe her troubled heart with his straightforward and kind words. Overwhelmed by his sincerity, she smiles through her tears while whispering a heartfelt thank you to her savior. Finally, she asks if they can be friends, as she holds his hands tightly amidst a warm, glowing backdrop. Misaki suddenly suggests visiting Yukito's parents to properly introduce herself as their new neighbor, catching him off guard. Despite his hesitation, the energetic woman grabs his hand and pulls him through the streets toward his home. Arriving at the front door, the boy pants from exhaustion while Misaki excitedly reaches out to ring the bell. Inside the house, a dark-haired woman hears the chime and looks up with a look of mild curiosity. Currently busy in the kitchen with the rice cooker, Yukito's mother wonders who could be visiting at this hour. Opening the door, she is greeted by the sight of her son standing beside a beautiful and unknown woman. The mother tilts her head in confusion, politely asking the stranger about her business with her young son. Misaki brightly introduces herself as Himiya, the new neighbor, while offering a traditional gift of buckwheat noodles. She explains how Yukito kindly helped her with heavy luggage, though the boy desperately wants to escape the situation. Much to his surprise, the woman continues to hold his hand firmly, while their palms begin to sweat noticeably. Leaning in close, Misaki whispers that she wants to reward him properly for his great kindness earlier today. She offers to do anything he likes, causing the boy to feel completely overwhelmed by her intense romantic aura. Trying to maintain his composure, Yukito sternly warns her not to treat him so leniently or spoil him further. He declares that her extreme kindness might lead him to do something incredibly bold, like hugging her tightly. Unexpectedly, Misaki pulls him into a deep embrace, while his mother watches the scene with a horrified expression. As she holds him close, the mother stands frozen in the doorway while staring at the two in disbelief. A sudden and loud shout echoes throughout the quiet apartment complex as night finally falls over the city. After the chaotic moment, Misaki gently pats Yukito's head and admits that she feels quite satisfied now. She apologizes for treating him like a child, though he admits the experience felt strangely nostalgic and fresh. Finally, he remarks that her comforting presence reminds him of a mother, leaving his parent completely speechless. Misaki accepts Yukito's apology with a gentle laugh, inviting him to rely on her whenever he needs support. Looking quite somber, the woman admits that offering small kindnesses is the only thing she can currently do. A close-up of the mother's eye shows her sudden, sharp realization upon hearing the neighbor's familiar last name. Misaki cheerily bids them good night and departs, while the mother remains frozen in the doorway, lost in thought. The door shuts with a loud thud as the mother stands alone, visibly shaken by the recent encounter. Her eyes reflect a deep well of sadness as she contemplates the hidden pain within her own household. Unaware of her internal turmoil, Yukito casually fixes his hair while preparing to settle in for the night. The parent reflects on her son's lack of emotional dependence, wondering when he stopped being an innocent child. A haunting image of the boy's empty gaze highlights his complete lack of expectation toward his own family. Consumed by regret, she blames herself for the series of events that led to their current cold relationship. She watches him with a mournful expression, realizing the boy has likely given up on being loved entirely. Yukito nonchalantly comments on her early return, prompting his mother to attempt a more normal and friendly tone. She announces her transition to remote work, hoping that staying home will finally help mend their broken bond. Internally, the mother acknowledges this might be her very last chance to truly reconcile with her distant son. A sweet memory of their younger, happier days flashes by, strengthening her resolve to fix the current mess. Putting on her white apron, she enthusiastically vows to work hard to become a proper mother once more. Suddenly, Yuri returns from school and offers a tired greeting, while Yukito watches from his seat. The older sister enters the room with a dominant presence, immediately turning her focused attention toward her brother. Reaching out with a steady hand, she prepares to initiate a sudden and very direct interaction with Yukito. Yuri leans in close, declaring that he doesn't need money if he has a favor to ask her. Yuri challenges Yukito by leaning in close, asking what exactly he wants her to do for him. Remembering their morning encounter, she offers him a large sum of money to satisfy any hidden desires. The boy remains remarkably calm while offering his full cooperation, much to his sister's absolute and visible shock. Yuri flushes deep red as he mentions his lack of expenses, while questioning if her suggestions are unhealthy. Clutching her uniform, the young woman declares that she has finally made a firm and irreversible life decision. She leans in with intense resolve, promising to do anything for him without needing a single yen. With a soft and affectionate smile, she admits her only wish is to be useful to her brother. Suddenly, their mother's voice rings out from the kitchen, calling for Yuri to help with the evening chores. Yuri heads to the kitchen while Yukito observes the domestic scene with a distant and unreadable expression. Alone in his thoughts, the boy continues to process the strange and evolving dynamics within his own home. Later that night, the city falls quiet while the siblings continue their cryptic and emotionally charged conversation. The next day, a faculty member watches the school grounds from his office window with great interest. Outside on the track, the first-year students begin their mandatory physical fitness tests under the bright sun. The observer is immediately struck by the incredible speed displayed by one particular student during the dash. Yukito sprints across the finish line with total focus, pushing his physical limits during the competitive school exam. However, the popular Tanaka easily secures victory, while the exhausted protagonist collapses onto the dry ground. Transitioning to the flexibility test, Yukito struggles through a seated stretch while his rival watches with amusement. A sudden and loud commotion from the other side of the field catches the pair's immediate attention. Shiori stands surrounded by impressed classmates after setting a new record that leaves everyone completely stunned. The narrator notes her incredible natural talent, suggesting it would be a waste for her to remain clubless. Yukito gazes ahead silently, while considering his recent blunt interactions with classmates on the school field. A close-up focuses on Shiori's face as she shows signs of physical strain during the fitness test. Someone waves and shouts. Tanaka approaches to ask if Shiori is feeling okay after noticing her uncharacteristic lack of energy today. She puts on a brave face and energetically claims to be perfectly healthy despite her obvious exhaustion. Yukito reflects on a specific childhood detail regarding her tendency to hide her true feelings from others. He bluntly tells her that she was always an expert liar, leaving her completely stunned and speechless. Internally, he worries that his direct words have unnecessarily dampened the group's cheerful spirit during the activity. Shiori grabs his sleeve. Through frantic apologies, she confesses to skipping breakfast to avoid making anyone worry about her current condition. She admits to only eating cup noodles as Yukito scolds her for neglecting her nutrition during growth spurts. The girl's thoughts drift toward her physical measurements, whereas the boys watch her with visible and awkward confusion. Tanaka reacts with shock at her openness, urging Yukito to suggest they discuss such private details later. Their classmates ask Yukito how he managed to notice her poor physical condition when nobody else could. He explains that when Shiori is happy, her ponytail bounces with a very specific and recognizable rhythmic energy. Flustered by his keen observation, she loudly protests that her hair does not function like a dog's tail. Yukito attributes his deduction to his natural observation skills, but the other girls watch him with genuine surprise. He offers a final piece of advice, recommending her not to overexert herself for the rest of the day. Blushing deeply, Shiori offers a quiet and sincere apology for causing him any unnecessary worry or stress. Yukito leaves the scene. Yukito reflects on a lingering sense of unease while observing the massive high school building from the grounds. Suddenly, a hand slams against the glass with explosive force, shattering the peaceful atmosphere in an instant. Startled, Yukito finds himself cornered by a group of intense students from various athletic school clubs. Two girls in athletic attire stare him down with burning eyes, clearly interested in his physical potential. Another pair of club members approaches with confident smirks, further surrounding the bewildered and trapped protagonist. Yukito internally panics, wondering if he has somehow been reincarnated into the world of a high-energy dating sim. He desperately pleads with the girls not to read his inner thoughts while maintaining his defensive stance. The short-haired girl bluntly demands he join the girls' basketball club, hoping he will accept her proposal. Stunned by the request, he reacts with total disbelief while staring at the group of determined athletes. Shiori interjects, announcing her intention to join whatever club he chooses as their dedicated and loyal manager. Yukito shouts in frustration, pointing out the absolute impossibility of joining a sports team meant for girls. Suddenly, a member of the track team grabs his tracksuit and attempts to drag him away. The boy expresses his gratitude while the recruiter tells him not to worry about the surrounding chaos. The track star explains that recruiting him means getting Shiori as a manager too. A massive win. The protagonist is horrified to learn that Tanaka apparently consented to his recruitment on his behalf. A fierce argument erupts between the various club representatives over who has the right to recruit him first. Baseball, tennis, and soccer players join the fray, creating a chaotic scene of desperate and competing invitations. Yukito laments the extreme shortage of talent in the school, blaming the declining birth rate for this madness. Deciding he has had quite enough, the boy makes a break for it while shouting a final goodbye. A massive stampede of energetic club members chases him across the school field in a comical display. Tanaka laughs uproariously at Yukito's recent and sudden string of misfortune. Yukito stares back with a cold, deadpan expression, silently wishing he could weld his friend's mouth shut. Nearby, Sakurai offers a sincere apology, while Yukito remains visibly exhausted from the earlier commotion. Suddenly, the teacher interrupts the class to announce an upcoming and exciting seat change. Sakurai looks forward with a mix of surprise and anticipation as the lottery begins. Moments later, the girl celebrates her new assignment, while Yukito realizes his isolation is over. During the break, Sakurai tries to engage him using trendy slang, leaving him completely confused. Yukito puzzles over her energetic behavior, internally comparing his popular classmate to a rare creature. They eventually share a rare moment of genuine laughter while joking about their social standings. Flustered by his wit, Sakurai frantically denies having any hidden motives behind her friendly attitude. The classroom atmosphere shifts as the teacher stares down the group while questioning Yukito's jokes. Unexpectedly, Takahashi from the track team approaches to join their established and exclusive social circle. The protagonist immediately rejects the athletic newcomer, declaring his group is strictly for fellow introverts. Sensei scolds the self-proclaimed three idiots for their poor focus, reminding them that exams are coming. Yukito advises Shiori to stay out of trouble with the staff while she looks back concerned. An intense close-up highlights a sharp accusation directed straight at the surprised and confused protagonist. Yukito flinches in shock. The teacher warns about makeup exams while Tanaka asks his friend about his study plans. Tanaka continues his teasing, while Yukito resolves to maintain his family's pride during the tests. Tanaka offers a look of genuine sympathy before someone calls out Yukito's name. Shiori timidly asks Yukito to help her study, while he internally labels her as the group's third idiot. Taking charge, Yukito announces a group study session to the entire class, while designating Tanaka as his assistant. The classroom erupts into scattered applause as the various group members prepare for an intense afternoon of learning. Yukito questions how the session became so crowded, but Shiori joyfully explains everyone simply wanted to join in. The popular girls excitedly claim their designated numbers, while Takahashi worries about failing his club advisor's strict expectations. Hinagi realizes she is the 8th member, as Yukito scolds her for falling behind the others so easily. She frantically protests, claiming a lack of confidence despite her status as a supposedly top-tier honor student. Taking his place at the front, the protagonist stands before the massive blackboard to begin his lecture. With a firm grip on the chalk, he prepares to dissect the most difficult problems from the curriculum. Pointing to a complex equation, he boldly guarantees its appearance on the test while commanding them to memorize it. Absolute silence falls over the students as they stare in total shock at his authoritative and intense teaching style. Sakurai questions his certainty until he reveals the problem has been a recurring staple for 4 consecutive years. He reveals that his legendary sister provided last year's exam papers, making her appear like a literal classroom angel. The group erupts in celebration, praising Yukito as a divine savior who has surely guaranteed their academic success. Continuing his lessons, the boy offers to explain the subtle hints teachers give, while Shiori calls him professor. Suddenly, the energetic girl stands up and shouts that this gathering feels far more intense than a normal session. Looking genuinely confused, Yukito wonders what the issue is, since their goal is simply to solve difficult problems. He pauses to reflect on her outburst, while the atmosphere in the classroom remains strangely tense and heavy. Crossing his arms, the young man thinks deeply while Shiori watches his unreadable expression with a nervous sweat. Ultimately, he looks up with a blank stare as a dark and ominous aura begins to fill the room. Yukito bluntly asks if there's an issue, while Shiori nervously fidgets during their tense classroom interaction. Shortly after, Shiori wails about being hated, while Mihu tries her best to comfort the distraught girl. Meanwhile, Tanaka laughs at the drama as the two friends share a tearful and dramatic embrace nearby. Mihu scolds him for being insensitive, while the protagonist maintains a completely blank and detached expression, comically weeping. Yukito laments his current situation, while Sakurai watches with a mixture of confusion and pity. Sakurai quickly clarifies her actual feelings, leaving the boy feeling even more socially isolated than before. Clutching his head in frustration, he puzzles over the bizarre social rivalry unfolding right before his eyes. Transitionally, Hinagi decides to focus on her studies while holding her textbook with a very determined look. Shiori asks if she can receive help with a problem, catching her friend's immediate and friendly attention. The group reflects on how skilled Hinagi is at explaining complex topics with incredible patience and clarity. Next, Shiori excitedly asks Yukito for specific guidance on a math equation, while he offers a simple response. Leaning over the desk together, the pair focuses intensely on the textbook as the session continues. Following his clear explanation, the young girl joyfully expresses her gratitude for finally understanding the difficult material. Noticing a shift, Yukito observes the strange atmosphere developing between his various former and current classmates. Shiori tentatively pulls Mihu aside for a private conversation, as the protagonist watches them with suspicion. Elsewhere, Shiori looks over at the seated Hinagi, while the complex social dynamics of the group continue. Yukito remains quiet, carefully contemplating the intricate and evolving relationships between the people in his life. Leaning in close, he whispers to Sakurai to ask if there is bad blood between their mutual friends. His companions reveal that the two girls are actually rivals, leaving the boy more confused than before. Ultimately, he considers his own odd dynamic with Elizabeth, comparing their personalities to opposing and clashing forces. Shiori shouts in mock anger, accusing Yukito of intentionally teasing her during their intense study session. Tapping his textbook on the desk, the boy calmly signals the end of their current lesson. The group slumps in exhaustion, while Yukito notes they've finally covered the mandatory exam range. With her brain short-circuiting, the dazed girl wails, while the protagonist suggests a refreshing change of pace. Arriving at a nearby park, Yukito reveals his habit of exercising to clear his cluttered mind. Standing up abruptly, Shiori asks in total shock if he still actively plays his former sport. Clenching his hand tightly, the boy hesitates before addressing the heavy memories attached to the game. Blushing deeply, the young woman tentatively asks if she can join him for his outdoor exercise. With a casual shrug, he tells her to do as she likes. Shiori sparkles with excitement, while her companion watches her reaction with a characteristically deadpan expression. Basketball returns to center stage. Leaping high, Yukito shoots. Yukito examines his arm, admitting to himself that a slight, lingering sense of discomfort still remains there. He steals a quick glance at his companion, while reflecting on the complex emotions tied to playing. Holding two basketballs high, the energetic girl announces the completion of their warm-up routine. Observing her radiant smile, the boy wonders if dragging her along for his distraction was appropriate. A familiar voice calls out. A group of older athletes approaches, led by a former acquaintance who greets Yukito confidently. He introduces the college streetball team while explaining their shared history of playing together in middle school. Shiori clutches the ball tightly, nervously asking if the pretty person standing before them is his girlfriend. Tanaka continues his boisterous laughter while asking if Shiori is Yukito's girlfriend, making her blush furiously. The boy bluntly labels Shiori as a dog instead, sparking her immediate and loud outrage. Back at the court, the older players watch as Shiori continues to protest his ridiculous comparison. Clutching the basketball, she screams about her pedigree, while her face glows with extreme embarrassment. The surrounding group stares in collective disbelief, wondering if she really is just a well-trained pet. Yukito clarifies their actual status as classmates, while Shiori pouts amidst a background of cute dog sketches. The older student, Hayakuma, invites them both to play a game since they already have the ball. His teammates cheer in excitement at the prospect of girls joining their high-energy sports session. The game begins with Yukito taking possession of the ball, while the others move into defensive positions. Using his impressive agility, the protagonist skillfully dribbles past his opponent with a determined focus. He drives toward the basket with intense speed, catching the other players completely off guard. Leaping gracefully into the air, he releases a perfect shot that arcs toward the hoop. The ball swishes through the net as he experiences a rare and sudden surge of adrenaline. Shiori realizes that this competitive match feels entirely different from a mundane physical education class. For the first time in years, a genuine smile appears on Yukito's face as he enjoys himself. Reflecting on the moment, he feels relieved that he can still experience the simple joy of playing. The evening sun shines over the empty basketball hoop, while the high-intensity session finally concludes. Hayakuma and his teammates wave goodbye to the pair, having thoroughly enjoyed their shared time on court. Shiori cheerfully waves back while Yukito stands silently holding the ball as the team departs. As they walk away, the boy announces his desperate need for sugar after their exhausting physical exercise. Yukito decisively declares that their next stop is a crepe stand to satisfy his sudden sugar craving. 2 mouth-watering crepes, topped with rich chocolate and fresh strawberries, are presented as their rewarding post-exercise treat. Standing before the colorful food truck, the pair enjoys their sweets while the sugar finally replenishes their energy. Continuing their walk, Yukito looks content, while Shiori happily munches on her dessert amidst the peaceful evening air. Blushing deeply, Shiori admits that sharing crepes while walking together feels remarkably like a real romantic date. The serious atmosphere quickly breaks as Shiori jokingly complains about going on such a sweaty post-workout outing. She reflects on the mysterious group they met, realizing how many parts of Yukito's life remain unknown to her. With a determined spark in her eyes, the young woman expresses a sincere desire to truly understand him better. Smiling radiantly, she confesses that playing basketball again made her feel like they returned to their happy middle school days. Shiori boldly proposes becoming his manager if he returns to basketball, her face glowing with newfound resolve and hope. The narrative focus shifts toward a symbolic basketball as the story enters a new and revealing emotional chapter. Yukito leaps high and releases a smooth shot, pushing his physical limits despite his long absence from playing. Clutching his wrist, the boy admits that a subtle and lingering sense of physical discomfort still remains today. Meanwhile, Shiori gazes at him with an intense focus, her heart set on seeing his former glory once more. Raising the ball high, the energetic girl celebrates their session while the sun begins to set behind them. Shiori watches him carefully, her expression reflecting a mix of deep admiration and a hidden, persistent emotional weight. Slowly, the two begin to leave the park together while the fading light casts long shadows across the ground. Hayakuma and his teammates wave a friendly farewell, having clearly enjoyed their brief and unexpected match with Yukito. A close-up of Shiori highlights her radiant smile, which seems to illuminate the darkening school grounds around her. Looking back, Yukito recognizes a shadow of his own former passion in the girl's spirited and infectious energy. Shiori gazes at him with deep melancholy, reflecting on how much more he used to smile long ago. As he begins to walk away into the evening light, she watches his back with a pained expression. Suddenly, she reaches out her hand toward him with a desperate and uncontrollable surge of raw emotion. Throwing her arms around his waist from behind, she begs him with tears not to leave her alone. She pours out her heart, confessing that her feelings of love for him have never truly faded away. Hiding her tearful face against his blazer, the young woman laments her past inability to understand his heart. The two stand alone on the quiet street while she realizes just how incredibly painful loving someone can be. Startled by the sudden and intense physical contact, Yukito looks over his shoulder and calls out her name. Her hands grip his sleeves tightly, as if afraid that he might disappear into the shadows once more. Looking up with a trembling but sincere smile, she thanks him for always protecting her through the years. She explains that his past kindness is the reason she can still stand tall today, despite everything else. With a passionate gaze, she asserts that her current love is a genuine truth born from deep sincerity. The boy remains quiet while his mind attributes his rapidly rising heart rate to the recent physical exercise. Shiori stares directly into his eyes, silently pleading for him to finally accept the depth of her confession. Reaching out tentatively, Yukito moves his hand toward her face while the evening shadows lengthen around them. He admits his total confusion regarding how to respond to the sudden distance closing between their hearts. Pointing toward her face, the protagonist breaks the heavy romantic tension with a very characteristic and blunt observation. He notes a small smudge of cream on her cheek, causing the once dramatic atmosphere to shift instantly. While carefully wiping the sweetness away, he scolds her for being so incredibly calculated and manipulative right now. Shiori playfully winks through her blushes, admitting that she simply wanted him to touch her face. Shiori asks why he started basketball, while Yukito looks back at her with a surprised and guarded expression. She then boldly asks if she can be the next reason he chooses to pick up the ball. Clutching her hands, she confesses that she wants to become his motivation and doesn't want things to end. Yukito stares in disbelief, questioning if her request for a motivation is actually a form of sexual harassment. Internally, he labels her request as the worst and desperately prays that she will finally give up on him. To his surprise, Shiori simply smiles and agrees to his conditions while maintaining an unnerving and calm demeanor. A dark thought bubble appears, suggesting she should be abandoned for her own good before things get worse. She warmly declares that she will do anything if it truly helps spark his lost passion for the game. Desperate for an exit, the boy internally begs for her to just walk away and find someone else. Shiori looks at him with tearful eyes, pleading for him to believe that her love is completely genuine. The camera pans down to her trembling uniform as she struggles to convey the depth of her sincere heart. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to a quiet apartment balcony overlooking the city under a dark and cloudy sky. Reflections on the ambiguity of love suggest that feelings are mere illusions, that eventually and inevitably cool down. Contemplating the high divorce rates in Japan, the narrator notes that even eternal love often ends in failure. Back in the apartment, reality feels cruel as Misaki prepares refreshments while Yukito waits awkwardly on the sofa. She announces that the moving cleanup is finally finished, thanking him once again for his invaluable and kind help. Misaki brings a tray with coffee and 2 different cakes, asking him to choose between a Mont Blanc or shortcake. After Yukito selects the Mont Blanc, the woman happily takes the remaining slice for her own sweet treat. While she celebrates their meeting, the protagonist feels as though he has been accidentally kidnapped on his way home. Once again, she sits incredibly close to him, pressing her body against his as a wave of affection follows. Yukito internally screams in panic, convinced his neighbor is intentionally trying to tempt him. He awkwardly apologizes for his sweaty appearance, while Misaki watches him with a calm and curious look. Leaning in closer, the woman reassures him that she actually finds a student's natural scent quite refreshing. As she gently strokes his hair, the boy feels his will to escape rapidly weakening under her touch. Misaki offers a radiant and warm smile, while the protagonist admits his weakness toward such an incredible beauty. Yukito reflects on how his own mother was once the most stunning and admired parent at his school. The atmosphere turns serious as he tentatively asks the woman about the fiancé she mentioned earlier that evening. Playfully surrounded by hearts, Misaki teases him by declaring her singular and intense devotion to her young savior. A quiet vase of flowers sets the scene as Yukito probes deeper into her feelings regarding her past relationship. Mentioning his own mother's divorce, the boy questions the very nature of love and its often tragic outcomes. Consuming her cake, Misaki confirms the genuine and deep love she once held for her former partner. She mournfully acknowledges that even the strongest feelings were ultimately insufficient to overcome their many practical life struggles. Yukito wonders if those former emotions have vanished entirely, prompting the woman to reflect on her own heart. Furthermore, he suggests that only the facts of past affection remain once the initial heat of the heart cools. Gently patting his head again, she encourages him to prioritize his own youthful feelings without overthinking the future. Feeling her fingers through his hair, he silently contemplates the mysterious and lasting impact of her gentle actions. Misaki cups his face and softly states that the memory of hurting someone is a scar that never fades. Absolute surprise flickers in the boy's eyes as he experiences the profoundly intimate and unexpected physical contact. She suddenly excuses herself to get something, leaving the protagonist alone to ponder the weight of their conversation. Gazing at his half-eaten dessert, he realizes that the emotional burden of this encounter is becoming remarkably heavy. Yukito internally panics, convinced Misaki is tempting him while she prepares to present herself in a new way. A close-up of his flustered face shows his extreme discomfort as he realizes he might have made a mistake. Misaki reveals herself in a revealing sweater, prompting the boy to shout in total shock about her choice. She laughs at his terrified reaction while the protagonist backs away in a state of pure and utter panic. Unexpectedly, she straddles him on the sofa while he frantically compliments her outfit to maintain some form of sanity. Leaning in close, she mockingly asks if he will collapse, while his face turns a bright and burning red. A screen filled with hearts displays a desperate plea for forgiveness regarding the highly suggestive and intense situation. Yukito eventually flees the apartment in a hurry, while the woman waves goodbye with a playful, mischievous laugh. Walking home under the night sky, the boy remains completely dazed and blushing from the recent erotic encounter. Eventually reaching his own home, he offers a weak greeting as he enters the quiet and familiar family space. His mother watches in concern as Yukito appears physically unstable and mentally exhausted after his eventful trip outside. Clutching his head, he attempts to explain that the neighbor's intense aura and revealing clothes were nearly fatal. Needing a quick escape, the young man announces his intention to take a long bath to clear his mind. Left alone, his mother reflects on the mysterious woman next door and the growing complexity of her son's life. She mournfully acknowledges her son's terrible luck with women, realizing that his suffering actually began with her own neglect. A nostalgic flashback shows a bright young Yukito, prompting her to wonder if she provided enough maternal love back then. She recalls choosing her work over her son's desire to talk, pushing him away during his most formative years. Memories of leaving him alone with his sister resurface, highlighting the emotional distance she created within their small family. Eventually, she recognizes the heartbreaking reality that her son has completely stopped sharing his inner world with her. She reflects on how even his sister was just a lonely child who desperately needed a proper mother's care. A dark transition panel appears, signaling the start of a significant and life-altering incident in Yukito's past. The boy's eyes grow hollow and empty as he begins to distance himself from everyone around him emotionally. During a school observation day, his mother stands frozen in the back of the room, feeling incredibly isolated. While other children happily turn to wave at their parents, Yukito remains focused solely on the lesson ahead. The mother watches her son's back from a distance, recognizing the growing and unbridgeable void between them both. He never looks back once during the entire class, maintaining a cold and stoic demeanor that breaks her heart. Internally, the boy clenches his jaw while reflecting on his own perceived foolishness and deep-seated regret. Later, Yukito sits alone in the shower, letting the water run over him as he attempts to wash away. Outside the bathroom door, his mother lingers while desperately wishing she could find a way to offer him love. Staring at a basket of laundry, she feels a strange and sudden sense of rivalry toward their new neighbor. Suddenly, the bathroom door slides open, startling the boy while he is still mid-shower under the running water. Yuri enters the room completely naked, shocking her brother by suggesting that they should bathe together, like before. Yukito breaks into a frantic cold sweat, struggling to process his sister's bold and incredibly unexpected physical intrusion. She gazes at him with a tender and affectionate expression, causing a wave of complex emotions to surface. Their mother happens to walk by the open door, freezing in total disbelief at the scene unfolding inside. The perspective shifts toward a busy train station as a new and dramatic chapter of their life begins. A desperate help me message arrives from Yumi, creating a sense of immediate urgency and rising tension. Yuri looks at her phone with a grim and focused expression, vowing to depart for her friend right away. The train roars into the station platform, where a solitary student waits amidst the gathering evening crowd. Finally, Yukito sits silently on a packed commuter train, experiencing the suffocating pressure of the daily school rush. Misaki waves cheerfully as Yukito reflects on the time he once spent living at her house. Meanwhile, he navigates the dense morning commute while thinking about his frequent stays at his aunt's. The train surges forward, packed tightly with the usual morning rush of weary students and office workers. Sitting comfortably, the boy feels the stinging eyes of jealous passengers who are forced to stand. Suddenly, a movement in the crowd catches his attention, prompting him to look up with interest. He notices a young girl nearby who looks incredibly pale and appears to be physically struggling. Observing her poor complexion, Yukito decides he must act before she loses her strength completely. He politely offers his seat to the distressed girl, catching the attention of everyone standing nearby. The student is visibly relieved, offering a sincere thank you as she accepts the rare kindness. Elsewhere, another young woman blushes with intense anxiety as she feels a predatory presence close by. A creepy man looms over his victim, his sinister intentions becoming increasingly clear in the crowded car. Murmurs of unease spread through the train, while the surrounding passengers remain largely frozen in silence. A hand reaches out to touch the girl inappropriately, signaling a blatant act of public harassment. Yukito's face darkens with immediate fury as he prepares to intervene against the disgusting behavior. He silently vows that he cannot ignore such a cruel and inexcusable violation of the girl. Reaching out, he prepares to seize the offender's arm when another figure suddenly beats him to it. A firm hand clamps down on the man's wrist with a sharp and painful snap. Yuri suddenly appears, staring down the harasser with a look of pure and unadulterated rage. Yukito laments his unending streak of bad luck with women while watching his sister take control. Ultimately, a cold and sharp look in her eyes suggests that the situation is far from over. Yukito is suddenly confronted by a stern Yuri, while another girl watches the tense scene unfold. Meanwhile, the train platform remains crowded with indifferent passengers, waiting for their morning commutes to continue. Without warning, a hand suddenly seizes the protagonist's arm from behind, catching him completely off guard. Yuri towers over him with a terrifyingly dark expression, accusing her brother of being a public offender. Desperate to clear his name, the boy attempts to explain himself while being dragged away quite forcefully. His face breaks into a cold sweat as he realizes how easily a misunderstanding can escalate dangerously. The older sister remains unconvinced by his pleas, demanding the truth while the surrounding girls watch anxiously. A firm grip tightens around his wrist, emphasizing the gravity of the situation and her unwavering resolve. Someone suggests that an honest confession might lead to more lenient treatment during this public confrontation. Consumed by righteous fury, Yuri shouts at her brother for supposedly bringing shame upon their prestigious school. She calls for the station security to handle the matter, while the boy remains trapped in her grasp. Unexpectedly, the woman Yukito helped earlier steps forward to firmly declare that he is not the culprit. While being pinned to the floor, Yukito recognizes the girl and thanks her for accepting his seat. The young woman looks confused, as Yuri asks her to recall the details of the actual incident. She is urged to remember exactly who was standing near her when the harassment actually took place. Hazy and terrifying memories of men in suits flood her mind, causing the girl to tremble visibly. Through tears of distress, she admits that no other students were involved in the terrible act at all. Realizing her massive mistake, Yuri stands frozen while the protagonist asks to finally be released from custody. The aunt scolds the girls for their rash behavior, pointing out how they nearly ruined Yukito's entire future. Finally, the boy walks away silently as the girl he saved bows her head in deep, tearful apology. Yukito coldly accepts all the blame, leaving his childhood friends in a state of utter confusion and disbelief. Wearing a cynical smirk, he suggests he was never actually needed since a senior was already there. With hollow and dark eyes, he admits to himself that helping them was a massive mistake. A sharp gasp of shock echoes as the weight of his cruel words hits home like a hammer. The boy reassures the girls that he has finally learned his lesson and won't repeat his failures. Turning his back on them, he vows to never offer his hand to help another person ever again. Shiori desperately reaches out to stop him, pleading for him to wait while he continues walking away. He sharply brushes her hand aside, declaring that he has absolutely had enough of this exhausting drama. Silhouettes of the group depict a painful separation as the boy walks into the distance alone. Left behind at the station, the girls can only stare in silence at the bridge he just burned. The school bell rings loudly at noon, signaling the start of the break while the clock ticks on. Back in the classroom, students notice Yukito's seat is empty and wonder where he could have gone. Tanaka checks his phone in frustration while the girls gossip about the protagonist potentially skipping his classes. Suddenly, The classroom door slides open with a bang as someone demands to know Yukito's current whereabouts. The student council leadership appears with a menacing aura, looking for the boy who caused a public scene. Meanwhile, in the quiet staff room, Fujishiro-sensei prepares to enjoy a peaceful and healthy lunch break alone. She savors her vegetable sandwich, completely unaware of the chaotic storm currently brewing elsewhere in the school. The peace shatters as the student council president slams the door open to interrogate the startled teacher. Looking up from her desk, the teacher is shocked by the sudden and aggressive intrusion during her meal. Losing all composure, the student seizes the teacher's collar and demands to know exactly where Yukito is. An overhead light flickers as a voice quietly acknowledges the reality of the dire situation at hand. Hinagi takes full responsibility for the recent chaos, desperately pleading for Yukito's innocence before the startled school faculty. The teacher stares intensely into space, grateful that the confrontation didn't result in a much more tragic outcome. Tension continues to mount in the small office as everyone struggles to determine where the missing boy has gone. Realizing his connection to a famous student, the council members prepare a desperate school-wide broadcast to find him. Sweat beads on the teacher's face as she realizes the situation is rapidly spiraling toward an unavoidable breaking point. A haunting vision of the boy's cold gaze flashes back, reinforcing the painful regret of their initial interference. Clenching her hands, the girl admits to poisoning his sense of justice through her own selfish and misguided actions. With a heavy heart, she vows to atone for her sins and find the boy before he disappears completely. Screaming in a fit of absolute despair, the young woman demands justice for the boy she unintentionally drove away. The atmosphere becomes frantic as she pulls out her phone while the other students watch in stunned, silent horror. Finally reaching his number, she shouts into the receiver, begging to know exactly where he is hiding right now. Standing beneath a massive bridge overlooking the calm evening sea, Yukito nonchalantly answers the desperate and hysterical call. Terror strikes the staff room when he mentions the ocean, sparking a panicked fear that he intends to jump. However, the boy simply sighs and begins walking away after failing to find the precious item he lost. Trembling with a mix of relief and suspicion, she asks if he is truly safe and returning to them. A subtle and enigmatic smirk crosses his face as he hints at a dark plan for his future graduation. His cryptic words send a chilling shock through the girl, who frantically searches for the meaning behind his warning. Standing in a state of pure emotional shock, she screams that he cannot simply decide to leave them yet. She begs him to listen to the truth of her heart, just as the boy prepares to hang up. Yuri confirms Yukito is heading home, leaving her teachers and friends in a state of quiet relief. She departs while promising his return tomorrow, despite the heavy atmosphere lingering within the small faculty office. A cold and vengeful resolve flickers in her eyes as she vows to never forgive those responsible. The heavy door slams shut, leaving the remaining students startled and deeply unsettled by the sudden departure. Elsewhere, the sharp and modern angles of the city landscape reflect the cold isolation of the protagonist's heart. Shadows deepen in the empty school corridors, while the weight of the day's events begins to settle. A sense of profound loneliness permeates the quiet spaces as the narrative shifts toward the distant seaside. Surprisingly, Yukito enjoys a rare moment of sweet satisfaction after treating himself to a delicious limited edition tart. Standing before the massive bridge, he feels glad for the long journey and the souvenirs he secured. He accepts his new reputation as a rebellious problem child with a cynical and unbothered half-smile. Noticing a wallet in his hand, he decides to return the lost item before heading back home. He reflects on the probability of lost items being returned while wondering about his own missing pieces. Internally, he laments having dropped his own capacity for goodwill somewhere along his troubled life path. Though his friends offer genuine kindness, he believes he is no longer capable of reciprocating their warm feelings. Convinced of his own emotional toxicity, the boy resolves to avoid forming any further meaningful human connections. His phone buzzes with persistent messages from classmates, leaving him confused by their unwanted social interest. Gazing upward, he fears that his broken nature will only lead to hurting those who stay nearby. Despite not wishing for such a lonely outcome, the path ahead feels increasingly desolate and fixed. Rhythmic footsteps echo through the long school hallway as the day finally draws toward a close. Yuri walks alone, while Yukito's cryptic words continue to haunt her thoughts with an unbearable intensity. Yuri reflects on the haunting words her brother once spoke, her heart heavy with deep-seated sorrow. Furthermore, she stares at her trembling hands while still feeling the cold sensation of a long-buried memory. As she wanders through the corridors, she laments that Yukito remains silent while she lives in fear. With a tearful gaze, the older sister confesses her dark secret about trying to kill her brother. Meanwhile, a flashback reveals a younger Yukito smiling brightly and calling out to his beloved older sister. Back then, they spent their days at the park, where Yuri assumed the role of his primary caretaker. Although she provided for him, she was also just a small child, struggling with complex emotional burdens. Her childhood best friend Maki often joined them, showing great affection for the adorable young boy. When Maki hugged him and joked about making him her own, it sparked a terrifying internal reaction. Suddenly, a dark shadow crossed Yuri's face as she feared her precious brother was being stolen away. While Maki waved goodbye, an ugly sense of jealousy began to poison the girl's once innocent heart. She felt deeply torn between her friendship and a selfish, overwhelming desire to possess him completely. Later, she sat atop the jungle gym while Yukito excitedly planned their games for the next day. Driven by a sudden and uncontrollable rage, she screamed for him to leave before shoving him away. The young boy looked up in total disbelief as he felt himself falling backward from the structure. As time slowed down, Yuri's eyes reflected the immediate and terrifying consequences of her impulsive actions. She screamed her hatred at him, wishing for his complete disappearance in a moment of pure chaos. Consequently, Yukito tumbled toward the ground while his sister watched from above with a look of horror. A sharp gasp escaped her lips as the reality of her terrible crime finally began to sink in. Staring at her hands in absolute shock, her heart thunders against her ribs in a state of terror. Panicked, Yuri calls out for her brother while looking down from the top of the jungle gym. Young Yukito lies motionless on the ground with blood pooling around his head in a terrifying scene. Trembling with absolute horror, the girl stares at the immediate results of her sudden and violent impulse. Consumed by panic, Yuri sprints away from the park while leaving her injured brother behind in the dirt. She eventually confesses everything to her mother, leading them both to rush back to the playground together. They arrive at the site with wide, fearful eyes, searching desperately for any sign of the young boy. However, the spot beneath the jungle gym is empty, as Yukito has mysteriously vanished from the area. Nearly a week passes in agonizing uncertainty before the boy is finally located and brought to a hospital. Inside the ward, the family reunites with a heavily bandaged and visibly exhausted Yukito resting in bed. Yuri breaks down in tears while embracing him, blaming herself for the terrible state he is in now. Staring blankly, the boy offers a weak and hollow response that sends a chill through his older sister. His reaction startles Yuri, making her realize that something fundamental has shifted within her younger brother's heart. Yukito weeps silently, offering a heartbreaking apology for failing to disappear from the world as he intended. The young girl is frozen in pure shock upon hearing his desperate wish for his own non-existence. She screams that it is wrong for him to apologize when she is the one who hurt him. Reflecting on that day, she understands that he wasn't just escaping her, but life in its entirety. Every time the memory resurfaces, the weight of her guilt forces her to seek his forgiveness once more. Remarkably, Yukito shows no signs of resentment, having apparently forgiven her for the incident from the very beginning. Observing his empty gaze, she realizes with horror that he has completely lost the capacity for feeling anger. Since that tragic day, it seems as though every hardship causes him to discard another piece of his heart. Yuri hugs Yukito, desperately wishing for a chance to finally start over and be his sister once more. Through bitter tears, she pleads for him to wait just until their high school years are finally over. Standing alone, she senses his dark intention to vanish from her life and the world forever. A mental image of a wedge driven through his heart represents the permanent damage her words caused him. Clenching her uniform tightly, the older sister wrestles with the weight of her unbearable and lingering guilt. With a face full of newfound resolve, she vows that she alone will be the one to save him. As the school day begins, her silent promise echoes against the backdrop of the massive campus building. Meanwhile, Tanaka calls out to Yukito just as the student council leaders arrive at their classroom door. The president and vice president storm into Class 1B with an incredibly intense and purposeful aura surrounding them. The protagonist watches with a blank expression while the weight of his recent actions finally catches up to him. Rumors spread like wildfire through the hallway as curious students rush to witness the unfolding dramatic confrontation. Absolute silence falls over the classroom as Yukito stands isolated in the center of his many staring peers. The council members stand firm, their presence dominating the room as they prepare for a very public announcement. Nearby, a worried Hinagi watches the scene with rising concern for the boy she once hurt herself. Narrowing her eyes with intense focus, the student council president calls out the young man's name with gravity. Unexpectedly, both leaders drop to the floor in a dramatic kowtow, begging for his sincere and complete forgiveness. Yukito stands frozen in total disbelief, while his stunned classmates watch the incredible spectacle with wide eyes. As phones capture the bizarre scene, the boy awkwardly attempts to flee while flashing confusing and desperate peace signs. Rubbing his head in frustration, he begs them to stop making such a huge and embarrassing public scene. The president insists on offering a heartfelt apology for the immense pain she unintentionally caused him yesterday. Yukito attempts to walk away, but the president stubbornly insists on providing a proper reward for his help. A deep blush creeps across the president's face as she prepares to make a truly outrageous and bold proposal. Clenching her hand, she makes a firm decision to involve the boy in her next reckless social maneuver. Suddenly, the president screams for him to embrace her right now, leaving the entire classroom in absolute stunned silence. The surrounding students watch in total shock, mistakenly praising her incredible and fearless leadership during this bizarre romantic declaration. Yukito decides to simply ignore the crazy demand, while the vice president watches the scene with growing confusion, blushing intensely amidst a background of hearts. The president admits this is her first time making such a request. She presents a box of ultra-thin condoms, leaving the boy completely speechless at her sheer lack of common sense. Holding his head in total defeat, Yukito laments his failed attempt to pretend he didn't hear her original proposal. The vice president desperately begs her friend to return to sanity, while Yukito identifies her as the only normal person. Yumi looks on with a pained expression, terrified by the escalating madness unfolding in the middle of their classroom. However, the president remains completely undeterred, insisting she is perfectly sane despite her friend's frantic and tearful protests. Yukito jumps forward to cover the president's mouth, desperately trying to silence her scandalous and public ramblings. He turns to leave while reflecting on how one wrong move from her could have ruined his entire reputation. The protagonist swallows hard, realizing that interacting with these intense student council members is a high-risk social gamble. Unexpectedly, the president begins to open her shirt as a final form of sincere apology to the startled protagonist. The vice president frantically struggles to pull her clothes back together, while urging her friend to maintain some composure. Through desperate tears, the girl shouts that her feelings go far beyond a simple apology for yesterday's public incident. Yukito internally notes that a normal meal would be more than enough to satisfy his hunger and his pride. Taking a steady step forward, the boy begins to process the weight of the strange interactions he experienced today. Yukito suddenly sprints away from the group, declaring his immediate departure to the school store for urgent purchases. The president chases him frantically, while the boy laments his growing reputation as a chaotic and unpredictable troublemaker. A loud, echoing scream resonates throughout the massive school building as the day finally draws to a close. The following morning, whispers fill the hallways as students point out Yukito as the subject of recent gossip. Nasty rumors spread quickly about the president's kowtow, earning the protagonist the mocking and vulgar nickname 3-year Hamataro. Wearing a cynical and handsome smirk, Yukito internally accepts his new, unwanted title, while surrounded by sparkling background effects. He leans against a wall in despair, feeling his dream of a quiet, ordinary student life slipping further away. Things escalate when the boy discovers a mysterious, handwritten note left tucked inside his school shoe locker today. Tanaka excitedly asks if it is a love letter, while Yukito examines the paper with a very skeptical expression. Suddenly, the entire classroom stares at him with intense, glowing eyes, fueled by an overwhelming sense of collective curiosity. His male classmates erupt in jealous rage, jokingly cursing his popularity, while the girls watch the commotion with excitement. A small group debates Yukito's sanity as he remains stoic amidst the constant teasing and social pressure from peers. The classroom descends into complete chaos as everyone offers their conflicting and noisy opinions on his mysterious new message. Finally losing his temper, the boy screams at them to stop and forbids everyone from using hashtags on SNS. Slumped at his desk, the protagonist wonders why his plan to be a quiet loner has failed so spectacularly. Tanaka asks for the truth about the mysterious letter, prompting Yukito to admit his own total and genuine confusion. The note clearly instructs him to visit the self-study room alone after school, setting the stage for a meeting. As the sun begins to set over the campus, the clock marks the arrival of the designated meeting time. A girl with glasses introduces herself as Hasumura, reminding him of their shared past at the same middle school. Yukito stares blankly in total confusion, while the girl admits they have actually never spoken directly to each other. Hasumura confronts Yukito in the quiet corridor, solemnly announcing that she has an important request to make. She stares intensely through her glasses, bluntly demanding that he finally set the suffering Shiori free. Meanwhile, memories of Shiori's radiant smile contrast sharply against the hollow darkness visible in the boy's eyes. Continuing her verbal attack, she accuses him of being the root cause of Shiori's deep emotional depression. Suddenly, a sharp and stinging pain flickers in the protagonist's gaze as his past mistakes resurface. Eventually, Hasumura shouts in frustration, declaring that seeing his current broken state is simply too painful. Oddly enough, she senses the absolute sincerity in his words. Realizing he is genuinely trying to protect Shiori. Lost, Yukito asks how he should handle the situation, leaving the girl momentarily speechless by his bluntness. She further explains that despite her warnings, Shiori refuses to distance herself from him regardless of consequences. Looking up with dead eyes, the boy desperately asks what specific actions he must take right now. An intense close-up reveals the girl's shock as she realizes the terrifying depth of his internal void. Turning away, she questions if he can truly discard their shared history and give up so easily. Besides, she reminds him that Shiori chose this school specifically to chase after him and her heart. Furthermore, the radiant memory of Shiori highlights her unwavering affection and her hope for a shared future. Yukito remains completely silent, his expression unreadable, while the heavy accusations hang in the stale hallway air. Surprisingly, Hasumura realizes a misunderstanding, her face shifting to one of confusion as the conversation shifts. A dark void fills the screen, as a hidden and painful truth finally begins to surface. Looking at the ceiling, the girl stammers in disbelief at the shocking revelation she just heard. Finally, with a rare and gentle smile, the boy promises to attempt distancing himself from Shiori once more. He walks away into the evening light while the girl desperately calls out that he completely misunderstood her. Yukito slams the door shut, reflecting on how he should have been much firmer with his former friend. Staring blankly, he concludes that failing to distance himself properly has only caused more unnecessary emotional pain. Meanwhile, he recalls a rare moment of peace spent with Shiori on the basketball court long ago. The school day continues as the sun begins its gradual descent behind the massive campus building. Suddenly, the basketball captain bursts into the room, loudly demanding to see the famous first-year student immediately. Yukito slumps in his chair, internally groaning at the predictable and repetitive nature of his school life. Standing his ground, the boy questions the boisterous senior's business, while his classmates watch with curiosity. He attempts to divert the captain's attention toward the cafeteria, sensing another bothersome social trap brewing. It is revealed that an old acquaintance recommended him, prompting the boy to wonder about his former peer. With a cold gaze, Yukito explains that his passion for the sport has been completely broken for years. The captain admits their team is weak, facing his final year of competition with a desperate resolve. Burning with intense passion, the senior begs for help to give his all in the upcoming tournament. He enthusiastically points out their lack of members and the promise of immediate play for the newcomer. Furthermore, he references a legendary manga's influence while asserting that their situation is uniquely challenging and real. The captain challenges Yukito to surprise everyone on the court, but the boy remains visibly hesitant and drained. Sweating, the protagonist wonders who he would even be playing for in his current hollow state. Things turn comical when the senior admits he simply wants to look cool for a romantic confession. Pointing a finger in challenge, the captain demands a one-on-one match while the boy begs for peace. Yukito laments the hot-blooded stupidity of his senior while realizing he is once again the center of attention. Surprisingly, his friends enthusiastically agree to the match, leaving the boy completely trapped in this new sports drama. Tanaka excitedly pulls another classmate into the game, while Yukito questions his own complete lack of presence. Feeling entirely ignored, the protagonist wonders if this sudden group enthusiasm constitutes a new form of social bullying. The classroom erupts in cheers as the group finalizes the plan for a high-stakes basketball match after school. Despite the rising excitement, Yukito quietly pleads for them to proceed with the game without his involvement. Meanwhile, rumors spread like wildfire across mobile screens regarding a dramatic showdown over a girl's affection. Female students gossip intensely about the legendary student council incident and the upcoming competitive sports duel. One girl remains skeptical, pointing out that several witnesses actually captured photos of the shocking kowtow earlier. Hinagi shouts at her classmates to stop laughing, insisting that the current situation is far more serious than perceived. Hurried footsteps echo through the corridor as someone rushes to handle the rapidly escalating drama. Yuri worries about her brother's constant involvement in trouble, questioning why he cannot simply live a quiet life. At a vending machine, a hand selects a drink while the internal tension of the upcoming match builds. Shiori clutches a bottle while reminiscing about Yukito's former cool and dedicated personality on the basketball court. She desperately hopes to witness his passionate side once more, her heart racing with a mix of anticipation. Eventually, the scene shifts to the massive gymnasium where the evening light filters through the high windows. Yukito stretches on the court while ignoring the nasty whispers from onlookers about his supposed romantic reputation. From the balcony above, Tanaka and the other students watch with great expectations for the rare event. Internally, the boy begs for permission to simply head home instead of participating in this public spectacle. The basketball regulars face off against the newcomers, with the captain setting membership as the ultimate victory prize. Tanaka impulsively accepts the challenge on Yukito's behalf, fueling the protagonist's growing frustration and silent rage. Finally, the captain looks on awkwardly as the boy scolds them all for their immature and incredibly pushy behavior. The basketball regulars collapse in absolute despair as the high stakes of losing their club become dangerously real. Observing their weakness, Yukito puzzles over why upperclassmen would ever anticipate defeat before the game even begins. Meanwhile, Tanaka and his teammates burn with an intense competitive fire, loudly vowing to secure a certain victory. Tanaka confidently asserts that winning is inevitable, assuming their opponent's regular status guarantees a successful outcome for them. With a defiant smirk, the boy challenges his friends, convinced that failure is simply not a mathematical possibility. Yukito watches the display of arrogance with a skeptical gaze, wondering where such unfounded and blind confidence originates. High on the gymnasium balcony, the girls watch intently as the official order for the first-year team is announced. Holding the familiar weight of the basketball, the protagonist reflects on the irony of returning to the school court. He admits to himself that his previous dedication to the sport was merely a tool for selfish emotional escapism. Memories of practicing in complete isolation resurface, highlighting a time when he rejected the need for any teammates. A sharp close-up of his focused eye signals a sudden shift in his internal thoughts and rising competitive drive. The scene transitions back to a middle school summer, where Shiori watched him from the shadows of the corridor. Back then, the young girl approached him with a radiant and innocent smile that momentarily brightened his solitary world. Standing by the railing, Shiori reflects on being the one who took the first step to confess her feelings. Suddenly, she recalls a surprise encounter at the local park, where her perception of him began to change. Watching from behind the chain-link fence, she observed him relentlessly, honing his skills on the empty public court. The sight of him practicing alone with such intense and singular focus left an indelible and powerful impression on her. Eventually, the two found a brief moment of quiet companionship while resting together under the shade of a tree. Shiori admits that she began to follow him with her eyes, unaware of the path they were choosing. Finally, she realizes that paying closer attention to him led to the chilling discovery of his profound emotional abnormality. Yukito practiced basketball relentlessly every morning and after school, always choosing to train in total and absolute isolation. His intense dedication often left the other club members feeling incredibly confused and deeply unsettled by his presence. As a serious player in a casual environment, he remained a strange and solitary outlier on the school court. Although he pushed himself to the limit, he never once demanded that others match his extreme effort levels. Shiori tentatively approached him one day, curiously asking why he felt the need to work so incredibly hard. Turning toward her with a hollow gaze, he offered a response that felt devoid of any real human emotion. The young girl stared in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the darkness she saw reflected in his empty eyes. Despite her persistent interest, the boy didn't even seem to remember her name or their previous brief encounters. Eventually, he noticed her distress and quietly asked what was wrong, finally acknowledging her presence for a moment. While other boys frequently blushed and offered nervous smiles, Yukito remained characteristically cold and detached toward her. Shiori recognized her own popularity among their male peers, having received numerous romantic confessions throughout their school years. However, Yukito was different, never once directing a lingering or interested gaze toward her during their time together. His eyes always seemed to be fixed on some distant and dark point that no one else could see. Regardless of his inner turmoil, he consistently maintained an attitude of gentle kindness that drew the girl closer. She found herself unable to look away from such an unbalanced and strangely captivating individual in her life. Holding her drink, she wondered what specific actions she must take to finally capture his mysterious heart's interest. They began spending more time together, sharing casual moments like reading basketball magazines during their afternoon breaks. As their bond deepened, she often watched him leave the room with a sense of growing and undeniable affection. Before long, his steady presence became a vital source of comfort and security for the young and lonely girl. Initially, she viewed him as a precious and important friend, though her true feelings were already beginning to shift. Shiori reflects on how quickly her feelings deepened, realizing the boy has become irreplaceable in her heart. A major turning point arrives within the basketball club as his influence begins to transform everyone. The team celebrates a monumental victory after reaching the state tournament's best 16 during their second year. Overwhelmed with emotion, the regulars shed tears of joy while processing their hard-earned and unexpected success together. During a formal school assembly, the team stands on stage to receive official recognition for their achievement. Yukito maintains a stoic expression while accepting the commendation, though the success belongs entirely to his efforts. The sound of squeaking sneakers fills the air as the players' mindsets shift toward a more serious approach. Motivated by their newfound potential, the club members begin aiming for even greater heights on the court. Despite his solitary nature, the boy single-handedly revolutionized the once relaxed basketball team into a competitive force. Watching from the sidelines, Shiori blushes while admiring how incredibly cool he looks during practice. Her friends discuss how Yukito stands out by being quiet and hardworking, unlike other flashy boys. She laughs joyfully with her peers, finding happiness in simply being near him during the school day. However, a sense of insecurity begins to cloud her heart as his growing popularity draws more attention. Walking alone through the quiet school hallway, she wrestles with the heavy weight of her unspoken feelings. Hidden behind a row of lockers, she tentatively calls out his name while watching him from afar. Seeing him interact with others sparks a pang of jealousy that she struggles to keep hidden. Her desire to be by his side grows stronger with every passing day as her emotions swell uncontrollably. Clutching her uniform, the young girl finally accepts the undeniable truth that she has fallen deeply in love. A moment of intense transition arrives as the sun begins to set over the quiet suburban neighborhood. Finally, she shouts her confession into the evening air, leaving Yukito completely stunned by her sudden declaration. Yukito asks Shiori to wait until the tournament ends for his official response to her sudden confession. The young girl stands frozen in shock as the heavy weight of his request settles between them. Forcing a pained smile, she acknowledges his dedication to his final middle school competition with a shaky voice. Shadows stretch across the city landscape, while she silently accepts his condition to wait for their shared future. Despite her initial disappointment, Shiori suddenly shouts that she absolutely hates being sad and runs away energetically. While sprinting through the streets, she recalls the bittersweet reason why Yukito first picked up a basketball. He admitted to rejoining the sport to cut off lingering feelings for the childhood friend who rejected him. Her rhythmic footsteps echo against the pavement as she realizes the tournament represents his final emotional closure. Clutching her chest in a moment of raw vulnerability, she prays that his heart will finally be free. She maintains a hopeful smile, convinced that he will eventually provide the answer she has long desired. Morning light washes over the high school building as a new day of complicated social dynamics begins. Later in the hallway, Shiori's friends corner her to gossip about her increasingly suspicious and intimate behavior. They bluntly ask if she finally confessed her love to Yukito, causing the girl to blush quite furiously. Through frantic and awkward denials, she struggles to hide her obvious agitation from her very perceptive companions. Her friends jokingly remark that the season of romance has finally arrived for the once solitary girl. Reflecting on the moment, Shiori admits that her first love is an incredibly precious and sweet experience. The group continues to tease her about her obvious love aura whenever the boy is nearby. With knowing smirks, they watch her reaction, while she internally vows to protect the purity of her feelings. Clenched in a tight fist, the young woman wrestles with the complex and turbulent emotions of her heart. Finally, she laughs off the pressure while hiding the truth of her soul behind a bright and cheerful mask. Shiori tries to mask her true feelings by claiming she only looks after Yukito out of pity. Yet her friends continue their relentless teasing, questioning why she continues to deny the obvious truth. Internally, she immediately regrets her deceptive words, wondering why she cannot simply be honest with herself. Suddenly, the group notices a familiar figure nearby, leading to an awkward and heavy silence in the hallway. Both girls stare in total shock as they realize someone might have overheard their private and sensitive conversation. Looking down at the floor, Shiori freezes with a look of pure confusion and rising dread. The realization that Yukito was standing right there sends a sharp jolt of terror through her entire being. Without a single word, the boy calmly walks past her, his presence feeling colder than ever before. Shiori watches his receding figure with wide eyes, desperately wondering how long he had been standing there. Her heart thunders with anxiety as she fears that her recent lie has permanently damaged their fragile connection. She attempts to reach out to him, but the protagonist continues walking away without looking back once. Her friends panic, realizing their playful teasing might have caused an irreparable and tragic misunderstanding between them. They urge her to clarify the situation immediately before her secret feelings are lost forever. However, the young woman remains paralyzed by the terrifying thought that he now despises her. Her legs tremble violently as she finds herself completely unable to take even a single step forward. Overwhelmed by regret, she hides her face while wondering if she has truly destroyed her only chance. The trio stands in the quiet hallway while the weight of their collective mistake settles heavily upon them. Several days pass without any resolution, leaving Shiori trapped in a cycle of silence and painful uncertainty. Eventually, they meet again during club activities, where Yukito maintains his characteristically kind but detached demeanor. Despite his outward calmness, his eyes remain as empty and hollow as they were on that first day. Shiori trembles in the evening cold, desperately trying to convince herself that everything will be all right between them. Together, the two walk down the weathered neighborhood stairs as a heavy silence lingers between their young hearts. She tentatively mentions the upcoming tournament, hoping to break the ice, while Yukito offers only a short response. Despite the lack of progress, she feels a strange sense of relief that their daily routine hasn't changed. Suddenly, she boldly reminds him that she is still waiting for his answer, catching him completely off guard. Turning her head away with a pouted lip, she clarifies that she refers specifically to her previous romantic confession. Yukito lets out a subtle, knowing smirk as he finally acknowledges the elephant in the room with them. Halting his steps, the boy bluntly tells Shiori that she no longer needs to force herself to stay nearby. The young girl freezes in utter shock, her mind going completely blank as his cruel words pierce her soul. He explains his preference for solitude, coldly instructing her not to bother with someone she doesn't actually like. Tears well up in her wide eyes, while she struggles to process the devastating misunderstanding he just voiced. Yukito stands tall and detached, labeling her previous confession as nothing more than a boring and deceptive performance. Realization hits her like a physical blow as she understands that he overheard her previous lie to her friends. Though she desperately tries to explain herself, he shuts her down by delivering a final, crushing rejection. Right now. Her legs feel rooted to the spot by an overwhelming fear, leaving her unable to chase after his receding figure. Spiraling into a panic, she wonders if remaining silent about the full truth will only make things much worse. The trio of friends stands together in the hallway, while Shiori's internal despair reaches a terrifying and new peak. Several days pass in a blur of silence, with the girl finding herself completely unable to bridge the gap. A single footstep marks the start of a desperate chase as she finally decides to take a stand. Sprinting down the concrete steps, Shiori reaches out one last time before he disappears into the darkening city streets. Yukito lets out a desperate shout as he sees Shiori's life potentially in danger on the stairs. Shock registers in the young girl's tear-filled eyes as the world seems to spin around her. Immediately reaching out, the boy catches her in his arms to prevent a much more tragic fall. A heavy thud echoes across the concrete as the two tumble together toward the hard ground below. They lie motionless for a moment while the surrounding cityscape remains eerily silent after the sudden impact. Slowly coming to, Shiori gazes up at Yukito, who checks on her well-being with visible concern. The closeness of their faces causes a deep blush to spread across the flustered boy's cheeks. Mesmerized, she stares directly into his eyes while processing the reality of their shared and intense moment. Noticing a dark bruise on her arm, he gently inspects the injury caused by their rough landing. Overwhelmed by his unexpected kindness, Shiori begins to weep silently while whispering his name with pure emotion. The scene shifts toward the massive gymnasium where the late afternoon sun illuminates the school grounds. High above on the balcony, students gather to watch the highly anticipated and dramatic basketball match begin. The rhythmic and heavy sound of a basketball hitting the wooden floor echoes throughout the near-empty hall. Yukito skillfully dribbles past the captain, while reflecting on whether he can truly reclaim what he lost. Shiori watches with a mixture of fear and hope, desperately wanting to see his former passion return. Narrowing his focus, the protagonist prepares to make a move that will surely stun the entire crowd. He observes Tanaka's positioning on the court, while calculating the most effective strategy for an easy victory. Suddenly, a high-speed blur streaks across the court as the intensity of the match reaches a peak. Tanaka catches a pass and drives toward the basket with an intense and unwavering focus on winning. Flashing a confident smirk, the popular boy prepares to show everyone exactly why he is a regular. Tanaka and Yukito overwhelm the regular players with their superior speed and agility during the opening minutes. Tanaka leaps high into the air for a smooth layup, leaving the regular defenders frozen in pure amazement. On the balcony, girls cheer for the handsome duo, while Yukito internally complains about the annoying social attention. Meanwhile, the regular players attempt to regroup, finding it difficult to keep up with the first year's pace. Yukito blocks a shot with clinical precision, shocking the captain, who didn't expect such high-level defensive skill. The regular player stares at the ball in disbelief, his frustration mounting as his offensive play is crushed. Immediately after, the ball swishes perfectly through the net, signaling another successful point for the first-year team. Yukito maintains a cold and detached expression while effortlessly controlling the flow of the game on court. Observing his opponent's eyes, the boy easily predicts their next moves and shuts down their planned offensive strategies. The score gap widens quickly, confirming Yukito's earlier assessment that the current school basketball team is quite weak. Turning away with an indifferent gaze, the protagonist remains focused on finishing the match as quickly as possible. A regular player desperately throws the ball, but his movements are too unrefined to bypass the new rivals. The ball bounces rhythmically against the wooden floor, while Yukito reflects on the predictable nature of the game. Sweat pours down his face as he lets out a heavy sigh, feeling the physical strain of playing seriously. Yukito comically envisions himself with multiple arms spinning balls, while pleading to end this tiring and pointless match. Tanaka effortlessly dribbles past a bewildered regular, showcasing his incredible talent and natural flair for the game. With a powerful leap, the popular boy slams a dunk into the hoop while the regular captain watches. The senior suddenly realizes that Tanaka is actually an experienced player who has been holding back until now. Tanaka expresses his mounting frustration with the match while his teammates struggle to keep pace with the action. Finally, Yukito declares his total indifference toward the feelings of handsome guys while the final play unfolds. The ball swishes through the net, perfectly illustrating Yukito's struggle with understanding the deeper emotions of a story's author. A previous test paper reveals his literal and humorous interpretation of a character's internal desire as simply needing a restroom. The boy clicks his pen with a characteristically blank expression, completely unbothered by his unique and unconventional perspective. His teacher erupts in frustration over the ridiculous answer, while Yukito remains internally confused by the scholarly demand for empathy. Back in the present, the basketball game continues as spectators watch from the railings above the high-ceilinged school gymnasium. Shiori gazes down with a worried look, sensing the growing distance and the complex emotions currently surrounding her former friend. The regular players pant heavily from exhaustion, their pride stung by the sheer overwhelming skill of their junior opponents. Standing at the center of the court, the protagonist prepares to make his final move as the match reaches a climax. He leaps gracefully and releases the ball with a focused intensity that leaves the surrounding defenders completely frozen in place. The crowd erupts into cheers as the ball finds its mark, further solidifying the massive gap between the competing teams. Letting out a long and weary sigh, the boy watches the ball bounce away as the physical exercise concludes. Yukito bluntly declares the entire match to be incredibly boring, catching Tanaka completely off guard with his cold honesty. Tanaka narrows his eyes, his competitive spirit flaring up as he proposes a new challenge to spice things up. Pointing a finger with dramatic flair, the popular boy loudly demands a proper one-on-one battle to settle their score. A dark and empty gaze meets his challenge, reflecting a heart that has long ago discarded any real competitive passion. Regardless of the lack of response, Tanaka maintains a confident smirk while asserting his dominance before the gathered school crowd. The protagonist warns his rival not to rely on his good looks, while the atmosphere on the court turns tense. Tanaka unexpectedly suggests joining the regulars' side to balance the teams, further complicating the already chaotic and dramatic match. The regular captain is left speechless as the junior takes charge, claiming the upperclassmen simply aren't enough to secure victory. Finally, Tanaka wonders aloud why everyone is ignoring him, while Yukito maintains his characteristic deadpan and detached silence. Tanaka wears a sinister smirk, internally declaring that he has been waiting for this exact moment for years. A flashback reveals his powerhouse middle school team, where he stood as a confident and talented regular. His team viewed regional tournaments as stepping stones, while never once doubting their eventual and certain victory. Meanwhile, a young and emotionless Yukito stood among the opposing players, like a silent and unpredictable ghost. Tanaka recalls an opponent he initially dismissed as unworthy of his concern, believing the match would be easy. Suddenly, their perception shifted. The emotionless player dominated the court, his cold gaze piercing through every defense with absolute precision and ease. Yukito cuts every pass effortlessly. The regulars panted heavily, their confidence crushed by the junior's overwhelming and clinical display of skill. Like a machine with monstrous stamina, Yukito scored repeatedly without showing a single flicker of human joy. Shooting a perfect basket. Humiliated by the defeat, Tanaka questioned the source of his opponent's incredible and machine-like power. Tanaka's fist clenches tightly. Consumed by a new purpose, he vowed to one day overcome the monster that had crushed his pride. That goal transformed the club as they pushed themselves to reach the juniors' legendary and unreachable level. Although they eventually reached nationals, a hidden and painful emptiness remained within their once arrogant hearts. They felt unfulfilled because they had never managed to settle the score with the one who started it. Eventually, the opportunity vanished. A sharp and determined look returns to Tanaka's eyes as he prepares for the long-awaited rematch. Tanaka challenges his fated rival. Yukito's eyes widen in alarm as Shiori suddenly loses her footing and begins to tumble down the stairs. Time seems to slow down while the young girl gasps in terror as her balance is completely lost. Acting on pure instinct, the boy lunges forward to catch her before she hits the hard concrete floor. A heavy and dull thud echoes through the quiet residential area as both teenagers impact the ground together. They lie entangled on the pavement for a brief moment while the evening shadows lengthen around their motionless forms. Slowly opening her eyes, Shiori tentatively whispers his name while checking if her savior is still conscious now. Overcome with physical and emotional exhaustion, Yukito leans his head against her shoulder in a rare moment of vulnerability. Mesmerized by the unexpected closeness, the young girl gazes into his eyes as a complex range of emotions surfaces. The reality of their rough landing is revealed by a dark and painful-looking bruise forming on her slender arm. Tears begin to stream down Shiori's face as the weight of the day's events finally breaks her composure completely. Meanwhile, the scene shifts toward the massive school building where the final rays of the setting sun fade. High on the balcony, curious classmates gather to witness the highly anticipated and high-stakes basketball match begin. The rhythmic sound of a basketball bouncing on wood signals the start of the intense one-on-one athletic duel. Yukito skillfully dribbles the ball past Tanaka, while maintaining his characteristic stoic and unreadable expression during the play. Catching sight of Shiori watching from above, the protagonist pauses briefly as the pressure of the match builds. The young woman clutches the railing in a state of pure emotional shock upon hearing a sudden and bold declaration. Her friends watch in total disbelief, while Shiori's face turns a bright and burning shade of deep crimson red. A thunderous and passionate shout resonates throughout the entire gymnasium as the competitive energy reaches its absolute peak. Frantically waving her hands in protest, Shiori screams at her friends to stop their wild and embarrassing romantic speculation. Finally, Yukito remains characteristically calm, while internally noting the amusing and dog-like enthusiasm displayed by his rival Mitsuki. Yukito tells Shiori that Tanaka is a good guy, leaving her in a state of confused and silent disbelief. Tanaka erupts in frustration at Yukito's casual indifference, questioning how he can remain so incredibly calm and detached. Tanaka asks if the match is necessary, suggesting they should simply let the young couple have their private moment. Consumed by anger, Tanaka shouts at Yukito for his total lack of awareness regarding the emotions of those around. He continues his interrogation, asking if seeing the girl's obvious feelings really provokes no internal reaction from him whatsoever. Yukito suggests Tanaka should just get along with Shiori, casually walking away while leaving his friend totally stunned. Sweating profusely, Tanaka demands to know why his fated rival is so adamantly and coldly rejecting their shared bond. Internally, the boy reflects on the irony of being accused of rejection when he feels like the rejected one. A dark shadow passes over his eyes as he reflects on the painful memories of his previous social failures. He vividly remembers Shiori's smile, questioning if her confession was actually a sincere truth instead of a cruel lie. A fierce clash ensues. Yukito senses a familiar void growing in his chest as he loses another piece of his broken heart. A mental image of shattered glass symbolizes the final breaking of his once precious middle school basketball dreams. With a simple shrug, he dismisses the emotional weight, deciding that his feelings no longer matter to anyone else. Turning back, he declares that if he wins, both of them must never involve themselves with him again. Tanaka reacts with absolute shock as Yukito claims their future relationship is entirely up to them and excludes him. He grabs the ball. He considers his role as a bridge for their romance, despite having never experienced a successful relationship himself. Tanaka and his teammate watch in disbelief, refusing to accept such a cold and transactional approach to friendship. Finally, he offers to take them all on alone, prompting a loud and collective outcry from his peers. Yukito tells Shiori to stay put and rest, leaving the young girl in a state of utter confusion. Furthermore, Tanaka erupts in frustration, questioning whether his rival is actually serious about the high-stakes match. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the gym turns heavy as Tanaka wonders if this competition is even worth the effort. Suddenly, consumed by anger, the senior shouts at Yukito for his total lack of awareness regarding others' feelings. Elsewhere, observing the tense interaction from a distance, Mitsuki contemplates the growing rift between the two talented players. Eventually, with a casual shrug, the boy advises his friend to simply get along with Shiori before walking away. However, Tanaka stares in disbelief, demanding to know why the protagonist continues to stubbornly reject those trying to help. As he walks away, Yukito internally reflects on the irony of being accused of rejection by his own peers. Shortly after, a dark shadow passes over his eyes as he recalls the painful sting of being cast aside. Besides, he remembers Shiori's radiant smile, wondering if her recent confession was actually a sincere truth instead of deception. Unexpectedly, the sound of a sharp impact echoes through the gymnasium as the physical intensity of the match spikes. Consequently, a sense of profound loss washes over him, creating a vast and empty void where his heart used to be. In addition, a mental image of shattering glass symbolizes the final destruction of his long-held middle school basketball dreams. Transitionally, he continues to play with a hollow expression, his focus entirely on the ball as his mind drifts. Comically, Yukito envisions himself with multiple arms, wishing he could just end this exhausting match and go home. Anyway, leaping high into the air, the popular boy slams a powerful dunk into the hoop while the captain watches. Sweat pours down his face as Tanaka realizes the immense gap in talent between himself and his fated rival. At that moment, the senior points a finger with dramatic flair and demands a proper one-on-one battle. Additionally, his eyes burn with a fierce competitive flame while he recalls the fated encounter from their middle school. Ultimately, Tanaka stands firm on the court, ready to face the fated destiny that has finally returned to him. Shiori continues her emotional outburst, desperately declaring she doesn't want anyone else to look at Yukito that way. Even if her feelings never reach him, she tearfully confesses her deep desire to remain by his side. Yukito reaches out with surprising tenderness, gently wiping the tears from her face while telling her not to cry. The young girl is momentarily silenced by his touch, her heart racing as she processes his unexpected gesture of comfort. Despite her tears, she manages a small, embarrassed laugh while acknowledging the awkwardness of her sudden emotional breakdown. However, the pain in her heart remains evident as she struggles to maintain her composure amidst the lingering tension. Overwhelmed by a surge of regret, Shiori covers her face and offers a sincere apology for her past mistakes. Leaning her head against his chest, she finds a brief moment of solace while the world around them fades. Yukito remarks that a truly handsome and refreshing guy would never make her suffer like this. Shiori smiles warmly through her sorrow, calling him kind as she recognizes the true depth of his hidden character. With newfound courage, she declares her unwavering love for him, vowing to never deny her true feelings again. A visible blush creeps onto Yukito's face as he struggles to respond to her incredibly direct and honest confession. High on the balcony, their classmates watch the dramatic scene unfold with wide eyes and a sense of wonder. Turning his focus back to the court, the boy wonders why his life has become so complicated and loud. He pauses for a moment of internal reflection, his gaze narrowing as he prepares for the final athletic showdown. Unexpectedly, Yukito calls out to Shiori, inviting her to play basketball alongside him in a rare display of inclusion. Her face lights up with pure joy as she enthusiastically accepts his offer, her heart filled with new hope. Pointing at Tanaka, the protagonist comically declares his intention to crush anyone who tries to show off their looks. Yukito grips the basketball firmly, stating that there are no complicated conditions for this final fated match. Finally, he stares down his rival with intense determination, challenging Tanaka to come at him with everything he has. Tanaka beams with genuine admiration, finally acknowledging Yukito's incredible talent after their intense and high-stakes match. Meanwhile, the defeated regulars bow deeply, while begging Shiori to officially join the team as their manager. Outside, the evening sky turns a deep orange as the school day finally draws to a quiet close. The final shot swishes through the net, punctuating the end of a dominant performance by the newcomers. Up on the balcony, the departing spectators gossip about the exciting and unexpected outcome of the gymnasium duel. The scoreboard displays a crushing victory of 21-4, leaving no doubt about the skill gap. Exhausted players slump onto the wooden floor, while the regular captain mutters in disbelief at their overwhelming defeat. Tanaka reflects on the grueling training and the relentless drive for results that once defined their middle school years. A memory of a younger Yukito struggling alone on a dark court highlights his past obsession with absolute perfection. However, he recalls his friend's cold departure that day, marked by a growing and chilling sense of apathy. A close-up of his eye reveals the subtle, lingering pain that still haunts his thoughts of those days. Despite his efforts to reach out, he feels the boy is walking toward a lonely and unreachable distance. Sitting on the floor, Tanaka asks Shiori the real reason Yukito missed the crucial third-year middle school tournament. The girl hesitates before revealing the shocking truth that Yukito was actually suffering from a severe physical injury. Trembling with guilt, Shiori confesses that her selfish lies were the direct cause of his tragic and permanent fracture. Yukito's stoic expression remains unchanged, while the weight of the past continues to loom heavily over everyone present. Staring at the fading sunset, the narrator questions why their precious bond had to break so completely back then. Later, Yukito begins his solitary walk home until he spots a familiar figure waiting for him on the path. Hinagi joins him in silence, the two former childhood friends walking side by side through the darkening city streets. Finally, she hands him a sports drink as a small gesture of care for his hard work today. Yukito accepts the 1,000-yen bill from his sister, with a polite and somewhat distant word of thanks. He remarks how rare it is for them to walk home together, jokingly wondering if it might snow. Yuri asks if he enjoyed the club match, but he insists that being an introvert makes clubs pointless. The two continue their stroll as the sun sets, discussing the mundane nature of their daily school lives. Sensing his internal conflict, Yuri questions why he hesitates to admit whether school is actually fun or not. She concludes that he likely finds no joy in anything, looking away with a pained and knowing expression. A heavy silence blankets the pair as they navigate the quiet streets while the evening shadows slowly lengthen. He internally decides that maintaining their awkward distance is necessary to prevent any further emotional or social harm. Dark memories of their past tragedies flicker in his mind, fueling his fear of things going wrong again. Yuri breaks the quiet by asking about his plans for life after he finally finishes high school graduation. He offers a vague and hollow response, appearing completely detached from any sense of a future for himself. Suddenly, the girl lunges forward and grabs his hand, desperately pleading with him not to leave her behind. Their hands meet in a firm and urgent grasp that bridges the cold, emotional distance between the siblings. He stares at her with wide and shocked eyes, questioning where exactly she thinks he would actually go. Yuri remains silent for a moment, her face obscured by shadows as she prepares to speak her true heart. Without another word, she pulls him into a sudden and tight embrace, begging him to stay close forever. She tearfully apologizes, confessing that his empty behavior throughout the day has made her feel incredibly terrified today. Yukito stands frozen in total disbelief, while his older sister pours out her long-suppressed and painful emotional burden. She grips him with a desperate intensity, pleading for him to never try to disappear from the world. Finally, she tells him to stop isolating himself, asserting that many people truly care about his well-being. Yukito stares in absolute disbelief, bluntly declaring that everything she just said must surely be a cruel lie. Staring back with unwavering conviction, Hinagi firmly asserts that her words are nothing but the honest truth. Internally, the boy's world shatters as he tries to process the impossible and heavy reality regarding his sister. Hinagi offers a tearful and radiant smile, while Yukito remains paralyzed by the sudden and intense emotional shift. Unexpectedly, she pulls him into a deep kiss, boldly declaring her love while the evening sun sets quietly. Back at school, the morning bell rings as the teacher announces the return of the graded exam papers. Fujishiro-sensei scolds the students to prepare themselves for the results, while the classroom erupts in nervous tension. Distracted, Yukito gazes into space, still unable to comprehend the meaning behind that sudden and shocking kiss. He reflects on his sister's reputation, wondering how a beautiful woman could have so many rumored former lovers. A sharp realization strikes him like a bolt of lightning, his eye widening in absolute and total shock. Slamming his desk, Yukito shouts an outrageous insult about Yuri, leaving his entire class in stunned, silent horror. Meanwhile, the teacher looks puzzled by the uncharacteristically high average score achieved by his specific classroom group. It's revealed that Yukito's popular study sessions grew larger every day, leading to the collective academic success. Tanaka celebrates his friend's third-place ranking, though Yukito maintains a cold and characteristically detached social distance. Back on the court, Tanaka questions the purpose of their earlier duel, while the narrator labels it useless. Tanaka excitedly brags about his 10th place finish, annoying the protagonist with his cheerful and persistent social energy. Yukito suggests his friend focus on Hinagi instead, causing a wave of awkwardness to ripple through the group. Two classmates weep over their near-failing grades, while envying the effortless success of the top-tier academic elites. Determined to move on, someone suggests throwing away the memory of the exams and looking forward instead. Finally, Sakurai suggests a group outing for the upcoming Golden Week, hoping to spark some much-needed festive fun. Yukito dismisses the idea of a group outing, mocking the social energy of his popular classmates. Irritably, he rejects the notion that an introvert like him would ever be invited to such events. Suddenly, the conversation takes a turn that leaves him visibly shaken and deeply questioning his own reality. Switching gears, he enthusiastically encourages his friends to exclude him from their social plans entirely. Hinagi and Sakurai look down in shame, feeling the heavy weight of their collective social failure. The girls approach him once more, desperately asking why he refuses to spend any time with them. Sakurai points with a confident grin, asserting that planning the trip is half of the fun. While they discuss potential locations like pools or theme parks, Yukito reflects on their different social standing. Abruptly standing from his seat, the boy prepares to drop a truth bomb that will silence the room. Leaning in close, he bluntly asks Sakurai a question, so bold it leaves her completely speechless. Her wide, vacant eyes reflect the absolute and utter shock of his unexpected and piercing query. The entire group erupts in a mix of horror and anger at his incredibly rude and direct behavior. Twirling her hair nervously, Sakurai struggles to find a proper response to his devastating verbal strike. She asks if he truly meant what he said, her face glowing with a mix of confusion and embarrassment. The boy begins to explain his reasoning, while his friends watch from the background in total disbelief. The room falls into a state of pure chaos as he reveals the shocking truth about his sister. Yukito wonders if his neighbor might have the answers he is searching for regarding these strange events. Observing the collective panic, he remains characteristically calm, while his classmates spiral into total and utter madness. Loud screams of disbelief echo through the hallways as the gravity of his secret finally sinks in. Finally, the school bell rings out at noon, signaling the end of a chaotic and emotional morning. Yukito escapes the noisy classroom to the stairwell, hoping to enjoy his lunch in solitary peace. Suddenly, he stops and looks up after noticing a familiar figure sitting silently on the steps above. Recognizing his senior, he calls out to Aphrodite Senpai while holding his store-bought bread and drink. Kyoka reacts with a cold and dramatic turn of her head, clearly acting quite upset with him. The boy wonders why she seems so angry, deciding to remain unbothered by her obvious and prickly attitude. He nonchalantly sits down and begins opening his food, accepting that some people just have bad moods. Yukito focuses on his special cheese milk bread, declaring it a perfect match for his afternoon meal. The senior puffs out her cheeks in frustration, demanding to know why he started eating while ignoring her. Letting out a weary sigh, the protagonist finds her sudden demand for attention to be incredibly bothersome. He wonders aloud if he should have apologized earlier, though his words only seem to irritate her further. Kyoka reminds him of his promise to visit the stairwell regularly, complaining about his long and unexplained absence. Yukito continues chewing his lunch in silence, while the girl vents her frustrations about being stood up. A sudden realization strikes the young man as a light bulb appears above his head during the awkward conversation. He recalls how he had completely forgotten their arrangement while eating with his other classmates in the room. Putting on a sly and deceptive smile, the boy claims that many complicated things have been happening lately. Kyoka blushes intensely as she questions if he actually came specifically to see her today instead of bread. She quickly turns away with a pout, insisting that her presence here has absolutely nothing to do with him. Through a series of nervous gestures, the girl claims she only wanted to spend some quiet time alone. Yukito laughs at her obvious lie, noting that she seems just as lonely as a typical school introvert. Finally, he teases her about being a goddess, prompting her to frantically remind him of her actual name. Yukito stares in shock as the girl continues her bold claim, while he tries to maintain composure. Kyoka blushes while admitting her popularity among the second-year students, but Yukito remains skeptical and somewhat annoyed. The girl covers her face in deep embarrassment while Yukito mocks her for acting like a popular star. Narrowing his eyes, the boy reflects on the situation while another person watches them from a close distance. Yukito spots Hinagi walking with a boy and wonders what exactly they are doing together right now. A close-up reveals Hinagi's pained and tearful expression as she gazes at her former childhood friend from afar. Sensing a confession is about to happen, Yukito grabs Kyoka's hand and sprints away from the scene. Kyoka brags about her own popularity, while Yukito looks back with a look of pure and utter indifference. Yukito eats his bread while casually mentioning the weird combination of cheese and milk in his lunch. Peeking from behind the stairs, the duo watches as Hinagi and the boy have a very private conversation. Hinagi looks down with a serious and downcast expression, seemingly deep in thought about her complicated personal life. Kyoka beams with excitement while mentioning her recent breakup with her senior, causing Yukito to feel quite confused. The narrator reflects on how it would be natural for her to start a new romance right away. Meanwhile, Hinagi and the other boy begin to walk away together while the shadows lengthen around them. Kyoka slumps in exhaustion, while Yukito wonders what happened to the girl he just saw with another. The school bell rings loudly as Yukito points out that the long lunch break is finally coming to an end. With a terrifyingly dark look, the girl vows to eventually settle the score with the protagonist once and for all. As they walk through the school grounds, another student watches their every move from behind a large tree. Hidden in the shadows, the mysterious observer looks down with a heavy and deeply troubled expression on her face. Finally, the scene transitions to another woman who playfully addresses Yukito while holding a pen in her hand. A senior girl playfully feeds Yukito a chocolate stick, prompting a surprised and open-mouthed reaction from him. Suddenly, Hinagi interrupts with an aggressive hug, loudly claiming the right to feed him for herself alone. Surrounded by several classmates, the protagonist realizes he is being treated like a pet in the senior classroom. The woman remarks on the lack of family resemblance, while Hinagi continues her possessive and physical hold. Tension flares as Hinagi brings up past family trouble, scolding the boy for his previous reckless behavior. A close-up focuses on Hinagi's mouth as she prepares to shift the conversation toward a new topic. Narrowing her eyes, she asks for the absolute truth regarding the scandalous student council president incident. A light bulb flickers above Yukito's head as he spots a perfect opportunity to finally clear the rumors. Confidently, the boy explains that the story about the president being his partner is entirely a malicious hoax. Hinagi lets out a sudden and terrifyingly loud scream, her anger reaching a boiling point over his words. When a classmate questions the difference, Yukito firmly asserts that his clarification is extremely vital right now. An awkward silence falls over the small group as they wait for the boy to finish his explanation. With a smirk, He admits that the rumors are actually facts, only correcting the specific wording used. Consumed by rage, Hinagi stands up and demands an immediate vote of no confidence against the president. Yukito tries to calm her down, pointing out that the president never used such scandalous and direct language. His classmates sigh in relief, assuming the entire dramatic story was simply a massive and wild misunderstanding. However, the boy boldly clarifies that the president actually asked him to embrace her in a public setting. Absolute silence and shock grip the room as the classmates process this even more outrageous and factual revelation. Hinagi stares into space with dead eyes, while Yukito nonchalantly comments on the president's undeniable and great beauty. Finally, Hinagi grips him with a menacing aura, vowing to never let him fall for another girl's temptation. Yukito reflects on his total lack of freedom while navigating the oppressive social atmosphere surrounding him. Curious classmates interrogate the boy about Yuri's behavior at home while he offers a blunt confirmation. Hinagi pouts in frustration as another girl dismissively claims to have no interest in the ongoing conversation. With a serious expression, a classmate admits that seeing Yuri being genuinely liked actually brings her joy. A sudden and radiant smile spreads across the girl's face as she clutches her uniform tightly. Yuri affectionately rubs her brother's head, while their friends speculate about her hidden and surprising emotional weaknesses. Yuri threatens to sleep in Yukito's bed if he continues revealing the scandalous details of her private life. Ignoring the warning, the boy mentions how his sister frequently drinks milk while walking around in her underwear. The surrounding girls react with absolute and total shock at the intimate details of the family's home life. Amidst laughter, the group discusses genetics while Yukito maintains his characteristically blank and unbothered facial expression. The protagonist turns back with a look of mild surprise as the classroom atmosphere shifts once again. A heavy sense of realization settles over the room while a mysterious thought lingers in the air. Blushing furiously, the girl mistakenly believes Yukito expressed a deep desire to sleep beside her tonight. She offers a tearful and incredibly gentle smile while promising to prepare herself for their shared future. The boy accepts sleeping on the sofa while his sister takes over his comfortable bed for the night. Yukito senses a profound lack of synchronization in their communication, but decides to simply ignore the issue. The senior girls discuss the massive SNS buzz regarding the mysterious first-year student while he listens in. A classmate reveals her complete lack of a digital footprint, prompting surprise from her modern and connected peers. Looking at her phone, a girl suggests that avoiding social media might prevent unnecessary and painful emotional shocks. Finally, the group concludes that Yukito's thick-skinned nature allows him to handle the constant school gossip easily. Yukito reflects on his total lack of freedom while navigating the oppressive social atmosphere surrounding him. Curious classmates interrogate the boy about Yuri's behavior at home, while he offers a blunt confirmation. Hinagi pouts in frustration as another girl dismissively claims to have no interest in the ongoing conversation. With a serious expression, a classmate admits that seeing Yuri being genuinely liked actually brings her joy. A sudden and radiant smile spreads across the girl's face as she clutches her uniform tightly. Yuri affectionately rubs her brother's head, while their friends speculate about her hidden and surprising emotional weaknesses. Yuri threatens to sleep in Yukito's bed if he continues revealing the scandalous details of her private life. Ignoring the warning, the boy mentions how his sister frequently drinks milk while walking around in her underwear. The surrounding girls react with absolute and total shock at the intimate details of the family's home life. Amidst laughter, the group discusses genetics while Yukito maintains his characteristically blank and unbothered facial expression. The protagonist turns back with a look of mild surprise as the classroom atmosphere shifts once again. A heavy sense of realization settles over the room while a mysterious thought lingers in the air. Blushing furiously, the girl mistakenly believes Yukito expressed a deep desire to sleep beside her tonight. She offers a tearful and incredibly gentle smile while promising to prepare herself for their shared future. The boy accepts sleeping on the sofa while his sister takes over his comfortable bed for the night. Yukito senses a profound lack of synchronization in their communication, but decides to simply ignore the issue. The senior girls discuss the massive SNS buzz regarding the mysterious first-year student while he listens in. A classmate reveals her complete lack of a digital footprint, prompting surprise from her modern and connected peers. Looking at her phone, a girl suggests that avoiding social media might prevent unnecessary and painful emotional shocks. Finally, the group concludes that Yukito's thick-skinned nature allows him to handle the constant school gossip easily. Tanaka and Hinagi greet Yukito with worried expressions as he enters the classroom. Sensing something is wrong, Tanaka immediately presents his phone to Yukito, urging him to look at the shocking news spreading online. Stunned by the information on the screen, the boy's eyes widen in absolute and total disbelief. The phone reveals malicious rumors about Shiori's past, claiming she has been unfaithful since middle school. In the silence of her room, Shiori hides her face in her knees, overwhelmed by the online attack. Tanaka explains that the rumors appeared suddenly last night, quickly gaining traction and causing a massive stir. Despite the lack of evidence, the boys wonder if the rumors are simply another cruel and fabricated hoax. Sakurai and her friends express deep concern, noting Shiori's conspicuous absence from class today. Tanaka asks for a plan, prompting Yukito to think deeply while maintaining his characteristically stoic expression. A sharp spark of determination flickers in Yukito's eyes as he prepares to address the situation. Standing abruptly, the protagonist dramatically declares that the person responsible is currently inside this very room. Absolute chaos erupts in the classroom as his peers stare in total shock at his bold accusation. With a confident smirk, Yukito admits he just wanted to say that for dramatic effect, annoying everyone. Hinagi shouts in frustration while the boy casually walks away, dismissing the group's inability to stay focused. Internally, he reflects on Shiori's character, knowing she doesn't fit the profile of a typical bullying victim. Someone suggests confronting her directly, leading Hinagi to realize they must take immediate action to help. Sakurai gazes at Yukito with pleading eyes, begging him to use his unique skills to save their friend. Caught off guard by the sudden request, the boy offers a confused and somewhat hesitant response. Tanaka and the others firmly place their trust in him, insisting that he is the only one who can help. Pointing at himself in total shock, Yukito wonders why he has been appointed as the group's lead investigator. The scene shifts to a quiet residential neighborhood, where the day's activities finally begin to wind down. Walking alone, Yukito carries his heavy bag while contemplating the recent chaotic events at school today. Meanwhile, he reflects on being pushed into extra duties by both his classmates and the persistent Fujishiro-sensei. Reaching a familiar street, he notes that his former childhood friend's house is located remarkably close by. A sense of unease washes over him as he prepares to fulfill a difficult and mandatory social obligation. Standing before the gate, the boy remembers his current ban from entering this specific family's private home. Inside, a woman wearing an apron stays busy preparing a warm meal while the house remains quiet. Rhythmic sounds of a knife hitting the cutting board echo through the kitchen as she prepares dinner alone. Showing a mournful expression, the woman seems lost in her own deep and long-standing personal regrets. Suddenly, a loud chime from the doorbell interrupts her thoughts, prompting her to look toward the entrance. She sets down her tools and heads to the front door, politely asking who could be visiting. Opening the door, she finds Yukito bowing deeply while presenting a wrapped gift box as a sincere apology. The woman stands frozen in complete silence, her eyes wide with total and absolute shock at his appearance. Hiding his face behind the gift, the boy rambles through a series of long and nervous explanations. Abruptly finishing his business, Yukito turns on his heel to make a quick and desperate getaway. He sprints down the street at full speed, leaving the startled woman standing alone in the doorway. Glancing back with a worried look, the protagonist hopes he has finally settled his lingering social debt. However, the woman's expression shifts into one of chilling intensity as she questions his sudden and odd behavior. Looking down at the box and the attached note, she processes the weight of his unexpected visit. Finally, she calls out a word of thanks, while the boy offers a polite goodbye from the street. Yukito bows deeply at the entrance, admitting he never intended to visit, despite his heavy sense of regret. Akane watches him with a pained expression, her eyes reflecting a deep and long-standing maternal sorrow. The boy explains that he only came because the teacher desperately requested him to deliver the class prints. Maintaining a cold distance, he reminds her of their previous promise to never cross paths again like this. Akane offers a faint, melancholic smile while processing his blunt and characteristically detached words about their relationship. She suggests that he truly didn't want to come, prompting a simple and honest confirmation from the boy. A hand trembles while gripping the class prints, symbolizing the intense emotional strain beneath his calm surface. Gazing at the darkening horizon, she tells him to forget everything, while the evening shadows settle around them. The woman claims her daughter will recover by tomorrow, strictly forbidding him from visiting their home ever again. With a final goodbye, Akane begins to slowly close the heavy front door on their broken connection. The door slams shut with a loud and final thud, leaving a profound silence in the empty street. Inside, she reflects on welcoming him back purely for her daughter's well-being, despite their many past failures. Suddenly, the wrapped gift falls to the floor as the weight of her hidden emotions becomes too heavy. Her face twists with a surge of intense grief, questioning if his visit lacked any genuine personal will. Akane admits her daughter's fault, acknowledging the painful retribution while covering her face in a state of mourning. She desperately wishes he had offered to save her, admitting her own maternal and incredibly selfish emotional desires. Memories of him standing at the gate in middle school resurface, recalling her command to stay away forever. Back then, he accepted her words without retort, choosing to discard every remaining piece of his broken heart. Leaning against the wall in the present, the woman slumps down while the house remains cold and quiet. Finally, a single tear falls as she wonders what terrible incident occurred at school to break him so completely. In the quiet of her room, Shiori remains buried under her covers, recently losing her bright and frequent smile. Akane watches from the hallway, believing her daughter had finally moved past her previous emotional and mental struggles. Suddenly, Shiori sprints past her mother with an incredible burst of energy and a very determined look. Meanwhile, Akane gasps in pure surprise, unable to comprehend her daughter's sudden and quite unexpected change in behavior. Outside the gate, Yukito begins to walk away, before a loud and familiar voice calls out to him. Shiori lunges forward and throws her arms around Yukito, joyfully calling him her beloved and special older brother. Through tears of relief, the girl clings to his arm, while confessing how much she truly missed him. Yukito questions if she actually followed him outside, receiving a very bright and enthusiastic confirmation in return. Laughing happily, Shiori jokes about his martial arts-like presence, while the two stand together in the quiet street. Shortly after, she then asks why he didn't visit her room earlier, her expression shifting back toward concern. Yukito internally reflects on the home ban, while explaining that entering a girl's private room is quite inappropriate now. Shiori explains that her sister is suffering once more, her face darkening with a sense of deep distress. She reveals that her sister hasn't left her room for days, desperately asking if he knows the cause. Looking quite serious, the protagonist admits that he can likely guess the reason behind her sister's current seclusion. Shiori pauses as the weight of her family's complicated situation settles heavily between them during this quiet moment. With a pained look, the young girl confesses her lingering anger and her inability to forgive her sister. A brief and heavy silence follows, while the emotional tension between the two friends continues to mount significantly. Looking up with tear-filled eyes, Shiori begs Yukito to find a way to help her struggling older sister. She insists that he is the only person her sister truly trusts, pleading for one final and sincere confrontation. However, Yukito expresses his doubt that her sister actually desires his presence, leaving Shiori in total and complete confusion. Yukito pauses with a troubled expression, his mind racing as he searches for the right words to respond. Meanwhile, Hinagi and Shiori gaze at him with tear-filled eyes, expressing their deep and shared emotional turmoil. Suddenly, Hinagi confesses her love with a quiet but firm declaration that hangs in the heavy evening air. Startled by her honesty, Yukito reflects on how her words mirror a similar confession from his recent past. A dark shadow passes over his face as he battles the weight of his own conflicting internal feelings. Unexpectedly, Shiori offers a radiant smile while reaffirming her own deep and unwavering affection for her friend. She throws her arms around him in a tight embrace, pleading for some form of emotional validation. Eventually, the girl bids a cheerful farewell, while Yukito labels her as a manipulative and dangerous little devil. Watching her walk away, the boy recognizes that her straightforward nature makes her a formidable social opponent. Transitionally, the scene shifts toward a towering city apartment building, standing silently under the dark night sky. Inside his quiet room, the protagonist remains focused on his studies while the late-night hours pass by. Finishing his work, he abruptly closes his textbook and reaches for the mobile phone resting nearby. Yukito stares intently at the glowing screen, his expression becoming increasingly serious as he prepares for a call. Letting out a frustrated sigh, he decides that intervening in the situation is finally unavoidable right now. He reflects on the request to help Hinagi, realizing he cannot simply ignore her current heavy burden. Picking up the phone, he reminds himself of his self-appointed role as a kind and supportive brother. Hinagi answers the unexpected and late-night call while resting in her room amidst the total silence. The boy listens carefully to her exhausted and weak voice, sensing the depth of her current despair. Narrowing his focus, he bluntly asks the caller if she is actually reaching out for his help. Finally, he commands her to return to school while promising to resolve her troubles within a week. Yukito reflects on his hidden motives while the gravity of the situation begins to weigh heavily on his mind. Hinagi and Shiori stand together in a rare moment of shared vulnerability, both clearly distressed about their mutual friend. In a fleeting yet powerful instant, a quiet confession of love escapes from a pair of trembling lips. Startled by her honest words, Yukito remembers how another person once spoke the exact same sentiment to him. With a grim determination, the boy resolves to take action, regardless of the personal cost he might eventually face. Unexpectedly, Shiori offers a radiant and tearful smile while reaffirming her own deep and unwavering commitment to him. She throws her arms around him in a tight and desperate embrace, seeking a promise for the near future. Finally bidding her brother figure a cheerful farewell, the young girl sprints away into the fading evening light. Back on the phone, Yukito promises to stand by her side without any more deceptions clouding their relationship. A sudden and heavy silence follows as a single, crucial question hangs precariously in the dark night air. Trembling with fear, the girl asks if he will still offer his hand if she is truly broken. She wonders if he will still help her, even if all the terrible and malicious rumors are actually true. With a rare and confident smirk, the boy bluntly asks why such trivial things would ever matter to him. Overwhelmed by his unconditional kindness, she breaks down into a fit of uncontrolled and deeply cathartic sobbing. Clutching her sheets in agony, she vows to no longer be bound by the shadows of her own past. Shiori looks at the protagonist with wide eyes, declaring her firm desire to never be separated from him again. She shouts through her tears that she is finished living a life based on falsehoods and social pretenses. Yukito listens intently as she promises to cast away her weak self and become a person he can respect. A surreal vision of drowning illustrates his internal sense of hopelessness and his long history of failed expectations. However, a hand reaches out from the darkness, symbolizing a final and desperate spark of persistent human hope. Yukito pauses with a troubled expression, his mind racing as he searches for the right words to respond. Meanwhile, Hinagi and Shiori stand together in a rare moment of shared vulnerability, both clearly distressed about their mutual friend. In a fleeting yet powerful instant, a quiet confession of love escapes from a pair of trembling lips. Startled by her honest words, Yukito remembers how another person once spoke the exact same sentiment to him. A dark and pained expression crosses his face as he grapples with the impossible choices ahead. Unexpectedly, Shiori offers a radiant and tearful smile while reaffirming her own unwavering commitment to him. She throws her arms around him in a tight and desperate embrace, seeking a promise for the near future. Finally bidding her brother figure a cheerful farewell, the young girl sprints away into the fading evening light. Watching her go, he considers that her straightforwardness makes her an even tougher challenge than her sister. Transitionally, the scene shifts toward a towering city apartment building, standing silently under the dark night sky. Inside his quiet room, the protagonist remains focused on his studies while the late-night hours pass by. Finishing his work, he abruptly closes his textbook and reaches for the mobile phone resting nearby. Yukito stares intently at the glowing screen, his expression becoming increasingly serious as he prepares for a call. Letting out a frustrated sigh, he decides that intervening in the situation is finally unavoidable right now. On the phone, he explains that he only called because Shiori desperately asked him to help her. With a determined shout, he declares his intention to act as the kind older brother she needs. Hinagi answers the unexpected and late-night call while resting in her room amidst the total silence. She stands up abruptly as the weight of his serious and urgent words finally begins to land. Through bitter tears, she begs him to stop, unable to handle the intensity of their conversation. Finally, Yukito shouts for her to believe him, desperately asserting his innocence regarding the recent incidents. Yukito processes the request, pondering the complicated circumstances that led him to this pivotal moment. Reflecting on how both sisters have always harbored deep feelings for him over the many years, specifically recalling a recent and vulnerable confession of love that left him feeling completely stunned, he realizes that both girls have now voiced the exact same sentiment to him in person, feeling a heavy weight of responsibility as he carefully considers how to finally respond. Memories of a tearful smile and a desperate plea resurface in his mind during this quiet interval. She had clung to him, seeking some form of comfort and reassurance amidst their shared history. Eventually, she ran off with a wave while he internally labeled her a dangerous little devil. He admits her straightforwardness makes her a much tougher opponent than her sister could ever be. Night falls over the city, while the complex emotional web continues to tighten around the group. Back home, the protagonist focuses intensely on his studies to clear his cluttered and confused head. Finishing his work, he abruptly shuts his textbook and reaches for his silent mobile phone. He gazes at the device, knowing he can no longer remain a passive observer in this conflict. Finally making a firm decision, he grabs the phone and prepares to intervene for their sake. Internally, he justifies his actions as fulfilling a direct request from the younger sister earlier. With a determined shout, he declares his new role as a kind and supportive older brother. The call connects to Hinagi, who answers from the dark and lonely solitude of her bedroom. Her voice sounds utterly exhausted, confirming the depth of her current and overwhelming emotional distress. Narrowing his focus, the boy bluntly asks if she is truly seeking his help right now. He commands her return to school while promising a resolution within just 1 week. Someone slams their hands on a desk, startling a nearby student as the classroom atmosphere suddenly becomes tense. Meanwhile, a student named Miyahara sprints out of the room while his confused classmates watch him go. Yukito laughs to himself with a strange stylized grin as he reflects on his ongoing and complex social manipulations. Tanaka remarks that his friend's serious yet laughing face is creepy, while Yukito remains unbothered by the criticism. A week passes as the boy continues his deliberate strategy of spreading dark and malicious rumors about himself. With a dramatic pose, the protagonist internally declares that he is the culprit behind all the recent classroom incidents. Classmates stare in disgust as he celebrates his return to being a complete loner, successfully isolating himself once more. Showing his phone to Shiori, he explains that his real goal was to bury her rumors under his own. Suddenly, the angry Miyahara confronts Yukito in the hallway, loudly shouting his name in a fit of rage. The upperclassman mentions the final rumor spread yesterday, his face twisting with a mix of fury and suspicion. He accuses Yukito of blackmailing Sato Koharu, further escalating the public drama and tension within the high school. A nostalgic flashback reveals Miyahara and Koharu as happy childhood friends walking together during their peaceful middle school years. However, the athlete eventually felt the limits of his talent and quit the track team due to an injury. Koharu watched him from a distance, still viewing her friend as a hero despite his sudden and painful departure. She looked on with visible dissatisfaction as their once close and special relationship began to slowly fracture over time. Miyahara started distancing himself when she pushed him to return, eventually leading him to seek a new beginning elsewhere. Consumed by a dark and desperate obsession, the girl took drastic actions to prevent him from being stolen away. The online board reveals the cruel rumors she fabricated about Hinagi to keep Miyahara focused solely on her. Back in the present, Koharu breaks down in tears while offering a sincere and incredibly pained apology to Yukito. Finally, she expresses deep regret for her manipulative actions and resolves to eventually apologize to Hinagi in person. Yukito reflects on his total lack of freedom while navigating the oppressive social atmosphere surrounding him. Then, he presents a revolutionary solution, deciding to spread rumors about himself to bury his friends' pasts. The plan works perfectly as Miyahara, worried about Koharu, confronts the protagonist and stands before him in rage. Despite their initial misunderstanding, the two childhood friends stand together, while their true feelings remain hidden deep inside. The protagonist concludes that it is not yet too late for Miyahara to finally reconcile with his friend. Leaning in close, the boy whispers a provocative remark to the senior to force an honest reaction. A sudden commotion erupts in the classroom as desks are knocked over during the intense physical confrontation. Subsequently, Yukito accepts the role of the villain, believing he must receive retribution for his calculated social manipulation. The senior continues to grab the protagonist's shirt while staring at him with a mix of fury and confusion. Koharu desperately shouts for the angry senior to stop his aggressive behavior before the situation escalates further. Suddenly, Yukito points dramatically and shouts that the true culprit is currently standing within this very room. His classmates watch in total shock as he makes this bold and completely unexpected public accusation today. With a confident smirk, the protagonist clarifies his personal motives while flashing a cool and unbothered thumbs up. Unexpectedly, both Koharu and Miyahara drop to their knees to offer a sincere and deeply pained apology. The classroom falls into a stunned silence while the group processes the weight of this shared and dramatic kowtow. Reflecting on the outcome, the boy realizes that his goals have been met despite the chaotic circumstances. Furthermore, Koharu acknowledges her sins, fearing that her actions have permanently damaged the lives of those she loves. She understands that Miyahara needed to face the truth regardless of the pain it might eventually cause him. The two childhood friends share a quiet and revealing conversation, finally beginning to address their long-standing emotional distance. Finally, Koharu offers a tearful yet genuine smile, signaling the start of a new and honest beginning together. Tanaka demands a full explanation from Yukito, while the classroom atmosphere remains thick with lingering questions and confusion. With a dark expression, the boy reveals that his recent actions were actually a form of calculated revenge. Yukito nonchalantly asks if his plan was sufficient, while his classmates watch in absolute and total disbelief once more. Tanaka scolds him for trying to handle everything alone, questioning why he refuses to trust his own friends. The protagonist admits his methods might be unforgivable, yet insists there is a clear benefit for everyone involved. He reflects on how his self-sabotage destroyed the rumor's credibility, effectively shielding Hinagi's past from any further scrutiny. Turning toward the kneeling Miyahara, Yukito prepares to make one final and very specific request of his senior. Burning with a desperate desire to atone, Miyahara vows to do absolutely anything the boy asks of him. The room falls silent as Yukito bluntly commands the talented athlete to finally rejoin the high school track team. Hinagi gazes at him with a pained expression, her heart heavy with the weight of his unexpected sacrifice. Miyahara remains slumped in defeat, while his companions try to process the logic behind the boy's strange demand. Internally, the protagonist admits that his help was never born from a sense of pure or selfless goodwill. He reveals his ulterior motive of using Miyahara as a scapegoat to escape the track team's persistent recruitment. Yukito celebrates his success, believing he has secured both his friend's happiness and his own ideal solitary life. Striking a dramatic pose, he praises his own unbreakable mentality for orchestrating such a perfect and flawless social maneuver. However, the victory is short-lived as Fujishiro-sensei delivers a severe and very public scolding for his recent antics. Eventually, the boy offers a polite apology before departing the classroom to handle his remaining school responsibilities alone. Rhythmic footsteps echo through the empty school corridor as he walks toward his next and unavoidable destined encounter. Yukito stops abruptly at the door, catching sight of a familiar figure waiting for him in the quiet room. Finally, he finds Hinagi sitting alone in the classroom, her gaze fixed on him with a mysterious intensity. Hinagi gazes at Yukito with a mournful expression, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears and unspoken regrets. Seated at her desk, she sharply protests his use of a weird nickname while the room feels heavy. Furthermore, through tears, she mentions that someone else is likely waiting for him, urging him to leave. Yukito flinches at her words, a visible blush creeping onto his face as he struggles with internal conflict. Instead, he advises her to head home before the hour grows too late, attempting to maintain protective distance. Hinagi unexpectedly confesses that he was the only person she had been waiting for throughout the long day. Meanwhile, rhythmic footsteps echo across the floor as Hinagi begins to walk away, pausing only when he calls. Hinagi offers a sincere word of thanks, while Yukito dismissively claims he only acted to be hated. As a result, the classroom stands empty and silent, reflecting the stark reality of their broken childhood bond. With a tearful yet gentle smile, the girl declares her hatred for him while standing incredibly close. Consequently, a long and heavy silence falls between them as Yukito gazes back with an unreadable expression. Looking down solemnly, the boy offers a heartfelt apology for all the terrible things he previously said. Hinagi accepts his apology with a soft and quiet confirmation, her expression finally beginning to brighten slightly. Moreover, he reassures her that her past is now protected and no one will ever bother her again. Bowing her head, she whispers her agreement while the final remnants of their shared tensions slowly dissipate. Although a distant memory of their younger selves surfaces, it confirms they can never return to the past. Picking up his school bag, Yukito admits to himself that he failed to become the hero she needed. Turning his back, he suggests that she will soon find a truly wonderful partner who deserves her heart. Eventually walking into the evening light alone, he concludes that a hated person shouldn't stay by her side. Finally, he acknowledges that she deserves to be in a bright place, far away from his own dark shadows. Hinagi reaches out and firmly grasps Yukito's hand, preventing him from walking away into the evening light alone. Yukito stares back in absolute silence, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and profound internal confusion. Leaning in close within the empty classroom, Hinagi prepares to cross the final boundary of their broken relationship. As their faces draw closer, she whispers about the vast and painful distance that has grown between them. Through tearful eyes and a gentle smile, the girl laments how she can no longer reach his heart. Startled by her sudden and intense vulnerability, the boy finds himself completely unable to offer a proper response. She clings to him, while confessing that the light inside her soul vanished on that one fateful day. A haunting memory of a colder time resurfaces, illustrating the deep isolation she felt after their initial separation. Hinagi admits she has been desperately chasing after his warmth ever since their childhood bond was first shattered. She reveals a secret connection with his mother, explaining that her choice of school was entirely intentional. Walking together, she mentions Yuri, while Yukito listens with a characteristically stoic and unreadable expression on his face. A close-up of his eye highlights the rising pressure of her desperate and sincere plea for his attention. Taking a bold step forward, Hinagi invites him to her house to continue their private and heavy conversation. Yukito realizes the person standing before him is a Hinagi he never truly understood or knew until now. Eventually, the scene shifts toward the familiar exterior of the Hinagi family home as the sun finally sets. Inside her bedroom, she opens the balcony door while Yukito stands awkwardly amidst the girl's private living space. He asks about the passage of time, noting that it has been nearly 3 years since his last visit. She jokingly disagrees, claiming the room has changed significantly, while the atmosphere between them remains nostalgic and tense. Sitting on the bed, she smiles warmly while processing his words with a newfound sense of peace and hope. Suddenly, Akane interrupts with an angry glare, demanding to know Yukito's business while his heart begins to race. Akane's menacing aura looms in the background, as Yukito frantically worries about the inevitable scolding he will receive. Feeling a temporary sense of relief, the boy concludes that everything is fine since he was entrusted with the task. The atmosphere turns awkward as Yukito stands before the downcast girl, tentatively asking what she needs from him. Hinagi offers a sincere word of thanks for his visit, while Yukito admits he only came because she insisted. Leaning in closer, the boy bluntly asks what business she has with him in her private bedroom right now. With a pained expression, the young girl desperately asks if he truly committed any wrong acts against her sister. Taking a deep, shaky breath, Hinagi prepares herself to reveal a hidden truth that has been weighing on her. The protagonist watches intently as she stands up abruptly, stating there is something she specifically wants him to hear. Clutching her uniform tightly, she pleads for him to look at her true form, without any more lies or pretenses. Absolute shock freezes Yukito in place as Hinagi suddenly begins to undress, right in front of his very eyes. A dramatic close-up of his wide eye captures the sheer disbelief and panic of witnessing such an unexpected act. The girl continues her bold display, removing her final layers of clothing, while the silence in the room grows heavy. Standing completely exposed and vulnerable, Hinagi gazes at him with a look of pure, raw, and desperate emotional intensity. A discarded garment hits the floor silently, while the protagonist remains paralyzed by the gravity of this intimate confrontation. Staring in stunned silence, Yukito struggles to comprehend the meaning behind her drastic and incredibly daring choice of action. Blushing deeply, the young woman covers herself slightly while waiting for a response that could change their lives forever. A flashback reveals Miyahara approaching Hinagi with a bold romantic proposal while she stands near a large campus tree. The girl remains cold and indifferent to the confession, her eyes reflecting a lack of interest in the senior. She reflects on the bother of being pursued by unknown boys, standing alone as her complicated social dynamic worsens. Finally, a mysterious and knowing smile crosses her face, suggesting that this situation is actually quite perfect for her. Hinagi casually mentions being confessed to by a senior while walking past a stunned and silent Yukito. Glancing back at him, she hides her inner turmoil while the boy stares blankly at her receding figure. Despite her frequent attempts to draw close, the young man always maintained an incredibly cold and distant demeanor. Consumed by anxiety and frustration, the girl eventually chose a cowardly method to force a reaction from him. Hearing the news, Yukito lets out a short and indifferent sound while processing the sudden and heavy information. With hollow and empty eyes, he simply acknowledges her statement without showing even a single flicker of emotion. Absolute shock washes over the girl's face as she realizes her plan has failed to provoke him entirely. Collapsing to her knees, she screams in frustration because he remains completely unbothered by her dating another person. Her heart falls into a state of total chaos as the weight of his cold indifference finally settles. A sharp transition marks the movement toward the quiet reflection of the evening as the immediate drama concludes. Later in her room, Hinagi looks at her phone while reflecting on the terrible and selfish nature of her choices. She remembers standing by the trees when he suddenly revealed a heartbreaking truth about his long-held secret feelings. Yukito admitted that he had actually loved her for a long time and planned a festival confession once. Turning away, he lamented that he was too late and assumed she never truly felt the same way. Shadows fall across his face as he battles the lingering pain of his many deep and hidden emotional scars. The boy suddenly sprints away while the desperate girl reaches out her hand and calls after him in vain. He continues running into the distance as Hinagi pleads for him to wait so she can finally explain everything. Reaching out toward the void, she wishes she could have given him the honest answer he once deserved. Trembling on the floor, she realizes she must finally settle the complicated relationship. She started with the older senior. During 2 weeks of dating Miyahara, Hinagi reflects that their bond lacked any genuine romantic or intimate connection. Hinagi walks with Miyahara, realizing she must end their fake relationship as soon as possible. The senior looks increasingly frustrated, sensing her emotional distance during their walk together. Suddenly, Miyahara snaps and demands to know how long she intends to keep playing games. He aggressively corners her and attempts to force a kiss while Hinagi trembles in terror. A sharp and violent strike interrupts the moment as Hinagi finally chooses to fight back. The boy is knocked to the ground by a forceful kick while his pride shatters instantly. Hinagi manages to break free and sprints away, feeling a deep sense of absolute disgust. Leaning against a tree for support, she gasps for air while tears of trauma fall. She weeps in painful solitude, mourning the loss of the boy she actually truly loves. Back in her room, a new horror begins as malicious rumors about her sleeping around spread. The scandalous gossip moves through the school like wildfire, becoming public entertainment for every student. Desperately, the girl attempts to deny the false accusations, while her peers watch with judging eyes. Walking down the hallway, she realizes the cruel rumors have completely poisoned her entire school life. Leering boys whisper about her behind her back, treating her like an object of ridicule. The psychological pressure becomes unbearable, leaving the girl shaking and vulnerable in the middle of school. Unable to face the constant staring any longer, she turns and flees, while mocking laughter follows. She walks alone through the shadows, reflecting on the terrible mistake that ruined her once pure reputation. Admitting her own deep selfishness, Hinagi realizes she was the one who started this mess. She feels metaphorically bound by heavy chains, trapped by a contract born from her own lies. Eventually, the dark rumors reach her home, threatening to destroy her relationship with her family. Hinagi reflects on the crushing weight of being treated like filth by the people she cared about most. Furthermore, her mother questions whether Yukito is truly aware of the dark truth behind her recent school scandals. Yukito's silhouette walks away as she desperately wishes to keep her beloved from ever learning her painful secrets. Realizing the danger, Hinagi knows she must act immediately to clear up the toxic misunderstanding between them. However, the boy glares back with icy disdain while strictly commanding her not to touch him ever again. Consequently, the young girl breaks into a fit of hysterical sobbing, unable to endure his cold and judgmental gaze. Collapsing to her knees, she laments how her own paralyzing fear allowed malicious rumors to become accepted facts. Meanwhile, a stark and empty screen confirms that their precious childhood relationship has finally and completely vanished. Returning to the present, Hinagi stands completely vulnerable before Yukito, while accepting full blame for their broken bond. A close-up of her eye highlights her sudden realization that her own arrogance was the true poison all along. She tearfully recalls how Yukito always listened to her with sincere kindness, despite her many selfish and immature actions. A painful flashback reveals the moment she cruelly brushed his hand away during that fateful middle school summer festival. Despite her previous rejection, she realizes that the boy still chose to reach out and save her recently. Finally resolving to end her regret, Hinagi tearfully confesses that her love for him has never once wavered. Yukito stares in absolute and total shock, his eye widening as the gravity of her confession finally sinks in. Bowing her head in sorrow, she wonders why she was unable to speak these simple truths many years ago. Suddenly, a powerful and silent declaration appears, signaling her desperate intent to finally prove the depth of her heart. Throwing her arms around him, she offers her entire self to the boy, while the room remains deathly quiet. A sharp sound effect emphasizes the intensity of their sudden and incredibly tight physical embrace on the bed. Finally, she hovers over him while whispering that she has been waiting for this intimate moment for a long time. Hinagi admits her romantic dreams were different, while offering a soft, pained apology for the current reality. Yukito stares back in absolute silence, his wide eye reflecting a state of pure emotional shock. Smiling through tears, the girl notes how he has become able to express such beautiful emotions now. She reflects on her younger self, contrasting her innocent joy with the grumpy expressions of her past. A gentle hand reaches out, while a soft voice encourages him to take things slowly and stay calm. Hinagi remains close on the bed, insisting that she has always been his most loyal and devoted ally. Her gaze turns intensely focused as she declares her desperate desire for his touch above all others. Yukito's eyes widen further in panic as the weight of her bold words begins to suffocate him. He shouts in total frustration, refusing to engage in such intimacy merely to prove a point about her past. Hinagi interrupts his outburst with a firm denial, her expression shifting as she prepares to reveal her heart. Glowing with joy, the naked girl confesses that being in this intimate moment brings her incredible happiness. Physical contact intensifies as hands press against her skin, marking a definitive shift in their long-standing relationship. Straddling him, she wonders aloud why she ever forgot the fundamental bond they once shared so easily. Crying with a radiant smile, she remembers how they were always physically and emotionally connected as children. Yukito gazes upward in a daze, finally beginning to recall the deep-seated memories of their early years. A vision of them walking hand in hand as children illustrates a time when words were entirely unnecessary. Leaning in, she claims they are finally reconnecting the broken threads of their lives in this very moment. Despite the closeness, a flicker of doubt remains in the boy's pained and uncertain gaze. Yukito desperately asks why she chose this moment, to be honest, after so many years of silence. Hinagi watches him clutch his head in agony, explaining she spoke up because their time was running out. Hinagi weeps while Yukito desperately questions why she chose this exact moment to reveal the long-buried truth. Then, clutching his throbbing head, the boy admits that his past self might have accepted her feelings. Subsequently, a melancholic vision of their childhood under a crimson sunset represents the purity of their lost bond. Moreover, Hinagi's eyes reflect the deep sorrow of a past that can never be truly reclaimed or rewritten. Inwardly, the protagonist reflects on a fateful day when he finally accepted that his efforts would never be rewarded. Consequently, a reaching hand fades into the shadows, signifying the moment he gave up on seeking what was unreachable. Regardless, Yukito feels unable to accept her feelings, because unhappiness doesn't suit such a beautiful girl like her. Meanwhile, his gaze narrows with intense internal conflict as the weight of her sincerity threatens to crush his resolve. Desperately battling a mental collapse, the boy tells himself not to break or lose his characteristic emotional detachment. Furthermore, a surreal fantasy metaphor depicts him as a hero, willing to destroy everything if the darkness commands it. Suddenly, a chilling smirk crosses his face as he considers the release of finally letting his entire world break. He further questions if the person known as Kuju Yukito was ever truly meant to be anything more. Realizing he has always been broken, the boy wonders if he misinterpreted everyone's genuine emotions until this moment. At the same time, dark, jagged shadows illustrate the cruel reality of the pain they are both forced to endure. Noticing his sudden paleness, a worried and tearful Hinagi asks if he is okay amidst her own vulnerability. After experiencing a rare sensation of warmth, the protagonist finds himself unwilling to let go of the overflowing feelings. Internally, he puzzles over why she would expose her heart so recklessly and why she chose this specific time. As he falls into a psychological void, the young man contemplates erasing everything to avoid causing any more hurt. Shortly after, a sudden and sharp clarity strikes him, while he remains trapped in the suffocating darkness of his thoughts. Finally, he resolves that erasing the pain entirely might be the only way to save them both from despair. Hinagi lies atop Yukito in an intimate embrace, her body pressing against his as the tension peaks. Crying softly, the girl cradles his face with a tenderness that speaks of years of hidden longing. She whispers reassuring words while their faces draw dangerously close, attempting to soothe his visible internal turmoil. Sitting upright, Hinagi makes a solemn vow to never let him experience such profound emotional pain again. A close-up of her tear-filled eye captures a moment of raw vulnerability and deep-seated personal sorrow. Yukito clutches his head in absolute agony, desperately fighting against the sudden collapse of his mental walls. The boy calls out her name in confusion, while Hinagi stares back with a hauntingly empty expression. Breaking the heavy silence, Yukito lets out a sharp denial as he struggles to process her confession. Hinagi gently places her hand on his chest, while the protagonist remains paralyzed by her overwhelming presence. A single, crystalline tear falls as the young girl reaches a breaking point in her emotional journey. Beaming through her sorrow, Hinagi celebrates the rare moment he finally addresses her by her actual name. She discusses their shared history of kisses, while Yukito internally contemplates erasing her beautiful, tearful smile. Observing her radiant face, The boy feels a dark urge to remove her influence from his heart. Yukito winces in physical and mental pain, the weight of the situation becoming almost too much to bear. Hinagi pulls him into a desperate hug, admitting her inability to be honest has finally destroyed her. Clinging to him, she rejects the idea of being a losing heroine while vowing to fight on. Her gaze remains fixed and determined, refusing to let their complicated relationship end in further mutual hurt. Drifting through a dark psychological void, Yukito reflects on a lifetime of malice and constant emotional loss. A solitary and lingering thought persists amidst the darkness, signaling a potential shift in his fractured perspective. Finally, Hinagi embraces him with a brilliant smile, declaring her profound and unwavering love for the boy. Yukito's heart aches as he desperately refuses to believe that Hinagi's warm smile and heartfelt words were lies. A single droplet falls into a cold puddle, signaling the start of a sudden and lonely downpour. Rhythmic ripples spread across the wet pavement as the rain begins to fall harder on the quiet streets. Walking through the dark urban landscape, the boy reflects on the growing distance between his reality and his dreams. Drenched and shivering, he questions when his once bright life transformed into this cold and miserable cycle of isolation. Memories of intense baseball prowess flash through his mind, recalling a time when his path felt clear and determined. Internally, he puzzles over the exact moment his personality shifted into this unrecognizably stoic and detached version of himself. Observing his own heavy footsteps, he senses a profound distortion in his logic that has slowly poisoned his perspective. He laments his own blindness, wondering why he never questioned the obvious cracks forming in his social standing before. Although he prides himself on his mental fortitude, he realizes even his strongest defenses have been fundamentally compromised lately. Standing amidst a swirl of dark thoughts, the boy desperately questions the true nature of his own identity. The heavy rain continues to lash against the towering apartment building, while the night grows increasingly silent and oppressive. Clenching his fist with newfound resolve, Yukito decides he must find the truth before he can move forward again. A sharp intake of breath marks the moment he prepares to face a difficult and long-avoided family confrontation. Arriving at his sister's door, he acknowledges that a completely different approach is required to fix their bond. Yuri opens the door with a look of pure confusion, startled by her brother's unexpected late-night visit. Yukito asks for a moment of her time while standing in the hallway, his expression unusually serious and focused. Looking directly at her, the boy offers a sincere and long overdue word of gratitude to his older sister. Yuri freezes in absolute and total shock, unable to believe that her brother finally addressed her so kindly. She frantically begs him to repeat his words, stunned by the sudden shattering of the cold walls between them. Yuri's hand reaches out as she mentions having something important to discuss with her younger brother. Suddenly, the sister lunges forward and pulls Yukito into a tight, unexpected embrace in the hallway. She weeps silently against his shoulder, her heart overflowing with a raw and desperate need for connection. Startled classmates shout Yukito's name in total disbelief as they witness the intense public display of affection. Internally, the boy panics, comically wondering if today has been designated as a National Free Hug Day. He reflects on his own sense of logic, comparing his mental defenses to an unsinkable and massive battleship. However, his metaphorical ship of reason suddenly explodes and sinks under the pressure of the emotional moment. Despite his attempts to remain detached, Yukito finds his thoughts accelerating while still trapped in the hug. He realizes that he cannot allow things to end in such a broken and unresolved state here. The scene transitions to the quiet school exterior as the afternoon hours continue to tick steadily away. Back in the classroom, Yukito appears completely drained and dazed while his curious peers watch him closely. He recalls the embarrassing memory of being held by his sister while they slept in the same bed. A sharp jolt of realization strikes him as he desperately tries to process the weight of that memory. The boy starts rambling incoherently, unable to explain why he failed to maintain a safe social distance before. Tanaka observes Yukito's serious expression, wondering what could be troubling his friend so deeply during the lesson. Turning toward his classmate, the protagonist calls out to Mihu Mitsuki with a very firm and determined voice. Surprisingly, the other student declares his sudden intention to officially join the high school's struggling basketball club. Shiori reacts with absolute shock, while the boy clarifies his membership is only for the upcoming tournament period. Tanaka excitedly agrees to join as well, prompting Yukito to label his friend's constant persistence as creepy. Finally, the handsome Mitsuki flashes a radiant and sparkling smile while confirming his commitment to the new team. Yukito reflects on the overwhelming attention as girls in the background cheer with hearts in their eyes. Turning to his companion, he corrects himself and addresses the surprised girl by her first name, Shiori. A sharp close-up of his eye reveals a sudden shift toward a more serious and determined mindset. Shiori gazes at him with visible sorrow, lamenting that she caused him pain simply by being involved. Sitting together in the quiet classroom, the two engage in a deeply personal and revealing social exchange. With intense resolve, the young woman declares she will never lie to him again, regardless of consequences. Yukito closes his eyes briefly, accepting her sincerity, before preparing to make a very bold and unexpected request. He bluntly commands Shiori to become his personal manager, while she stares back in absolute and total disbelief. The girl remains momentarily speechless, her mind racing to process the sudden and life-altering proposal he just made. Overflowing with pure joy, she weeps while giving an enthusiastic and heartfelt confirmation to her beloved friend. The entire classroom erupts into chaotic cheering, while the protagonist wonders if his peers have finally lost sanity. A shocking rumor spreads via mobile messages, misinterpreting his request as a public and bold romantic declaration. Meanwhile, Yuri's friend excitedly asks if she saw the latest school news, while the sister watches silently. Sitting at her desk, the older sister maintains a calm, but visibly happy and slightly mysterious expression. Leaning her face on her hand, she smiles softly, while her friends notice her eyes look quite red. She recalls the tender memory of sleeping beside her brother, realizing their hearts might finally be connecting. A heartwarming vision of Yukito offering a gentle morning greeting fills her thoughts with a rare warmth. Overwhelmed by these positive changes, Yuri blushes deeply while tears of genuine happiness begin to well up. Her friends watch in confusion as she hides her burning face, celebrating the first good change in years. Finally, she vows to protect this precious opportunity and ensure her brother never suffers emotional harm again. Yuri clenches her fist, determined to protect her brother's fragile happiness this time. Staring out the window, she vows to be the one to save him from further pain. Hinagi tearfully suggests becoming a manager as well, hoping to stay by Yukito's side. Shiori immediately protests, declaring that she has already secured the official position for herself. The boys discuss the impracticality of having two managers for their small and weak team. Hinagi slumps in disappointment, while the social atmosphere in the classroom remains quite heavy. Yukito offers a small compromise, inviting her to visit their practice sessions whenever she likes. She softly agrees, finding a glimmer of hope in his small but genuine gesture of inclusion. Suddenly, both girls latch onto Yukito's arms, leaving the protagonist completely overwhelmed and flustered. Tanaka interrupts the chaos to address Mitsuki, while the classroom dynamic continues to shift rapidly. They joke about their former loner status, while the school day finally draws to a close. Later, a hazy consciousness returns as his mother wakes up in their quiet living room. Yukito checks on his mother, who had suddenly collapsed earlier, asking if she is feeling better. He offers her a bottle of water, while maintaining a worried but characteristically calm expression. Unexpectedly, his mother reaches out and grabs his sleeve, desperately pleading for him to stay. The boy stares in shock, unable to comprehend his mother's sudden and intense vulnerability. She trembles as her hand lingers on him, her heart heavy with unspoken and long-held regrets. Throwing her arms around his waist, she begs him to never leave her side again. Yukito remains silent, his mind racing to find the appropriate words for this emotional display. His mother asks if he saw a scary dream, jokingly offering to sing him a lullaby. Yukito contemplates a bossa nova lullaby, wondering if musical variety might better soothe the current awkward family tension. His mother admits her insomnia stems from deep-seated anxiety, looking away with a weary and troubled expression. She tentatively requests they sleep together, confessing that his steady presence provides her with an invaluable sense of peace. Leaning against him, the woman notes his comforting warmth while finally closing her eyes for a moment of rest. She feels her fear dissolving, describing how easily his kindness wraps around her broken and tired heart. Yukito looks down solemnly, internally lamenting that he should be the one supporting his struggling and vulnerable mother instead. Sensing his internal conflict, she asks if he is truly okay while looking up at him with a worried gaze. Clutching her chest, she admits to herself that the time is not yet right to reveal her final secret. A heavy silence blankets the room as the boy watches over his mother while she rests on the sofa. The city stands silent while the narrator reflects that parents are fallible human beings before they assume their roles. Walking away, he concludes that even his own mother must harbor hidden truths she simply cannot share with him. Yuri greets him by asking about his handkerchief, showing a sudden and unexpected shift toward a more maternal concern. The protagonist offers a blunt confirmation, while his sister continues her interrogation regarding his lunch and other daily preparations. Rumors spread through the school hallways as students whisper excitedly about the latest scandalous development involving the popular siblings. Yuri boldly seizes Yukito's hand while walking through the grounds, leaving their staring classmates in a state of shock. She checks his mood while the boy trembles from the intense social pressure of their very public hand-holding today. The narrator notes that her protective instincts have reached dangerous levels following the recent and chaotic school online incident. Things turn comical as Yuri presents an insulating cable, mocking the idea of severing their bond with terrifying laughter. A terrifyingly angelic vision of Yuri appears as the boy reflects on her explosive and truly frightening and intense temper. Finally, after acknowledging her intense hatred for Hinagi, Yukito simply offers a quiet and submissive yes to her question. Yukito ponders strange questions about internal organs, while the morning sun begins to shine through the classroom windows. Suddenly, he lets out a confused sound after hearing an incredibly bold and direct question from someone nearby. Yuri leans in close, mockingly asking if her younger brother actually desires her presence that much right now. Caught completely off guard, the boy stammers a weak and highly suspicious response while breaking into a sweat. She walks away into the corridor, telling him to wait until tonight so she can properly prepare herself. A wave of pure panic washes over Yukito as he frantically questions the true meaning of her cryptic words. Meanwhile, a girl beams with a radiant smile, promising to give her absolute best for her big sister. Yukito drops to his knees in a dramatic display of despair, begging for anything but more social chaos. Tanaka arrives with his usual high-energy greeting, praising the siblings for their apparently close and friendly family bond. The protagonist attempts to avoid further conversation, but his persistent classmates refuse to leave him alone in peace. Things escalate as a student is dragged forcefully along the hallway floor while protesting his current miserable situation. Looking toward the school building, the boy reflects on his desperate and failing search for a quiet life. He internally screams in frustration, wondering if true peace is simply an impossible dream within these school walls. Yukito eventually enters the room looking completely exhausted, catching the immediate attention of his very curious classmates. The group continues to tease him about his recent antics, while the classroom atmosphere remains light and noisy. Tanaka questions his friend's morning activities, but the protagonist remains characteristically defensive and highly annoyed by everything. Turning his attention elsewhere, Yukito calls out to Hinagi, causing the young girl to react with total surprise. She frantically offers a sincere apology while begging him to believe her intentions were not at all malicious. They share a rare moment of calm conversation about the weather amidst a backdrop of cute and playful patterns. Finally, Fujishiro-sensei storms into the classroom to announce that homeroom is officially beginning for all the students. Yukito sits at his desk, contemplating his failed plan to be socially ostracized through his self-made bad reputation. He reflects on how Hinagi and Yuri keep closing the distance, despite his efforts to remain isolated. The protagonist laments his ruined ambition of living an ideal introvert life, while Mitsuki watches him curiously nearby. Tanaka leans in close, mentioning the upcoming Inter-High tournament and asking what Yukito plans to do next. Looking visibly annoyed, Yukito questions if Mitsuki is also just another refreshing and troublesome handsome guy in class. He recalls how Himura-senpai's previous high-energy consultation was exactly the same kind of exhausting and noisy bother. Reality remains incredibly harsh for the weak basketball club, facing a nearly certain defeat in the first round. Yukito realizes that simply assisting his senior's romantic confession is the very best he can do right now. He reflects that restarting basketball was merely his own selfish way of responding to everyone's intense resolve. Shiori smiles radiantly through her tears, expressing her long-standing and sincere desire for a total personal change. Vulnerable and exposed, Hinagi admits she felt everything was finally lost if she didn't change her own self. Yukito maintains a characteristically blank expression, struggling to recall his past feelings about ever being truly loved. An open hand reaches out as the boy considers whether he actually wanted to love someone once more. Clenching his fist, he acknowledges that he chose this specific path to finally reclaim his ordinary daily life. Shiori sits by the window, her presence creating a clear and quite awkward temperature difference for the protagonist. Glowing with excitement, the energetic girl asks repeatedly if they will truly compete in the upcoming inter-high tournament. Yukito stares in silence, his deadpan gaze fixed on the overly enthusiastic and sparkling girl sitting before him. Boldly crossing his arms, the boy announces to his classmates that he has finally conceived a brilliant plan. The scene transitions toward the massive high school gymnasium building under a bright and mostly clear afternoon sky. Yukito challenges his teammates to steal the ball, promising that Shiori will perform a dance if they succeed. Shiori performs the energetic fox dance, leaving her stunned classmates in a state of absolute and total shock. Mitsuki reacts with frustration to Yukito's casual indifference, while the group prepares to resume their intense basketball practice. Shiori confronts Yukito with tearful eyes, demanding to know the true meaning behind his recent and blunt words. Walking away, the boy advises his distraught friend to stop worrying about his own selfish social choices. Yukito turns back with a calm and confident gaze, asking the young girl to simply believe in him. She stares in silence for a moment before offering a quiet and determined nod of sincere agreement. Returning to the court, the boy admits that he also wants to see her succeed in her goals. He prepares to begin the next match while the atmosphere in the gymnasium becomes increasingly serious and tense. The regular players vow to crush the newcomer's arrogant attitude during their upcoming high-stakes and competitive basketball game. Nearby, other students focus on their own athletic activities, while the primary drama centers on the central court. Yukito effortlessly dribbles past his bewildered opponents, showcasing his incredible and machine-like speed during the intense match. Mockingly spinning the ball, the talented junior leaves his senior rivals shouting in a fit of absolute rage. Tanaka and Mitsuki watch the display, while Mitsuki loudly demands one more chance to prove his worth. Observing from a distance, a girl watches with a mix of deep admiration and a rising, powerful emotion. Yukito continues to dominate the game, while his classmates internally admit how incredibly cool he looks right now. Shiori reflects on her journey, acknowledging that she only came here to witness his return to former glory. The boy views this time as a continuation of a lost dream, granted by a rare stroke of luck. Standing by the gymnasium doors, the girl lets out a passionate shout of encouragement for all her teammates. Yukito realizes that simply stealing the ball is no longer the most significant part of this meaningful encounter. Finally, the group acknowledges that how they accept the inevitable result is what truly defines their character today. Yukito tells Shiori he intends to support his pathetic teammates, while she offers a small and nervous nod. The regular players erupt in rage at Mitsuki's insults, while Yukito continues his characteristically blunt and mocking commentary. Meanwhile, Shiori acts like a little devil with a playful wink, attempting to provoke a reaction from the protagonist. Yukito remains characteristically unbothered, noting that her physical growth makes her far more than just a little devil. Flustered by his honesty, the girl shouts in embarrassment, accusing him of blatant sexual harassment before the group. Subsequently, with a cynical smirk, Yukito questions his seniors' resolve, declaring their current motivation completely insufficient for victory. He begins to walk away, leaving Mitsuki to demand an explanation for his harsh and incredibly discouraging words. Shortly after, a regular player stomps his foot in absolute fury, vowing to never let a junior succeed. Yukito easily toys with his opponent's pride, believing their spirits are currently being crushed by his overwhelming skill. Meanwhile, Mitsuki pants heavily from total physical exhaustion, his body reaching its limit during the high-intensity session. A sharp and incredibly determined spark returns to Mitsuki's eyes as he prepares for another competitive round. Observing from the sidelines, Shiori believes the team will definitely grow stronger under Yukito's silent but influential presence. Blushing softly, the young girl reaffirms her deep and unwavering love for the boy she has always watched. Furthermore, the protagonist continues to drive his teammates forward, his actions finally igniting a serious spark of passion. He reflects on how his past obsession with basketball was merely a way to escape lingering emotional heartbreak. Shiori watches with tearful eyes, whispering a firm and quiet vow to no longer lose to her heart. Turning away, she resolves to become much stronger, inspired by the intense and dedicated atmosphere on the court. Yukito asks if they have finally cleared the air, noticing the positive shift in the team's overall spirit. Shiori looks back in total surprise, her mind momentarily blanking at his sudden and incredibly direct question. Finally, standing among his defeated teammates, Yukito calls out Shiori's name as the evening practice draws to close. Yukito smirks while holding a basketball, announcing that the necessary parts have arrived for tomorrow's start. A broken watch once given by a grandfather symbolizes the tragic day. Everything shattered with Yukito. Memories of a painful moment resurface, highlighting the exact time that changed their lives forever. Shiori reflects on her guilt, believing she stole everything from the boy she cared about most. Standing solemnly, the young girl admits she initially felt that fixing the past was somehow wrong. A dark void emphasizes her internal belief that their current suffering serves as a necessary lesson. Looking down with empty eyes, Yukito offers a sincere apology for his past inability to help. Shiori desperately protests through tears, insisting that her friend bears absolutely no responsibility for the tragedy. The two share a quiet and awkward moment at their school desks while navigating their complex feelings. Together, they focus intensely on the intricate task of repairing the small, broken memento on the desk. Yukito uses Shiori's birthstones, Ruby and Sphene, to create a unique and meaningful watch dial design. He carefully embeds the time of the accident into a subdial while transplanting salvaged internal parts. With steady hands, the protagonist meticulously attaches the protective sapphire glass case to the restored watch. They reach the final stage of their collaborative effort, preparing to snap the back cover in place. Rhythmic tick-tock sounds fill the air as the previously frozen machinery finally begins to beat once more. Shiori erupts in pure joy upon seeing the watch move, her excitement echoing through the empty classroom. A radiant smile spreads across the girl's face as she celebrates the rebirth of her precious item. Yukito formally presents the completed gift, declaring it a unique timepiece created specifically for her alone. Later, Shiori reflects on her decision to replace the broken memento after witnessing her friend's pain. Finally, Yukito realizes he must move her stop time to prevent her from being sick with regret. Stretching his arms after a long task, Yukito prepares to head out from the empty school. The protagonist admits to himself that the repair effort went much better than he originally expected. Shiori weeps while cradling the restored watch, unable to fathom why he would go so far. Noticing her distress, the boy desperately attempts to explain himself while the atmosphere becomes incredibly awkward. Through bitter tears, the young girl confesses her feelings of worthlessness in the face of his kindness. He insists that no reward is necessary, yet she remains trapped by her heavy sense of guilt. Reaching out, he prepares to comfort her. Yukito gently pats her head, advising her to stop the self-reproach and move forward. A faint and genuine smile finally flickers on her face as she offers a sincere thank you. Clutching the watch tightly, she makes a silent and powerful vow to cherish his gift forever. He solemnly reminds her that unlike mechanical parts, a broken human heart cannot be easily fixed. Shiori offers a quiet nod while the two share a rare and peaceful moment of mutual understanding. A close-up of her eye captures the intensity of her realization about what truly matters now. Yukito expresses his sincere relief at her well-being, his words finally reaching her long-closed heart. Yukito swallows hard as the overwhelming emotional weight of the situation finally begins to take hold. Shiori lunges into a tight hug. She repeatedly cries out apologies, her voice trembling with the weight of her long-suppressed regrets. Yukito stands frozen in total disbelief, his eyes reflecting the intense and painful sincerity of her hold. A traumatic memory of her weeping by his side after the accident resurfaces in his mind. Finally, a lingering sense of hope persists that their future might finally be different after tonight. Yukito ponders bizarre questions about anatomy and biology, while the morning sun rises over the school. He reacts with genuine confusion as a sudden, intense question interrupts his internal train of thought. A girl confronts him with a dark look, questioning if he truly desires her that much. Stunned by her forwardness, the boy can only offer a weak and nervous response in return. She tells him to wait until nightfall, granting him time to prepare his own emotional resolve. Yukito spirals into a total panic, terrified that a wrong answer will lead to a social disaster. Meanwhile, a girl beams with a radiant and determined smile, vowing to do her absolute best. The boy drops to the floor in a dramatic plea, desperately begging to avoid another public scene. Tanaka arrives with a cheerful morning greeting, praising the siblings for their apparently close and friendly relationship. A senior approaches to request a private consultation, while Yukito remains in a state of submissive defeat. Things escalate as he is forcefully dragged away by his senior for an unavoidable and urgent talk. Looking toward the school, he reflects on the constant and exhausting drama that seems to follow him. He internally screams in frustration, questioning if he will ever find a moment of true peace here. Rhythmic school bells ring out as the protagonist enters the classroom to face yet another long day. His classmates discuss the recent chaotic events, noting the lack of common sense among the involved students. They interrogate him about his morning antics, while Yukito maintains a characteristically defensive and highly annoyed expression. A determined classmate vows to pull the protagonist along, regardless of his obvious and persistent social reluctance. Reaching out toward a new goal, the narrative shifts toward the next significant and inevitable turning point. Tanaka curiously asks about Yukito's true nature, while the group continues to discuss their mysterious friend. Finally, Tanaka recognizes that Yukito is never truly alone, always surrounded by people who care for him. Yukito points towards Shiori, vowing to support the team as she responds with a determined shout of agreement. Meanwhile, the regular players seethe with frustration, while Tanaka and Mitsuki continue their relentless and mocking provocation. Acting like a little devil, Shiori winks playfully amidst a background of hearts to catch Yukito's distant attention. The protagonist remains characteristically blunt, noting her physical growth during a moment that leaves Shiori in absolute shock. Flustered, the young girl screams at him for his inappropriate comments as Yukito maintains his typical deadpan expression. Subsequently, the regular team members discuss their goals while Yukito watches them with a subtle and knowing smirk. Tanaka questions a specific term upon holding the ball, his competitive spirit flaring up during the tense practice. A sharp squeak echoes through the gymnasium as a sneaker grips the floor for an explosive and sudden move. Yukito expertly handles the ball when facing off against defenders whose pride is currently being crushed completely. Tanaka collapses in total exhaustion, his body reaching its limit after the high-intensity and grueling basketball training session. Regardless of his fatigue, a sharp and incredibly determined spark returns to Tanaka's eyes as he prepares to continue. Shiori watches from the sidelines, convinced that the team's spirit is finally beginning to transform under his influence. Blushing deeply, the young girl reaffirms her unwavering love for the boy who has always been her inspiration. Additionally, Yukito's serious performance on the court successfully ignites a genuine and fiery passion within all his teammates. He reflects on how his former obsession with the sport was merely a tool to forget his past heartbreak. Shiori watches with tearful eyes, whispering a quiet and firm resolve to never lose to her own heart. Turning away, she resolves to become much stronger, deeply moved by the intense atmosphere developing in the gym. Yukito asks if they have finally cleared the air, noticing the positive change in his friend's overall demeanor. Shiori looks back in absolute surprise, her mind momentarily blanking at his sudden and incredibly direct question. Finally, standing among his fallen teammates, Yukito calls out Shiori's name as the evening practice session concludes. Yukito internally questions the fairness of punishing a freshman for the mistakes of an upperclassman during their intense training session. Meanwhile, he mocks Tanaka's poor stamina, suggesting that giving up at such a basic level is truly pathetic. Suddenly, Tanaka initiates a competitive 5-lap race, prompting an immediate outcry about his unfair and desperate head start. Showing a rare and slightly unsettling smile, the protagonist leaves his teammates feeling quite disturbed by his expressions. Sakurai shouts in frustration at a senior, demanding to know if he feels no shame losing to a first year. Shiori watches with a clipboard, reflecting on how she never imagined such a lively day would ever actually arrive. Everything seems to be moving in a positive direction as the group walks together after their physically exhausting practice. Focusing intensely on her duties, the young manager continues to record the team's progress with a very determined heart. Observing the boys run, Shiori resolves to face her own challenges instead of hiding from her complicated personal feelings. The scene transitions to the quiet school hallway as the afternoon sun begins to fade behind the massive building. Inside the empty classroom, Shiori greets an arriving Hinagi while expressing her sincere gratitude for the unexpected visit today. Hinagi looks serious, immediately assuming the conversation concerns Yukito, while her companion maintains a calm and mysterious demeanor. Shiori acknowledges their rivalry and lack of mutual affection, though her expression remains remarkably gentle and surprisingly kind. Reaching into her pocket, the girl prepares to reveal a hidden item that has been weighing on her mind. She presents a small jewelry box to the confused Hinagi, insisting that she must see what is hidden inside. The box opens to reveal a beautiful and intricate butterfly accessory resting on a soft and velvet-like cushion. Holding the gift, Shiori reveals that she received the precious item from Yukito himself during their previous shared time. Hinagi reacts with suspicion, accusing her of bragging, which prompts a frantic and loud denial from the distressed manager. Narrowing her gaze with intense resolve, Shiori firmly declares that the butterfly accessory actually belongs to Hinagi alone. Finally, she explains the secret history of the gift, which Yukito intended to give during his middle school confession. Hinagi stares at the gift in shock, realizing that Yukito still held onto physical pieces of their shared past. A sad memory reveals how Yukito supposedly discarded every memento of their childhood following his initial rejection. A discarded photo in the trash illustrates the boy's past attempt to erase his feelings and memories of her. Back in the present, Hinagi tearfully questions why Yukito would choose to give this precious accessory to her now. She pauses with a pained smile, struggling to reconcile her guilt with the warmth of his unexpected gesture. The young girl addresses Shiori, her voice trembling as the weight of the moment settles between the rivals. Shiori firmly asserts that the gift belongs to Hinagi alone, claiming she has no right to keep it herself. Hinagi stands momentarily paralyzed by the manager's sudden selflessness and the blunt truth of her own situation. Shiori explains that she cannot accept an item meant for someone else, especially after Yukito's previous rejection. She continues, suggesting that Yukito gave her the butterfly specifically because he believed it truly suited her. Hinagi looks down solemnly, questioning the real meaning behind Yukito's choice to finally return the long-held accessory. She acknowledges her past faults, admitting she was wrong for failing to receive his feelings all those years ago. With a sharp and incredibly determined gaze, the girl vows to never make the same mistake again. Shiori watches in silence as Hinagi declares her new resolve to finally be honest with her true heart. A dark vision illustrates Hinagi's 2-year journey of emotional wandering through a lonely and suffocating psychological void. Despite the despair, her persistent footsteps symbolize her refusal to give up on reclaiming what was lost. She gazes toward a distant light, driven by the few precious things she simply couldn't leave behind. Standing tall in the classroom, Hinagi boldly declares her goal to finally make Yukito acknowledge her love. An intense close-up of her eyes captures the absolute and unwavering resolution of a girl ready to fight. Shiori can only let out a small gasp, stunned by the sheer power of Hinagi's newfound and fierce determination. Shiori declares her resolve to not lose, standing firm in the quiet and empty school classroom. Her face hardens with determination, while adorable dog patterns fill the background of her intense thoughts. Hinagi acknowledges their status as rivals with a gentle, tearful smile that reflects her own internal struggle. The two girls share a light-hearted moment by the window, discussing the overwhelming number of romantic competitors. Surprisingly, Shiori takes a bold step forward and asks if they can finally become genuine friends. Hinagi hesitates, questioning if their shared interest in Yukito makes a real friendship truly possible now. With a radiant and honest smile, Shiori reaffirms her sincere desire to build a bond beyond their rivalry. Hinagi watches her with a look of growing surprise, moved by the manager's unexpected and heartfelt proposal. They agree to fight fairly for their love, sealing their new pact with a cheerful and determined shout. Internally, Hinagi wonders if she could ever sincerely congratulate her new friend, if Yukito chose her instead. She admits to herself that it might be impossible, acknowledging the depth of her own lingering feelings. Looking toward the future, an intense close-up captures Hinagi's realization that her path is finally clear. Shiori and Hinagi share a firm and joyful handshake, celebrating the start of their unique and complicated bond. The scene shifts to the bustling city streets, where modern buildings tower over the busy afternoon crowds. A group of excited students gathers near the station, their cheers echoing through the urban landscape today. Male classmates erupt in excitement while envisioning Yuri as a literal angel descending from the heavens above. Yuri dismisses her friend's compliments with a playful attitude while preparing for the group's planned social outing. Someone praises Hinagi's beautiful floral top as she stands waiting in her stylish and colorful casual attire. Shiori also receives glowing compliments for her outfit, appearing nervous but incredibly well dressed for the special occasion. Finally, the two rivals stand together in the spotlight while their enthusiastic peers cheer for the stylish pair. Toshiro internally questions the absurdity of a first-year student subjecting a third-year regular to such intense training. Meanwhile, Yukito observes his exhausted teammates with a cold indifference, bluntly labeling their current lack of stamina as pathetic. Suddenly, Tanaka initiates a competitive 5-lap race, only to scream in rage as Yukito takes a head start. Besides, showing a rare and slightly unsettling smile, the protagonist leaves his teammates feeling quite disturbed by his expressions. Sakurai shouts in frustration at Toshiro, demanding to know if he feels no shame losing to a first year. Shiori watches with a clipboard, reflecting on how she never imagined such a lively day would ever actually arrive. Everything seems to be moving in a positive direction as the group walks together after their physically exhausting practice. Moreover, focusing intensely on her duties, the young manager continues to record the team's progress with determined heart. Observing the boys run, Shiori resolves to face her own challenges instead of hiding from her complicated feelings. The scene transitions to the quiet school hallway as the afternoon sun begins to fade behind the massive building. Inside the empty classroom, Shiori greets an arriving Hinagi while expressing her sincere gratitude for the unexpected visit. Hinagi looks serious, immediately assuming the conversation concerns Yukito, while her companion maintains a calm and mysterious demeanor. Shiori acknowledges their rivalry and lack of mutual affection, though her expression remains remarkably gentle and surprisingly kind. Staring at her repaired watch, the girl admits that she can no longer hide the truth from her rival. Subsequently, she presents a small jewelry box to the confused Hinagi, insisting that she must see what is hidden inside. The box opens to reveal a beautiful and intricate butterfly accessory resting on a soft and velvet-like cushion. Holding the gift, Shiori reveals that she received the precious item from Yukito himself during their previous time. Hinagi reacts with suspicion, accusing her of bragging, which prompts a frantic and loud denial from the manager. Narrowing her gaze with intense resolve, Shiori firmly declares that the butterfly accessory actually belongs to Hinagi alone. Finally, she explains the secret history of the gift, which Yukito intended to give during his middle school confession. A girl bows deeply in apology while Yukito sits on the sofa, feeling quite overwhelmed by the drama. The protagonist attempts to downplay the incident, insisting he suffered no serious injuries during the recent bike accident. Yuri looks on with crossed arms, sternly pointing out the extreme danger of driving while wearing large headphones. Consumed by rage, the older sister labels the reckless behavior as nothing short of a literal attempted murder. A playful chibi scene illustrates Yuri's unique form of sibling justice as she prepares her final social judgment. Yukito reflects on the situation, revealing that he actually received a substantial amount of settlement money as compensation. To everyone's absolute delight, the boy uses the funds to treat his entire class to pizza and sushi. Teacher slams the door open, demanding to know who ordered a massive food delivery to the high school. Yukito nonchalantly raises his hand to confess, while the classroom atmosphere shifts from celebration to sudden, nervous tension. Kneeling before the teacher's desk, he accepts his scolding, while internally noting her surprisingly gentle and kind nature. The day transitions into a quieter moment within the school office as the primary afternoon chaos finally settles. Later, Kyoka enjoys a sandwich while praising Yukito's unexpected and impressive skills displayed during the recent sports match. Sitting together on the stairs, the senior questions him about being bullied by other students during club activities. While eating their lunch, she mockingly challenges his self-proclaimed loner status, noting his growing and diverse social circle. The energetic girl boasts about her membership in the badminton club, showing off her confident and athletic side today. Yukito remains skeptical, internally debating the merits of following trends versus maintaining his preferred and solitary social path. Their conversation shifts toward the legendary and highly sought-after yakisoba bread, sparking a heated and lively lunch debate. Kyoka aggressively shakes the protagonist, complaining about his rare character status, while their comical social dynamic continues unabated. Yukito produces a small coin purse overflowing with coins, representing his recent and unexpected financial gain from settlement. Finally, he shows the reward to the stunned girl, leaving their relationship in a state of confusing social complexity. Yukito presents a 5 yen coin, a symbolic gesture of fate and connection during their quiet meeting. He offers the coin to a startled Kyoka while kneeling before her on the school stairs. Chibi versions illustrate their comedic disagreement as Kyoka loudly rejects the boy's bizarre and unsolicited donation. The conversation pauses momentarily while both characters struggle to find the right words for the awkward situation. Kyoka reflects on her improved social life, noting that classmates and juniors now find her more approachable. With a soft gaze, the senior admits that it might not be too late to change things. Chibi Kyoka frantically argues that her feelings aren't born from hatred, despite the protagonist's cynical assumptions. While the boy casually eats, the girl pouts in frustration over his persistent and stubborn emotional distance. She begins to speak more seriously, her expression shifting as she prepares to share a deeper thought. Sitting together, Kyoka mentions how people often gossip about Yukito without ever truly knowing his heart. A blank smartphone screen highlights the friction between annoying juniors and the watchful eyes of their seniors. Yukito calmly accepts the negative perceptions of others as a perfectly logical and understandable social reaction. Chibi versions clash again as the boy humorously questions if his senior is actually the strange one. He describes himself as a rare character seeking experience points, causing the girl to react with total bewilderment. Narrowing her eyes with a determined smirk, Kyoka finally begins to understand the protagonist's unique perspective. A playful metaphor shows the girl dealing a critical hit to the boy with a magical staff. She jokingly laments his sudden comical death, while a halo appears over the fallen and defeated protagonist. Yukito immediately revives himself, prompting Kyoka to mockingly label him as a persistent and annoying zombie. A sudden realization strikes the boy, his expression changing as he hears a surprising observation from her. Finally, Kyoka notes that despite the constant rumors, Yukito never says anything bad about anyone else. Kyoka sits on the school stairs, offering a warm and incredibly gentle smile while reflecting on their shared time. Chibi versions illustrate her playful frustration as she demands respect instead of being teased by her junior. Yukito admits his envy of others, while she laments that his self-deprecating nature hides a genuinely good heart. The boy's face twists in absolute shock after being asked if his parents are attending the upcoming school event. Yukito begins to tremble in a state of pure panic, terrified of what his family might do next. Kyoka explains the situation is merely seasonal, while the protagonist remains completely dazed by the sudden and heavy news. The rhythmic sound of school bells echoes across the campus as the day for class observation finally arrives. Fujishiro Sensei stands before the blackboard, officially announcing next month's mandatory parent visitation day to her stunned students. She aggressively points at the boy, strictly forbidding him from marking himself as absent during the important school event. The teacher reveals both good and bad news regarding an upcoming high-profile inspection by various important school officials. Standing tall, she questions why their specific classroom was chosen for the prestigious and high-stakes official school evaluation. Yukito offers a blunt and cheeky compliment about her beauty, which the teacher surprisingly and immediately accepts as fact. The protagonist comically attempts to pack his bag and leave, but his teacher quickly shuts down his escape. They discuss the supposedly good news of the inspection, while the classroom atmosphere becomes increasingly tense and heavy. The mood shifts as the teacher prepares to drop the bad news with an incredibly dark and ominous expression. Her face twists into a terrifying display of pure rage, realizing the inspection is actually a massive personal burden. The entire class erupts into hysterical laughter as Yukito successfully manages to provoke his usually stoic and serious teacher. He tries to end the conversation once more, but his classmates loudly protest his characteristic and sudden social withdrawal. Fujishiro Sensei taps her desk in frustration, blaming their recent high test scores for her newfound and overwhelming workload. She urges the group to redeem themselves, while a worried student attempts to interject with another growing concern. Hinagi and Shiori recognize their limited capabilities, while acknowledging the importance of their designated roles. Yukito maintains a grave expression, instructing his peers to monitor the suspicious behavior of a particular man. Tanaka and his companion watch in bewildered silence as the protagonist continues his intense and serious instructions. The boy's unexpected satisfaction with the situation leaves a frustrated Tanaka questioning his motives. They discuss high school visitation norms, leading Yukito to doubt his busy mother's interest in attending. A flashback shows Yuri happily acting as his proxy, filling the maternal void in his life. Sakurai joins the discussion, admitting that the transition to high school events feels quite strange. Internally, the boy admires Sakurai's remarkable social abilities, noting her effortless integration into the conversation. The classmates contemplate the potential embarrassment of being the only student with a parent present. Sakurai checks her phone while discussing high prep school attendance, prompting an annoyed reaction from Hinagi. Fujishiro Sensei stands firm, challenging Yukito to deduce why their class was selected for the inspection. The protagonist offers a blunt compliment about her beauty, which the teacher immediately accepts as fact. Yukito comically attempts a quick escape, but the teacher sharply forbids him from leaving early. He inquires about the good news, only to discover their class was chosen for an official inspection. The mood shifts dramatically as he asks for the negative news, causing the teacher's aura to darken. She screams in rage, revealing that the inspection itself is the source of her current misery. A wave of laughter ripples through the classroom as Yukito successfully manages to rattle his teacher. The boy tries to dismiss the conversation, but his peers insist that the situation remains unresolved. Sensei attributes her exhausting workload to the student's recent academic success. Looking quite irritated, she demands a flawless performance for redemption, while a worried Sakurai attempts to voice a concern. Seeking advice for the upcoming visitation day, Yukito visits the student council room to consult with his experienced seniors. Yumi welcomes him with a warm and blushing smile, visibly thrilled that the younger boy finally sought her help. Unfortunately, the atmosphere immediately turns chaotic as the protagonist realizes there is no one around to restrain her. She notes that the vice president is currently busy in the staff room, but should return to them soon. Observing her behavior, the boy points out a sudden change in her tone that the senior quickly laughs away. Yumi recalls their previous school year, mentioning that parent attendance for the boys was actually quite low back then. She suggests that male students typically find their parents' presence at school events to be incredibly embarrassing and awkward. Despite her strange actions, the student council president's reputation among the rest of the student body continues to rise. Yukito considers his own mother's potential absence, concluding that her decision to skip wouldn't pose any significant social problems. A heavy silence follows as a mysterious and lingering thought hangs precariously in the quiet air of the room. Without any warning, Yumi sits directly on Yukito's lap, leaving the flustered boy completely paralyzed and blushing in shock. She acknowledges her own suddenness while suggesting they should focus on deepening their intimate relationship much further and faster. To bridge their social distance, the senior girl proposes they start calling each other by special and affectionate nicknames. Leaning in with a playful wink, she suggests the name Mukin, while the boy struggles to maintain his composure. Internally, Yukito's evaluation of the girl's sanity plummeted as he realizes her advances are becoming increasingly and dangerously bold. He bluntly tells her that she is heavy and asks her to move, though she questions his true feelings. Blushing intensely, the boy finally admits he is happy, while the senior continues to tease him with a smile. Yumi questions his interest in her growing figure, making the protagonist even more uncomfortable with their sudden physical closeness. She whispers a scandalous secret about her body, causing the boy to shout that he is receiving too much information. Finally, she encourages him to share a secret of his own, while the tension in the room remains high. Yumi leans in close, asserting that the Yukito she knows wouldn't act without a deeper, hidden meaning. She reflects on the slander directed at Hinagi, noting how he purposefully became the villain to protect her. Looking him in the eye, the president asks for the absolute truth behind his self-sacrificing and controversial actions. Yukito remains silent, his heart heavy as he questions the reality of his own complex and fractured identity. With a hollow gaze, he dismisses the past, claiming he is merely trash who needs no redemption now. Suddenly, the door slams open as a girl bursts in, shattering the intense and private mood between them. The newcomer stares in total disbelief, finding Yukito in a compromising and very intimate position with the president. Comical chaos ensues as Yukito is jokingly labeled a boss, while the group dynamic shifts into sheer absurdity. The narrative transitions toward the evening, focusing on the cold and empty stares of a modern train station. Standing outside the station entrance, the protagonist waits alone as commuters pass by in the fading evening light. Yukito waits until a familiar voice calls out, prompting him to turn around and face his arriving companion. A sharp, detailed focus on his eye captures the moment his gaze first falls upon her stunning appearance. Hinagi stands before him in a stylish plaid dress, beaming with joy that they finally found each other. Yukito is completely blindsided, his soul practically leaving his body upon seeing her incredible and shocking new transformation. He comically praises her beauty, comparing her to a perfect 2D character who has suddenly entered the real world. Internal cheers erupt as he acknowledges how amazing she looks, his heart racing with a newfound sense of admiration. Blushing deeply, the girl asks if the outfit truly suits her while searching for validation in his eyes. Yukito asks her to do a spin, wanting to see the full effect of her carefully chosen ensemble. She twirls joyfully, her dress fluttering as she displays her playful and feminine side for the first time. Overwhelmed by her divine cuteness, the boy offers a silent prayer of gratitude while she offers shy thanks. Hinagi reflects on her past inability to be honest while wearing her beautiful and new plaid dress. Tearfully, she admits to being a fool for her previous actions while blushing under the evening light. Yukito offers a rare and gentle smile, watching her with a calm and surprisingly peaceful expression. With a soft look, Hinagi vows to move past her regrets and finally start over with him. Suddenly, the young girl reaches out her hand and boldly asks if they can hold hands together. Yukito pauses, quietly remarking that this situation feels remarkably like a real and proper romantic date. Hinagi wipes away a final tear while agreeing that their relationship has truly begun to change. A radiant smile spreads across her face as she celebrates the start of their special evening out. Reaching back, The protagonist tentatively moves his hand toward hers as the atmosphere turns incredibly tender. Their fingers interlace as they finally share a long-awaited and very intimate moment of physical contact. Walking together, the boy confesses that he has always harbored a secret desire to hold her hand. Gazing at the city, he reflects on how the thing he wanted most was always right there. Looking back, Hinagi offers a pained apology for taking so long to reach this simple point. Internally, Yukito struggles as he realizes he can no longer recall his former intense love for her. Eventually, the pair arrives at the Toyo cinemas to watch a movie titled Cyborg Detective Tonight. Entering the theater, the boy knows he cannot answer anyone's feelings until he recovers his own heart. A heavy thought lingers as he acknowledges the cruel weight of the sincere love others offer him. They take their seats with snacks in hand, while an awkward silence settles between them in the dark. Stealing a glance, Hinagi watches him, while Yukito continues to ponder how he should eventually respond. Finally, they step outside after the show, sharing a brief and casual conversation about the film's plot. Excitedly, Yukito discusses the movie's intense headshot scene, while Hinagi watches him with a warm, playful smile. Then, Hinagi softly asks if they still have enough time left for one more stop before heading home. Checking his phone, Yukito notes it is already past 3 o'clock, while sensing her sudden and lingering hesitation. A sharp close-up captures the boy's subtle surprise as he realizes that their evening date isn't quite over yet. Clutching her dress, the young girl desperately pleads to spend just a little more time by his side. Yukito remains quiet, a few beads of sweat forming as the emotional pressure of the moment continues to increase. Suddenly, he reaches out and firmly seizes her hand, commanding her to follow him to a new location. Pulling her along, the boy jokingly claims this mysterious detour is a form of punishment for her earlier behavior. Hinagi blushes intensely, questioning if wandering outside while the sun begins to set is truly a wise idea. Arriving at their destination, the protagonist encourages her to simply look ahead and see the sight before them. The two find themselves standing amidst a massive and breathtaking field of blooming hydrangeas in the evening light. Mesmerized, the girl whispers the flower's name, while Yukito agrees that the vibrant scene is truly beautiful today. However, Hinagi looks down with a troubled expression, unable to comprehend the real purpose of this sudden visit. Unexpectedly, the boy leans in and playfully squishes her cheeks, asking if she finally has a clearer view now. Startling the young girl, his sudden and very direct physical contact leaves her face glowing with intense embarrassment. She reflects on the flower's negative meanings, though Yukito dismisses her gloomy and self-deprecating thoughts about the past. Changing the subject, the young man begins to share a profound story he once heard about perspective and life. He describes a person freed from a heavy burden, suddenly perceiving the world's beauty with entirely new eyes. Looking directly at her, Yukito gently warns Hinagi not to let herself fall back into a narrow mindset. Finally, she gazes at the radiant flowers, realizing that wonderful and unexpected encounters are truly scattered throughout life. Yukito points at a public couple kissing, causing Hinagi to blush furiously at his blunt observation. Throughout the movie, the boy notices Hinagi's distracted and uneasy expression from the corner of his eye. She seems more focused on drowning her anxieties than enjoying the film as the date continues quietly. He senses that he might be overlooking something crucial about her current fragile state of mind. Walking through the park, Yukito encourages the girl to embrace her high school life and have more fun. Clutching her plaid dress, she tearfully confesses her inability to simply move on from their shared past. Collapsing to the ground, Hinagi laments that her selfish pursuit of him has ruined his peaceful life. Through heavy sobs, she expresses deep agony over destroying the very person she cares about most. The boy remains stoic, stating he doesn't mind her interference. Yet she continues her frantic protests. A sharp close-up follows his serious expression as he prepares to offer her a new path forward. Looking directly at her, Yukito asks the girl to be the one to save him whenever he struggles. Absolute shock washes over Hinagi's face as she questions if someone as broken as her can help. Taking a determined step on the stone pavement, she finally agrees to stand by his side regardless. Pulling her into a tight embrace, the protagonist promises to protect her and find a way together. Leaning against his chest, she tearfully begs him to rely on her for any troubles he faces. Reaching out, a gentle hand cradles her face to soothe the lingering traces of her intense sorrow. Beaming through her fading tears, Hinagi offers a sincere and heartfelt thank you to her beloved friend. He mentions pink hydrangeas symbolize a cheerful woman, hoping to see her radiant and happy smile once more. Asserting that a depressed look doesn't suit her, the boy prepares to conclude their long and emotional day. Internally, she realizes her wonderful encounter already happened long ago when she first met him. Hinagi reflects on their shared childhood, recalling a bond that formed when they were both very small. She smiles warmly, asserting that her feelings for him remain unchanged regardless of what the future holds. Yukito acknowledges her words with a subtle, calm expression, deciding not to question her sincerity any further. As they walk through the flowers, they both mourn the precious feelings they previously cast aside together. Clutching his hand tightly, she silently prays for the day when they can finally remember their lost love. Later, the pair discovers a sweet potato truck parked within the quiet and darkening city park grounds. Yukito breaks a steaming potato in half, offering a piece to Hinagi as a small pre-dinner treat. While they eat, the boy jokingly complains about the lack of seasonal atmosphere during their park snack. Hinagi laughs joyfully, finding the snack delicious, while her radiant smile brightens the peaceful evening air. Suddenly, Yukito's face twists into a state of absolute and total shock as a sharp realization hits. He begins to tremble violently, prompting a worried and confused Hinagi to frantically ask what is wrong. Looking away with a deep blush, the boy desperately tries to reassure her that everything is fine. Unexpectedly, he loudly vows to never care about her odors, making a truly bizarre and embarrassing declaration. Flustered, Hinagi delivers a sharp chop to his head while loudly denying his ridiculous and offensive assumptions. The tension breaks as she laughs at his foolishness, while Yukito rubs his sore head in defeat. However, the mood turns serious once more as a heavy and important thought begins to surface. With tear-filled eyes and a gentle smile, Hinagi finally speaks the 3 words she has always wanted. As they walk away, the narrator notes that pink hydrangeas perfectly represent a cheerful and energetic woman. The scene shifts to a vast university campus where students enjoy their freedom under the open sky. Finally, Yukito looks over his shoulder in surprise after hearing a familiar voice calling out his name. Mio greets Yukito with a radiant smile, suggesting he use her first name during their campus meeting. She expresses deep gratitude for his help during the train incident, which saved her from a false accusation. The atmosphere turns serious as she prepares to ask him an important question about his plans for today. Stepping closer, she calls out his name with a determined look while the campus remains busy around them. Suddenly, she makes a bold proposal, asking Yukito if he would consider becoming her official boyfriend right now. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to a bustling city street, illuminated by bright neon signs under the night sky. A woman walks through the crowds with a heavy heart, her thoughts consumed by a lingering sense of regret. Letting out a weary sigh, she appears physically and emotionally drained while navigating the noisy urban nightlife alone. A dark memory resurfaces of the moment her bicycle collided with Yukito during that fateful evening encounter. She vividly recalls the terrifying sight of the boy lying motionless on the hard pavement after the crash. Shivering with intense fear, the woman admits she has never experienced such profound terror in her entire life. Clutching her hands together, she desperately prays for the boy's safety, despite her own overwhelming feelings of guilt. She laments that her actions were truly inexcusable, fearing that she can never be forgiven for what happened. Yukito's calm face appears in her mind, remembering how he dismissively told her not to worry about it. Tears well up as she reflects on her own perceived lack of worth compared to his selfless kindness. Consumed by self-loathing, she slams a door shut while declaring that she absolutely cannot forgive her past self. Transitioning to the present, she joins a lively gathering where her friends greet her with loud, energetic cheers. Her companions offer drinks and encourage her to enjoy the night, while someone calls out to Tristy-san. She forces a smile, explaining that her friends specifically invited her out to provide much-needed emotional encouragement. Despite the cheerful environment, she remains deeply unsettled, feeling that this is no time for celebration. Yukito sits with Mio at the gathering, while the blonde woman watches them from a distance. Suddenly, the boy looks up in surprise as a familiar and desperate voice calls out his name. Without any warning, a woman lunges forward and pulls Yukito into a sudden and incredibly tight embrace. Tristy weeps while hugging his head, much to the total shock and confusion of Mio and the others. She frantically asks about lingering pain or hidden injuries from their previous and terrifying evening bicycle collision. Muffled by the embrace, the protagonist manages to reassure her that he is actually perfectly fine now. While Tristy offers any help possible, Mio scolds her friend for her chaotic and overly dramatic public behavior. To stop the advances, Mio boldly claims Yukito is her boyfriend, causing an immediate wave of absolute shock. Yukito desperately clarifies that he was only acting as a shield, while the others stare in total disbelief. Internally, Mio panics as she imagines a scandalous and drunken video of herself being sent to him. She worries that such a video would destroy his opinion of her, leaving her feeling deeply distressed. Yukito mockingly points out that physical videos are outdated, suggesting that live streaming is much more modern now. Slumped in total defeat, Mio realizes her logic is failing, while Yukito labels her as a truly hopeless person. He eventually introduces Mio as the literal savior who rescued him from a false train harassment accusation. Tristy listens carefully to the explanation, curiously asking about the deeper connection the two of them share. The atmosphere turns somber as the blonde woman prepares to reveal a heavy and long-hidden personal truth. She looks at the pair with a serious gaze, ready to confront the weight of her past actions. A quiet transition panel marks the movement into a new and revealing chapter of their shared story. Someone remarks on the incredible nature of the events just described while the group enjoys their meal. Finally, they discuss Yukito's string of misfortune, while he confirms that his recent medical checkups were normal. Mio acknowledges Tristy's struggles, while Yukito listens with a characteristically stoic and unreadable expression on his face. Tristy looks down solemnly, blaming herself for causing her parents unnecessary worry after the recent bike accident. Clenching her hands tightly, the young woman wrestles with the heavy emotional weight of her past actions. Suddenly, she grabs Yukito's hands and confesses her sincere joy at finally meeting him again tonight. The surrounding friends question if his presence is a bother, though someone quickly denies such negative thoughts. With tear-filled eyes, Tristy admits that she has been constantly worried about him for a long time. Yukito responds with a brief and cold word, while his companions watch the interaction with visible suspicion. Needing a quick escape, Tristy politely excuses herself to visit the restroom while the atmosphere remains tense. A friend offers to help her while Yukito internally begs for a moment of much-needed peace. The scene transitions to the closed door of the men's restroom as the primary evening drama pauses. Inside, the sound of rhythmic splashing echoes as Yukito begins to wash his hands under the water. He reflects on the legal risks of a high school student participating in a college drinking gathering. Suddenly, a senior enters the room and addresses the protagonist, interrupting his brief moment of solitary reflection. A sharp focus on his eye captures the boy's subtle surprise as the social pressure begins to rise. The senior confronts him with a stern expression, bluntly asking if he is capable of reading the room. Yukito remains characteristically silent, his blank gaze reflecting a total and utter lack of interest. Things turn comical as the senior explains the scientific composition of air, while the boy offers literal responses. Narrowing his eyes, the man labels the protagonist a nuisance for distracting the women during the mixer. Yukito calmly clarifies that he only attended because Mio-san requested his help with a specific social matter. Finally, the senior walks away while questioning if Yukito truly belongs at a party for college playboys. A sinister eye narrows as the senior prepares to deliver a final, crushing verbal blow to the boy. Yukito maintains his calm, while the upperclassman bluntly questions his ability to properly understand the current social hierarchy. Narrowing his gaze, the senior cold-heartedly commands the young protagonist to leave the party and never return again. The boy nonchalantly agrees to depart with Mio, leaving the arrogant senior in a state of pure, stunned disbelief. With a mocking smirk, Yukito accidentally calls him stupid before humorously claiming his tongue simply slipped during the talk. Losing all remaining self-control, the furious man violently seizes Yukito's collar while shouting a desperate and hateful threat. A close-up reveals the senior's face twisted in absolute rage as his pride is crushed by a mere junior. Looking up with hollow eyes, the protagonist admits that he has long ago lost the ability to feel fear. With a swift and clinical movement, the boy effortlessly slaps away the senior's trembling hand from his rumpled shirt. He bluntly suggests the man should just head home alone, declaring the entire situation is none of their business. Yukito casually exits the restroom while the senior seethes in the background, unable to process the boy's cold indifference. Mio and Tristy wait outside, greeting him with bright smiles as they prepare to continue their evening together finally. The boy mentions being bothered by a stranger, prompting Mio to ask for more details with a worried look. Pointing directly at the arriving senior, Yukito identifies his harasser, while Mio reacts with a look of pure shock. Mio quickly reassures her friends that she is perfectly fine, despite the lingering tension surrounding the small and awkward group. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, the young woman declares her desire to leave this unpleasant environment as soon as possible now. Yukito halts the departure, turning to ask the group of seniors if they actually belong to the basketball circle. With a confident and provocative smirk, the boy boldly challenges the upperclassmen to a high-stakes and competitive match. Leaning in with a dark and predatory gaze, he mockingly asks if they intend to run away from him. The senior erupts in a fit of absolute, unbridled fury as the challenge is set before the entire gathering. Yukito reflects on his basketball club's lack of practical experience and strength as the big tournament draws near. Observing the court, he concludes that arranging private matches is the only way to bypass school permit restrictions. Meanwhile, the arrogant seniors from the college circle prepare for the challenge with a mix of growing annoyance. With a villainous laugh, the protagonist declares his intention to use these upperclassmen as sacrifices for his team. Suddenly, the boy doubles over coughing while his concerned companions wonder if he overdid his dramatic and intense outburst. Eventually, the perspective shifts as the protagonist prepares to deal with the heavy consequences of his recent actions. Yukito breaks into a frantic cold sweat, realizing the gravity of the social storm currently brewing at school. Yuri towers over him with a terrifyingly dark aura, demanding to know what business he has with other women. Consumed by jealousy, she shouts that she is the only older woman he should ever care about right now. The teacher adjusts her glasses while mentioning his habit of causing social chaos, even at other local schools. She continues her lecture, loudly demanding that the problem child finally learn some much-needed and basic self-restraint today. Consequently, Yukito finds himself forced into a submissive Seiza position while surrounded by a group of angry girls. Shortly after, the girls forcibly drag the protagonist and Tanaka back to the room for an immediate interrogation. Yukito grumbles internally about the blatant unfairness of being the only person forced to sit in formal Seiza. Bowing deeply, the boy desperately attempts to explain that they were merely having a friendly and healthy match. Things escalate as Yuri begins to suspiciously sniff his clothes, while the boy trembles in a state of panic. She narrows her eyes with chilling intensity, claiming to detect the distinct scent of a strange woman on him. The perspective shifts to the outdoor basketball court, where the long-awaited street ball duel finally commences under the sky. Tanaka expertly dribbles past his opponent, showcasing the results of their relentless and grueling daily physical training sessions. Despite the college student's superior size, the first years maintain the lead against the unskilled and casual sports circle. The basketball swishes through the net, signaling the continued dominance of the first-year team on the outdoor court. The college seniors watch in disbelief, their frustration boiling over as they struggle to maintain their composure. With intense focus, the first years execute a flawless play that leaves their older opponents completely unable to react. The power gap becomes undeniable as another senior is effortlessly outmaneuvered during a high-stakes and physical defensive exchange. Seething with rage, The college circle members realize their casual approach has led to a humiliating athletic disaster. Sweat pours down their faces, while the grueling pace of the match continues to drain their remaining stamina. Observing from the sidelines, a woman gasps in pure shock at the unexpected intensity and violence of the game. Suddenly, a decisive and high-speed strike concludes the match, leaving the arrogant seniors battered and thoroughly defeated. An overwhelming victory is declared as the upperclassmen collapse onto the hard pavement in a state of absolute disgrace. Despite their defeat, one senior attempts to save face while receiving a mocking and playful scolding from Yukito. Eventually, the humiliated group is dragged away from the court, while the protagonist watches with a satisfied expression. However, the atmosphere shifts as a stern teacher adjusts her glasses, preparing to deliver a severe social judgment. Back in the classroom, Yukito finds himself forced into a submissive Caesar position while facing an angry firing squad. He drops to his knees in a desperate and exaggerated display of regret, begging for forgiveness regarding the mixer. The interrogation intensifies as a girl seizes his collar, demanding a full and honest explanation for his behavior. Things escalate as Yuri leans in close to suspiciously sniff the protagonist's clothes for a woman's scent. With wide eyes and a pouting face, the girl questions why he attended a scandalous college social gathering alone. Breaking the tension, Yuri offers a provocative and blushing proposal while surrounded by a background of floating hearts. Yukito breaks into a frantic cold sweat, desperately wishing for an escape from his sister's overwhelming and romantic advances. Finally, the authority figures clash over the proper way to discipline the students while the day draws to a close. Hinagi invites Yukito over after school, mentioning that her mother is eagerly waiting for his long-awaited visit. Internally, the boy feels as if he has stepped onto a battlefield where his life might suddenly end. Meanwhile, a group of furious girls interrogates the protagonist, demanding an honest confession about his recent social activities. Bowing his head, Yukito desperately maintains his innocence, while claiming he only attended the mixer out of obligation. Clenching his fist, he prepares to stand his ground, despite the overwhelming psychological pressure from his female classmates. Suddenly, he erupts in frustration, loudly questioning why attending a simple social gathering is considered such a crime. His peers stare him down with a terrifyingly dark aura, leaving the boy feeling completely trapped and defenseless. Yukito and Mitsuki find themselves frantically apologizing while trembling in fear of the group's intense and collective rage. The scene transitions toward a quiet and modern building as the immediate school drama finally begins to settle. Later, the protagonist sighs wearily while recounting the disastrous events to his companions over a cup of tea. Mio offers a sincere apology for the trouble, though Yukito reassures her that she bears no personal blame. Tristy asks if he has faced any repercussions, learning that a senior successfully mediated the recent basketball conflict. A sharp close-up of his eye captures a moment of deep internal reflection regarding his complicated social standing. He acknowledges Mio as his savior, while labeling Tristy as the primary perpetrator of his current misery today. Looking down solemnly, the blonde woman appears consumed by an unbearable and visible sense of pained self-reproach. She offers another heartfelt apology for involving him in such a mess, while the boy attempts to downplay it. Yukito pauses, his hand resting on his teacup as he prepares to ask a crucial and direct question. Taking a sip, he curiously inquires why Mio suddenly proposed such a high-stakes and competitive basketball challenge. He reveals his own prior plans for a practice match, while the atmosphere at the table remains calm. Finally, the boy admits his irritation at seeing the girls treated like mere objects by the arrogant seniors. Yukito dismisses the idea of being a hero, claiming he only challenged the seniors because they simply annoyed him. Mio and Tristy exchange warm smiles, feeling genuinely touched by the boy's subtle and hidden display of kindness. Gazing into his cup, Yukito reflects on how the intense match allowed him to reclaim a long-lost emotional spark. A flashback highlights the rough play of the seniors, who resorted to desperate and foul tactics during the game. The physical confrontation escalates as a player is knocked aside, revealing the sheer intensity of the high-stakes match. Standing stoically on the court, The protagonist observes his fallen opponents with a cold and completely unwavering gaze. A piercing close-up of his eyes reveals a sudden return to a state of absolute and singular competitive focus. Remembering his middle school days, he recalls a time when he viewed basketball as nothing but a lonely tool. He admits to himself that he no longer harbors any lingering affection or sentimental attachment to his former sport. Nevertheless, reaching for the ball symbolizes his firm resolve to finally change his own broken and isolated nature. Determined to reclaim his life, the boy steps back onto the court to face his past, one piece at a time. Looking ahead, he acknowledges that the present circumstances are fundamentally different from the tragedies of his younger years. Surrounded by supportive teammates, Yukito realizes he is no longer forced to carry the entire burden by himself. Back at the cafe, he tells Tristy to ignore his actions, insisting he only followed his own selfish whims. Suddenly, Tristy slams her hands down and begs for a chance to finally make amends for her past mistakes. The protagonist experiences a growing sense of dread as the blonde woman continues her desperate and very emotional plea. The heavy atmosphere is abruptly shattered by Yukito's phone vibrating with an urgent call from his older sister. Tristy asks if he's being monitored, while the boy comically laments the total disappearance of his basic human rights. Shaking with fear, the protagonist stares at the buzzing device while his companions watch his frantic and panicked reaction. Finally, Mio and Tristy smile radiantly while inviting Yukito to spend more fun and carefree time with them. View of the school gymnasium under a cloudy sky as the afternoon activities continue within its walls. Toshiro laments his inability to contribute, feeling a heavy sense of self-reproach for being a burden. The captain erupts in frustration, his voice echoing through the gym as he vows to protect Shiori properly. Collapsing to his knees, he desperately pleads for the strength to work alongside his supportive and loyal teammates. Observing the scene, the protagonist considers the captain's fiery spirit, despite his clumsy and unskilled athletic performance. Clenching his fist tightly, the determined athlete declares his firm resolve to finally overcome his current physical weaknesses. Nearby, a classmate watches the emotional display with a mix of deep admiration and growing concern for Toshiro. A single footstep approaches the fallen captain as someone enters his field of vision on the court. Yukito looms over him like a dark shadow, cryptically asking if he truly desires the power to change. Looking up with a piercing gaze, the captain reaffirms his desperate need for strength to lead everyone. Tanaka mentions that the refreshing handsome guy met a middle school senior, catching Yukito's immediate and curious attention. A sinister smirk crosses the protagonist's face as he begins to formulate another complex and potentially dark scheme. Chibi versions clash as the protagonist jokingly defends his clear eyes against his friend's blunt and mocking criticism. Toshiro stands tall once more, deciding to take a bold step forward under Yukito's mysterious and intense guidance. Yukito dramatically announces the start of warrior training, while his teammates react with a mix of shock and fire. Back at home, the boy examines a colorful flyer for the upcoming 50th anniversary Neighborhood Interaction Festival tonight. His mother excitedly suggests that the family should attend the event together to celebrate the local community's milestone. A nostalgic memory of a younger Yukito quietly agreeing to a family outing surfaces during the dinner conversation. Yuri recalls how happy her brother used to be back then, her heart aching for their lost childhood innocence. Returning to reality, the older sister asks about their plans before Yukito coldly declares that everything is finished. Past memories show a younger Yukito quietly sitting alone on a sofa while reading a picture book about animals. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, his mother looks back with concern as Yuri expresses her frustration about their busy lives. She suddenly realizes that over a month has passed, while she was completely consumed by her demanding workload lately. Feeling relieved, the mother discovers that the final day of the neighborhood event fortunately coincides with her day off. However, a sudden and heavy downpour begins to lash against the city buildings as the dark night falls quickly. Young Yukito stands by the window, staring at the rain, while his mother watches him with a pained expression. A sign informs the disappointed residents that the anticipated neighborhood event has been officially canceled due to the weather. Gazing out at the relentless storm, the boy's face is shadowed by a deep sense of childhood loss and sadness. Since that fateful day, His mother mournfully reflects on how her son completely stopped asking to go on outings. Transitioning to the present, the scene shifts to the prominent entrance of a modern 24-hour neighborhood fitness gym. Comical illustrations depict outrageous myths about yoga mastery, claiming it grants the power to breathe fire or even teleport. Yukito points upward while clarifying to his mother and neighbor that such supernatural claims are actually just silly legends. Sitting on their yoga mats, the two women happily agree to follow the boy's instructions for their fitness session. He reflects on his mother's recent transition to remote work and her new commitment to improving her physical health. Striking a confident pose, the protagonist explains that his history of frequent sports injuries led him to study yoga. Unexpectedly, he encounters the neighbor along the way, who also expresses a deep desire to receive his expert guidance. Internally, Yukito experiences a sudden surge of panic, feeling an intense and desperate urge to flee from the scene. His mother and the neighbor watch him with sparkling, expectant eyes that fill the protagonist with a sense of dread. Trying to focus, he asks about his mother's stiff shoulders, before inquiring if Misaki has any specific health concerns. Misaki mentions her struggle with poor circulation, while Yukito listens with a characteristically serious and attentive facial expression. Yukito begins by explaining breathing techniques to regulate the autonomic nervous system while sitting in a relaxed position. Acting as a self-appointed yoga instructor, he decides to help his mother and neighbor focus on their physical concerns. Suddenly, his intensity spikes as he dramatically calls out the name of the third chakra during the session. He then demonstrates the cat pose to alleviate shoulder stiffness, comically adopting a feline persona to lighten the mood. Meanwhile, the women discuss their chronic shoulder pain, attributing the discomfort to their large chest sizes during the exercise. Misaki subsequently leans in suggestively, asking the protagonist if he appreciates her form, while hearts fill the background air. His mother laughs off the advances, questioning her neighbor's boldness, while Yukito maintains his characteristic and weary deadpan expression. Feeling increasingly annoyed, the boy commands them to stop wasting time and resume the training with serious focus. Next, he performs the camel pose for fatigue recovery, explaining its beneficial effects on the abdomen and lower body. Struggling with the flexibility required, Misaki requests to take things slowly and perform the stretch one side at a time. She then inquires about potential changes to her body shape, receiving a blunt but honest confirmation from her instructor. Yukito encourages them both, stating that consistent practice will improve their skin and back pain within 3 months. Misaki offers a mysterious and affectionate smile, telling the protagonist to look forward to the results of her training. Internally, the boy questions the true motive behind her words, wondering exactly what kind of outcome he should expect. Noticing his mother's poor posture, he suggests a specific spinal stretch to help correct her habitual and slight slouching. The two sit back to back while the boy provides physical support, placing his hands firmly on his mother's knees. Leaning against him, his mother lets out a soft sound as she experiences the deep stretch across her back. She expresses her joy at the physical contact, noting a profound sense of security while being pressed against him. Seeing the intimate moment, Misaki immediately demands her turn to perform a partner yoga pose with the startled protagonist. Finally, she looms over him with an intense smile, insisting that they perform the next exercise together right now. Misaki protests loudly, claiming she is firmly against discrimination while denying any improper intentions during their training session. She leans in suggestively, justifying her closeness as necessary for fitness, while Yukito internally panics at the proximity. Meanwhile, his mother grows competitive, insisting she hasn't stretched enough and demands another intense round of exercises. As night deepens over the city, the boy laments his growing fatigue while the women remain surprisingly energetic. Yukito begins explaining a new partner yoga pose that involves one person leaning over the other's back. Suddenly, Misaki climbs onto him, causing the protagonist to notice something soft pressing against his back. She asks if he enjoys the sensation, prompting a flustered and immediate denial from the overwhelmed young man. His mother intervenes angrily, pulling the neighbor away while accusing her of causing her son unnecessary distress. Sakura then excitedly declares it is finally her turn to experience the stretch, while the neighbor protests loudly. With a happy smile, the mother lands on Yukito's back, leaving him struggling under her sudden and heavy weight. He bluntly remarks that she seems to have gotten heavier recently, catching his mother completely off guard. They briefly discuss the importance of maintaining a healthy weight instead of pursuing an overly thin physique. His mother laughs, teasingly asking why her son has suddenly entered a late-blooming and troublesome rebellious phase. Yukito hides his face in shame, realizing he just spoke a forbidden truth that no woman wants to hear. He senses an ominous and terrifying aura rising behind him as the two women's playful mood shifts instantly. Misaki demands a turn, calling Sakura heavy and insisting on a rotation, while the mother reacts with shock. Losing her temper, Sakura shouts a fierce denial, claiming her exclusive right to stay by her son's side. The two women erupt into a loud argument, while the protagonist's attempts to speak are completely and utterly ignored. A dark transition marks the passage of time as the intense and exhausting family yoga session finally concludes. Light filters through as a new scene begins to unfold after the previous night's long and dramatic events. Yukito collapses in total exhaustion after the intense family training session finally concludes for the night. Meanwhile, his mother apologizes for her excessive energy while asking to schedule another workout together soon. Pointing at a dessert menu, she then asks her son if he still enjoys eating sweet things. Shortly after, shock washes over her face as she tentatively asks if he was already aware of her secret. Yukito offers a blunt confirmation, while his mother continues to grapple with her own hidden personal struggles. Clutching her arm, she tearfully labels herself a failure of a mother for her past parenting neglect. However, the boy reaches out and firmly seizes her hand, asking her to be honest with him finally. Consequently, a heavy silence falls between the two as they navigate the complex emotional landscape of their history. Sitting together, his mother desperately asks for any trivial details about his school life or current interests. With a pained expression, she further confesses a deep desire to truly understand her son's heart today. Internally, the protagonist struggles to find any meaningful words as his mind remains completely blank and empty. Furthermore, a childhood memory of a younger, talkative Yukito contrasts sharply with his current stoic and silent demeanor. Gazing at her receding figure, he realizes he can no longer remember what he once wanted to share. Besides, he reflects on the trivial conversations they missed, acknowledging a deep-seated and long-lost desire for connection. Back in the present, he decides that keeping his mother from worry is his only current priority. Narrowing his focus, the boy then asks why she has suddenly chosen this specific moment to show concern. Subsequently, their large parfait finally arrives, while Yukito tells her she needn't force her sudden kindness. He concludes that disturbing his hardworking mother's peace is wrong, and he should remain satisfied now. Reaching for a bite, the protagonist admits that wishing for anything more would simply be pure greed. Finally, his mother stares at the offered spoon with wide, tear-filled eyes, completely overwhelmed by his small gesture. Yukito offers a parfait, reflecting on his mother's once vibrant smile that has now faded into a somber expression. Eating quietly, the boy questions if his choices truly led to this awkward and emotionally heavy outcome today. Wincing from a sharp mental pang, the boy continues to struggle with his own deeply conflicting internal feelings. Staring at the dessert, he wonders if he even deserves to occupy this space within his own family. The peaceful moment feels like a fragile illusion that could shatter at any second under his deep-seated guilt. Eventually, the scene shifts toward the cold and silent exterior of their high-rise urban apartment complex at night. Returning home, a heavy silence hangs between the two as they enter the dimly lit family living room. His mother tentatively suggests a weekend outing, desperately seeking a way to bridge the widening distance between them. Yukito gently declines, advising her to prioritize her own rest instead of forcing herself for his sake now. Announcing his departure for a bath, the boy maintains a cold distance while his mother watches in silence. She stands alone by the door, the weight of her son's polite rejection settling heavily upon her heart. Internally, Yukito laments causing more worry while wishing for her to find happiness during her upcoming class reunion. Across the hall, Yuri watches the exchange with a pained expression, sensing the lingering tension within their home. Yuri confronts her mother with blunt honesty, calling the current situation a deserved result of their past mistakes. Meanwhile, the mother notices that Yuri's relationship with Yukito is slowly beginning to improve, despite her own struggles. Reflecting on their history, she realizes they have finally begun to overcome the massive rift from the past. A faint glimmer of hope appears before the mother as she contemplates mending her broken bond with her son. She worries Yukito will invite the neighbor instead of her to the upcoming and mandatory class observation day. Yuri suggests that he probably won't even mention the event, believing he still wishes to remain entirely isolated. Observing her brother's departure, the older sister quietly acknowledges that a new and inevitable season has finally arrived. Yukito reflects on the numerous opportunities for school visitation days that have passed with almost no parental attendance. Internally, the boy acknowledges a nearing time limit, fully intending to leave home immediately after his high school graduation. Clenching his jaw, he vows to never waste a single precious moment as he prepares for his independent future. Meanwhile, Yuri dismissively claims that she has absolutely no interest in attending any upcoming school events for her brother. She further erupts in anger, asserting that she would never waste time playing around with other men like others. With a terrifyingly sharp gaze, the older sister strictly forbids her mother from involving herself with Yukito ever again. Looking down in deep sorrow, the mother laments her past cowardice and her long history of avoiding the truth. Reaching out toward her children, she realizes that shallow words can no longer bridge the vast emotional void between them. With newfound resolve, the mother vows to bet everything to reclaim her son's lost heart and trust once more. A dark and empty panel emphasizes the weight of her decision, while the word "because" hangs in the air. Yuri's eye narrows with chilling intensity as she warns her mother to stay out of her path entirely now. The mother watches her daughter with a pained expression, sensing the depth of the animosity still lingering between them. Standing firm, Yuri acknowledges that she will never hesitate to do whatever is necessary for her brother's sake alone. She contemplates the ethical constraints of her choices, while the silence in the room grows increasingly heavy and thick. Surprisingly, the mother offers a soft smile and labels Yuri as an incredibly good and protective older sister today. Yuri quickly turns and walks away, irritably dismissing the sentiment while maintaining her characteristically cold and detached attitude. A traumatic memory resurfaces of a younger Yuri facing her sins after the day she nearly destroyed her brother. She reflects on the many years of suffering and isolation that no one else could ever truly comprehend or understand. Leaning against the wall, the mother slumps down in a state of utter emotional defeat and profound maternal regret. Finally, a subtle and mysterious smirk crosses Yuri's face as she prepares to face the challenges ahead alone. Misaki discusses parental resolve with Yukito while they sit together in the quiet restaurant. Nearby, his mother weeps silently as she reflects on her deep and unwavering love for her son. She desperately wonders what path she should take to finally reach Yukito's distant and closed heart. Overwhelmed by maternal regret, the woman collapses into a lonely corner of her home to mourn. Later, Yukito relaxes in a warm bath while contemplating the heavy events of his day alone. He realizes that everyone has been showing him the flaws in his own cold and detached logic. Staring at the ceiling, the boy questions exactly when his life's path began to go so wrong. He understands that failing to empathize with others will never lead to a proper and lasting solution. Visions of his female friends haunt his thoughts, reminding him of the feelings he cannot yet return. Finishing his bath, the protagonist heads toward his bedroom while drying his hair with a white towel. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks after noticing something incredibly strange and out of place nearby. A pair of female athletic shorts lies abandoned on the wooden floor, catching his immediate attention. Yukito identifies the item as his sister's, wondering why she would leave her clothes scattered like this. He follows a trail of discarded undergarments, leading directly toward his own bedroom door with rising dread. The boy stands frozen before the dark silhouette of his doorway, sensing an intruder inside his room. A massive and suspicious lump is visible under the blankets of his bed, causing him to sweat. He frantically considers the possibility of a burglar or a dangerous intruder lurking within his private space. Yukito cautiously addresses the mysterious figure, politely explaining that there is nothing valuable to steal here. A muffled voice from beneath the covers reveals a deep and singular desire for the protagonist himself. Suddenly, a naked Yuri throws off the blankets and lunges at her brother while he screams in terror. Sakura reflects on her resolve, feeling tested in her role as a parent during this quiet moment. Hot tears fall onto the floor, representing the deep sorrow she carries for her past neglect. A young Yukito weeps in a painful memory, highlighting the emotional damage that remains unhealed. Overwhelmed by maternal regret, Sakura huddles alone in a dark corner of her home to mourn. Meanwhile, Yukito relaxes in a warm bath, attempting to wash away the day's heavy emotional burdens. He realizes that everyone has been trying to teach him about the flaws in his logic. Staring into the steam, the boy questions exactly when his perspective on life began to distort. He understands that true understanding is required to find a meaningful resolution to his current problems. Thinking of the girls, Yukito admits he cannot reciprocate their feelings until he mends himself. Finishing his bath, the protagonist steps out while drying his hair with a white towel. Suddenly, he pauses in the hallway after noticing something strange and completely unexpected nearby. A pair of female athletic shorts lies abandoned, catching the boy's attention and sparking immediate confusion. Observing the discarded clothing, he concludes that his older sister must be the one responsible for the mess. He discovers a trail of discarded undergarments leading directly toward his bedroom door. With a sense of dread, he stands frozen before his bedroom door, sensing a presence lurking within the shadows of his private space. A massive and suspicious lump is clearly visible beneath the blankets of his bed, causing him alarm. Yukito wonders if a common thief or a dangerous burglar has managed to infiltrate his quiet family home. He cautiously addresses the mysterious figure, explaining that there is absolutely nothing valuable for anyone to steal. A voice explains how Megumi was cruelly betrayed by her first boyfriend during her difficult university years. Finally, the story describes the current lover who stayed by her side to secure their future marriage. Sakura explains her firm resolve to never cause Haruhiko any worry through her devoted and sincere actions. Meanwhile, Megumi observes that Sakura hasn't spoken to a single other man during the entire class reunion. Sipping her drink, the mother reflects on her own path compared to the lives of those around her. A sudden and heavy thought surfaces as she struggles to define her own complicated and hidden identity. Megumi tentatively asks if she harbors any hidden dissatisfactions, catching the woman completely off guard with the question. Blushing intensely, Sakura finds the query to be remarkably mean-spirited while she continues to drink her wine. She quickly denies any unhappiness, suggesting that such private matters are better discussed alone between just them. Narrowing her eyes, she mentions her lack of a partner while avoiding any further public and awkward scrutiny. A lingering and cryptic thought remains as she contemplates the weight of revealing her true and inner heart. Sakura asserts that speaking the truth would prevent her from ever smiling in front of Haruhiko again finally. Megumi watches in silence, her expression reflecting a mix of profound surprise and deep, growing internal realization today. She recognizes a striking commonality between Yuri and Sakura that she had previously managed to overlook entirely. A sharp jolt of clarity strikes as she questions why she failed to notice the obvious signs until now. Meanwhile, Yuri reflects on her own failure to change since that one fateful and life-altering childhood day. The older sister acknowledges that her intense hatred is a natural consequence of her own deep-seated personal sweetness. She laments her inability to face the situation with the absolute and necessary resolve required for a solution. Megumi gently probes further, asking Sakura if there is someone truly important currently occupying a space in her heart. With a subtle and warm look, Sakura thinks of her children as the one thing she can never surrender. Megumi begins to process the profound meaning behind the mother's words, as the heavy atmosphere in the room lingers. Finally, she encourages Sakura to tell her children that they are her most precious and irreplaceable treasures. Sakura realizes that simply harboring feelings in her heart isn't enough to reach her distant son. Sitting with Megumi, the mother receives advice on the necessity of expressing her love through words. She reflects on her past, admitting that while she valued Yukito, she never truly showed it. A wave of regret washes over her as she acknowledges that she only thought about caring. She understands that her cold words and neglect have continuously wounded her child for 16 long years. Back at the reunion, Sakura's former classmates gather around her with bright and welcoming smiles. Her friends praise her growth, while some discuss their own families and the challenges of parenthood. Contemplative, the mother observes her surroundings while thinking about the precious bond she desperately wants back. She quietly accepts the reality of her mistakes, resolve hardening within her heart during the social event. Abruptly standing, Sakura offers a sincere apology to her friends before deciding to leave the gathering early. The woman walks toward the exit, leaving the noisy celebration behind to return to her family. A classmate calls her name in surprise, but Sakura remains focused on her path toward home. She smiles warmly to herself, declaring her intention to finally meet the most important person tonight. Rain begins to fall as a lone foot splashes through a puddle on the dark city street. Memories of a young, lonely Yukito staring at the rain haunt her thoughts as she travels back. Standing under the downpour, the mother desperately waves for a taxi to hasten her return home. The rain lashes against the high-rise apartment building where her children are waiting for her return. Eventually, an exhausted Sakura opens her front door, panting heavily from the long and emotional journey. Inside, Yukito sits on the sofa, reading a book when the sound of the door startles him. He looks up with a surprised expression as his mother suddenly enters the quiet living room alone. A trembling hand reaches out and firmly turns the door handle to finally enter the house. Breathless and flushed with emotion, the mother stands in the doorway, desperate to reclaim 16 lost years. Startled from his reading, Yukito gazes up at her with a look of pure and genuine confusion. Without a single word, she lunges forward and pulls her son into a sudden and incredibly tight embrace. Clinging to him desperately, she begs for just a moment of closeness while the boy asks what happened. She reflects mournfully on her failure to provide any happiness to the child who gave her so much. Memories of early childhood neglect surface, recalling a time when she prioritized formula over maternal warmth and touch. Tears stream down her face as she acknowledges the cruel mistake of thinking he never needed her love. She feared hearing him say he hated her, a thought that has haunted her heart for many years. The memory of her most fatal and tragic choice returns like a recurring nightmare that refuses to fade. A hand pulls the young boy away from his mother as a warning of sudden and immediate danger. From the ground, she screamed for them not to take him, while the child offered a hollow confirmation. Her voice failed her in that desperate moment, leaving her unable to prevent the forced and painful separation. She demands to know why his eyes now reflect nothing but absolute and deep-seated contempt for her. Regret consumes her as she realizes she should have fought harder to prove how much he was needed. Weeping, she admits that she believed herself to be the one abandoned by her own young son instead. She recalls his silent gaze, realizing he likely felt discarded and left behind by her own maternal failure. Through a pained smile, she offers a sincere and long overdue apology for failing to be a proper mother. She clings to him on the sofa, begging for a final chance to fix their broken family bond. Yukito watches her with a blank expression, questioning where exactly his mother's supposed maturity went today.